Thank you everyone. Along with our board members to please come on stage to present Best Chapter Award across in category B. Board members and Jitin Trivedi sir, please. All the board members, please join us on the stage. Yes, absolutely, sir. Okay, Mayur sir, Jay sir, kindly join us on stage. बस आ रहे हैं सर.
Morning to those who are not aware about what is it all about. At the TiE, we have a 64 chapter and probably in Estonia, right? During the retreat at Estonia, the TiE Indore got a Best Chapter Award in category B. So here we were doing the replique, but I believe that Savan will allow us to do the same honor next year. So all the best, TiE. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. Now I may request Mr. Savan Ladda, Mr. Jatan Trivedi, Dr. Mayur Sethi and Mr. Abhishek Sangvi to kindly be seated on stage. To officially welcome everyone and set the tone for the day, it is my honor to invite the driving force behind TiEConMP, a leader whose vision and passion continue to strengthen the entrepreneurial ecosystem of our state, Mr. Savan Ladda, President of TiE Madhya Pradesh.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So before I start, how many of you are entrepreneurs, businessmen, startup founders? Thank you. And how many of you are working for someone and maybe you want to set up your startup or something like that? Great. Thank you. Mayur, can we have the PPT? Yeah. So quickly, I am Savan Ladda. I am founder of Workie. I am a growth specialist. I've been 26 years of experience helping startups and mentoring them. We have impacted 1 lakh plus jobs and thousands plus startups in our ecosystem. I welcome you all to TiEConMP. This is our second edition. Thank you so much for coming and taking out time today for our flagship event of TiE Madhya Pradesh. I would like to thank my board members, TiE members, Global BOT, our sponsors, and our wonderful team for helping us for this event and execute this. TiE is world's largest organization which is for entrepreneurs, by entrepreneurs, started from Silicon Valley. We have 67 chapters across world, 50,000 plus members, and the total impact which TiE has created is like, $1 trillion wealth has been created by the impact of TiE. There have been $50 billion plus investments done through TiE network, and 2.5 million jobs are created. Today is a full day meeting new people, learning, taking some good takeaways, which can immediately put in your business. Make the most of it today. Today you may just find your investors, co-founders, partner or company which you can help you scale today. यहाँ शायद आपको वो आइडिया भी स्ट्राइक कर सकता है जो यूनिकॉर्न बना सकता है। आपको राइट डायरेक्शन इस तरीके के प्लेटफॉर्म देते हैं। कोई आइडिया अपने बिजनेस में लगा के कोई भी हेल्प आपको इस प्लेटफॉर्म से मिलती है जो आपके बिजनेस को स्केल करने में मदद कर सकता है। मेरी एक छोटी सी स्टोरी है विद टाई। ऐसे ही मैं कॉन्फ्रेंस में 2016 टाइकॉन दिल्ली गया था, जब मैं एक पार्टिसिपेंट की तरह गया था, और वहाँ पे मैं पहली बार टाई नेटवर्क से एक्सपोज हुआ था। वहाँ पे मुझे रमन रॉय, राजन आनंदन और बहुत सारे मेंटर्स मिले जो मेरे एक्चुअली मेंटर्स बने। मैं उनके साथ में टच में रहा, और जब हम वर्की को स्केल कर रहे थे तब उन्होंने मुझे काफ़ी हेल्प करी, बताया, एंड इवेंचुअली जब हम लास्ट ईयर फंड रेज कर रहे थे तो वही लोग मेरे इन्वेस्टर्स बन गए। सो दैट इज़ द पावर ऑफ टाई। आप जब टाई के नेटवर्क में आते हो, सो यू गेट राइट मेंटरिंग, यू गेट राइट फंडिंग, एंड इट्स टाई हैज़ क्रिएटेड लॉट ऑफ इम्पैक्ट। आई क्विकली ऑन टाई इनिशिएटिव्स। So, just quickly taking two, 3 minutes on TiE initiatives. We have TiE University program. So that is for college students to foster entrepreneurship in college level. ये TiE University program है। हमारे 4-5 colleges अभी partner हैं इसमें। TiE Women, for women entrepreneurs. This is a special program we do for women entrepreneurs. TiE Angels, that is for investing in startups. TiE Young Entrepreneurs, so this is a program which we are doing in Indore. कल हमारे कुछ 64 schools में TiE के charter members, they were judging school-based entrepreneurs, school-based ideas, and they were, they selected out of them. And there is one more initiative which our chapter is taking is Founder Circle, Forum. So typically forum is the concept which is there in EO, YPO and other bodies. We have started this concept in Indore chapter, and today in the day you will get to know about that. I would also like to proudly add that TiE has been awarded TiE Madhya Pradesh has been awarded as best chapter awardee in category B, and that was a proud for our Indore and Madhya Pradesh and for all our members. On our membership types, we have charter membership. So these are charter members who are established entrepreneurs and they want to give back to society. We have crew members and associate members. One fun fact about our charter members of Indore, the current employment which our charter members have given is close to 31,000 employees. 50,000 crore plus valuation, and close to $500 million, close to $1 billion of turnover. So, the power of charter members which we have in Indore is very powerful. We have marquee global events like TiECon, TiE Global Summit. TiE Global Summit is going to happen on Jaipur this year, January 2026. And now I would request our TiECon chair Mayur to just brief us about the today's agenda and about the TiECon. Thank you. Thank you.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। सो रहे हैं सब? So, just to tell you, there is this arrangement of poha and coffee backside, but abhi mat jana, mere speech ke baad. But good morning, everyone. Dear esteemed entrepreneurs, investors, and lot of dignitaries from across nation. We feel proud today because Indore has always been seeing people coming in from various cities and talking about how clean we are, how dynamic we are, how vibrant we are. And today in this hall, when I see some smiling faces and some aspirational faces, I feel proud. You know, it inspires me more that there are people who are ready to come at 10 o'clock to listen to people who have created some examples, to listen to people who have been able to establish some value for society. I would not take a lot of time. Can I have the theme video on the screen, please? So, as a TiECon chair, I would want to welcome you again and want to talk about the theme that we have together ideated. See, everything is driven with purpose. And when I say purpose, the theme is important. What you are doing, the motive is important. So, this year's theme for TiEConMP is growth catalyst, and to learn, to build, and then lead together. See, Indore has been a city where you would see it's a platform city. You know, when I say platform, we have seen a lot of trading businesses nurturing here and then growing and literally earning dollars in various countries. And with this, I just want to thank everybody from board and thank everybody from BOT and most importantly our sponsors to support us, to be here with us. And I would open the stage for all the other speakers, and that's the only thing that I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayur sir. Before we move ahead, I would like to invite our BOT Mr. Jatin Trivedi to present the TGS curtain raiser.
Morning. उद्यमे हि सिद्ध्यन्ति कारिणी न मनोरथे. Success comes by desire, but not by desire. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. I, on behalf of the Global Board of Trustees, welcome you all in the TiE network. As Savanes spoke about the TiE, I would just add one line, is that the basic 5 pillars of the TiE. It is a perception that the TiE is a networking platform. The TiE is one of its kind and world's largest entrepreneurship network, which works on a one direction, that is to foster the entrepreneurship in the globe. The TiE with the basic 5 pillars, that is networking, funding, educating, training, and educating, funding, networking. At the TiE, we have various unique programs, and every chapter level, we celebrate the entrepreneurs network or celebrate the entrepreneurship system or the ecosystem through and organizing the TiECon. And one of such is today. Apart from the TiECon, there are several programs, as Sawan has referred. We have a program for the TiE women, TiE young entrepreneurs, TiE investment network, and so on and so forth. But today I have a privilege to invite all of you and announce, rather raise the curtain, is for the TiE Global Summit. Those who are not aware about the Global Summit, it will be a gathering of more than 10,000 entrepreneurs, startups, investors, mentors across the globe. It is happening this time on the 4th, 5th and 6th of January at the Jaipur. So I'm here on behalf of the board to welcome you all, to invite you and participate in world's largest gathering with one aim, to foster the entrepreneurship. May I request, all right. Can we have the AV, please? Do we have the AV? We don't have the AV, is it? Okay. So at the TiE Global Summit, it will be a gathering of more than 10,000 people. This is all about TiE, right? I'm sorry, I think all right, so nonetheless, we'll play this slideshow, but I request each one of you to participate and register right now at the TiE Global Summit, because it's going to be one of the most wonderful event ever, right? So thank you very much, everyone, and looking forward to welcome you at the TGS. Thank you.
Thank you, Jatin sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Abhishek Sanghvi sir to come on stage so that he can just tell us our latest initiative of TiEConMP, that is TiE University program.
Good morning, everyone. I'll probably leave the TiE University program for later. We have ample time to cover that. I'll just take 2 minutes to actually talk about what Sawan mentioned right now, that he got an opportunity here in a TiECon event in Delhi. What we want to make sure is that the benefit of such great speakers continues for a long term, and the benefit accrues not only for today, but for later on as well. So, as Vice President of TiEConMP, I wanted to let all the founders, all the entrepreneurs here know that today is going to be a unique opportunity for them to also get mentorship from the speakers that we have here for the next 1 year. Pay close attention to what's being said as part of their talks, their panel discussions, their keynote speeches. And we will organize to make sure that you have this opportunity to learn from them, not only today, but in the future as well. Later in the day today, we'll talk about the specifics of how this program is going to run. One last thing, often most of the people talk about funding. Jatin Bhai also mentioned about investments. a lot of founders come here to talk about how can they raise capital. यहाँ बहुत सारे fund managers हैं, यहाँ बहुत सारा capital available है. India, Madhya Pradesh, Indore, our challenge is not access to capital. Capital बहुत easily आ जाता है. A lot of our challenges are around, are we ready to be able to accept that capital? तो TiEConMP, Indore, हमारा एक बहुत बड़ा जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है वो ये है कि यहाँ पे हम कैपेबिलिटी बिल्डिंग करते रहें और आपको उस स्टेज तक लेकर आ सकें जहाँ पे यू कैन देन टेक द कैपिटल दैट यू नीड. सो विद दैट, थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, Abhishek sir. Now to take us through the exciting lineup ahead, please welcome MC Ms. Chanda Das.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. मुझे अभी तक मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है. नमस्ते इंदौर. Thank you so much. I'll keep checking on all of you and I'll keep saying a namaste, and every time I see a namaste, I expect a namaste back. Can we do that? Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Latika ji, for that wonderful opening. Thank you, distinguished guests, for being with us here. Micromitti presents TiEConMP 2025. Can we have a huge round of applause and get ourselves warmed up for this amazing event that we have lined up for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? From here, this definitely today seems to be the place where every dreamer is going to find direction and every idea is going to find its impact. Learn, build, lead, like Mayurji rightly said, reflects the true journey of every entrepreneur and hence captures the spirit of TiEConMP 2025 very rightly. And so, without further ado, keeping up with the spirit of TiEConMP 2025, thanking our sponsors who have very, very humbly supported the event. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our sponsors and the sponsoring teams who have made this event successful? I'm already telling this outrightly. Have made this event successful. I should have said we look forward to a wonderful and amazing event, but I'm absolutely sure that we are going to have a fabulous day today. Thank you so much, sponsors, for your support. Let's dive really fast into the first pillar of today's theme, learn. Because every successful venture begins with learning from experience and from expertise. Let's welcome on stage 3 such trailblazers, our incredible keynote speakers who have scaled their ventures, faced the unknown, and turned challenges into real playbooks for all of us to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Savanji to escort Dr. Apurv Ranjan Sharma, Mr. Vikas Khemani, and Mr. Raja Lahari on stage.
Dr. Apurva Ranjan Sharma is a pioneer of India's startup ecosystem with over 20 years of experience in investment, mentoring, incubation and acceleration. With an unmatched track record, he has been instrumental in creating 11 unicorns and nurturing over 100 soonicorns, shaping the next generation of Indian startups. A PhD in incubation and holder of a diploma in mentoring students from UC Berkeley, Dr. Sharma has mentored and invested in 500 plus startups, transforming ideas into global businesses. He played a foundation role in establishing India's first accelerator and first incubator, democratizing angel investing and redefining how early stage ventures grow and scale. Dr. Sharma serves on several key national committees, including the Fund of Funds for Incubators, Ministry of Commerce, AIF, Committee of Angel Funds, SEBI, and the SMRIDH Fund of Fund for Accelerators, Ministry of IT and Electronics. He is also the president of TIE Mumbai, and a founding board member of the global LPGP network, which brings together over 1,000 global investors.
Let's welcome Dr. Sharma on stage, please.
Hello. It's okay? Thank you. First of all, thank you TiEConMP and now Indore and my dear friend Savan to invite me to city of Indore, and it's my pleasure to be here because this city has given us some amazing startups and they are really proud portfolio from here. Almost every startup which I invested here has given us very, very good returns. So amazing startups. My recent success, which is Videoverse, I was, which is a lot of people talk about generative AI, deep tech. When I invested in Videoverse around 5 years back, I didn't know what is generative AI. But two of the founders, they were from Indore, and this company, Videoverse, is recently acquired by Minutes Media, which is an Israeli and US based startup, at a value of $355 million. And combined value of the entity is $800 million, close to a unicorn. And the company, Minutes Media, is backed by not only, private equities, but the biggest Hamilton there and BlackRock of the world. The fair chances the company will be a $3 billion company. The founders of that come from Indore. I don't know that, but when I saw that they're exiting 1 or 2 years back, then we had interaction. Another company which probably, do you have my slides there, gentlemen? It's possible to open the slides very quickly, and otherwise I will just keep talking, okay? So another company which probably, another very big success story coming from here is Shop Kirana. They've been recently acquired by Udaan, and it was a around $150 million acquisition. But the entire, investors, everybody shifted to Udaan Holding. So another unicorn merger just happened, and this was an amazing company from here, again come from Indore. Third company is Stage, which I really liked so much. I missed investing in Workie, by the way, but I've been talking to Savan, and we'll see how else we can, what are the new companies we can look at for sure. So this was quick, my interaction with Indore, and I'm very bullish about the startups from Indore. The topic which you have given me for another 10 minutes, the talk is basically if the SMEs can create another 10,000 startups. So let me very quickly give you a sense how the MSMEs or SMEs differentiate with the startups. And I'll give you an example that makes you understand better, right? So when you talk about, how many of you are MSME or SMEs here in the families? Can you raise your hand? Okay. The first question, if I ask you, will you invest in a startup? Say yes or no. Okay, some of you who are progressive say yes, but your fathers will say no, boss, it's bleeding startups. Startup means bleeding companies. So this is the mindset which needs a change, right? On the other hand, when you will tell an investor in a startup to invest in a MSME or SME, what will be their first reaction? Their reaction will be, boss, are they on the explosive growth path? Are they scalable? Otherwise not. But I know some of the companies here, like Push Masala, where A91 invested, this company came from Ahmedabad, small town. The cosmetic business is a very traditional business. You have to see that, but today, in just 2 years, this company became a 100 crore revenue company. In 5 years' time, they are sitting on 480 crore revenue. And the last year, they were only net 4 crore loss, only that much loss. So the company is on a path of a rapid growth. They are maintaining their bottom line, also almost profitable. And this is just 5 years. Fair chances, another 2 years, it will be a 1,000 crore revenue company, right? So what is the difference between a traditional cosmetic manufacturer or maybe a cosmetic trader or a cosmetic? It's only a difference of scale, rapid growth, the adoption of the technology, or the innovation of the product. How many of you, as a lady, if you're a lot of females here, how many of you use the Rene cosmetic products? Oh, many hands I can see. The reason why it becomes so popular, when I invested in this company, it was growing every quarter, almost doubling the revenue, because of the innovation in the products. They come out with products like, for example, their Kajal is very famous. They have lipstick which is 5 shades in just one stick, right? So innovation of the products brings a lot of difference in the rapid growth, and adoption of that basically makes a traditional business into a startup. And that brings also a lot of capital, because if you're innovative, you have good distribution strategy, you have good online strategy, good adoption of technology, for sure you will raise a lot of capital also. Capital availability is another factor which differentiate. Another example I'll give you, because almost 100% it is growing every year now. I give them first check. I'll stay there till they become a 5,000 crore company, value company. Today they are at around 2,000 crore value. So guys, this is the difference between a regular MSME, but there are MSMEs which is growing very, very fast. Go to the next slide, Edmund. Okay, how do we do this? Okay, press this. Okay, this is another portfolio of mine. How many have heard about this company named Jetwork? Have you heard about it? Jetwork, nahi suna? So it's an advanced manufacturing company, and the founder is from Odisha. This guy has grown, the valuation is now 25,000 crore, 10,000 crore revenue. And this is a company which is growing very, very fast in advanced manufacturing. Important for you to understand the difference between, it can be the startup can be, but if you are able to bring rapid growth, scalability, and good structure, that matters. That makes you a startup. When I invested in Beardo, which is a company which was sold to Marico later, everybody said it's not a startup, it's a traditional business. Marico was a men's grooming company. We said it's growing very, very fast. It has got every factor. It's scalable also. It's moving very, very fast. Online, it's scaling very, very fast. Offline, it's scaling very, very fast. So it's a startup. There was a debate in the investment committee whether it's a startup or it's a MSME. So when we invested, and within 3-4 years, we sold it to Marico also, 500 crores. We made money. So the traditional business requires 3 C's to change. First, mindset. You have to take a risk to build a large business. If you keep caring a lot, you have to take a manipulated risk on the bottom line. You have to come out of the mindset of bleed, just be positive. Okay. Second, you have to scale very, very fast. At the same time, you have to keep an eye on the bottom line. Third, you have to bring innovation into the business. I give you another example. Okay, this was your company, by the way. So, okay, so they may not have this. I'm going to give you another example. So, recently I'm investing in a company which is into advanced materials. So, what is the how many of you are using electric vehicles? Can you raise your hands? Electric vehicle. What is the biggest problem of these electric vehicles? Charging? Yes? Okay. Batteries? But there's a lot of innovation happened already there. These automobile manufacturers face problem to bring the cost of the product down. Nobody even given care for that. Nobody thought about it. There is a company which is making thermocomposites, which will replace steel, and it will bring the weight by 30%, cost by 40%. And that is innovation. And that is something, and otherwise if you go to visit their manufacturing plant, almost every large OEM in the country is trying that product. But otherwise if you visit their manufacturing plant, you will see it's a traditional business, it's an MSME. But what they have done a research, made something which is 3 times more robust than a steel. So they have to develop an innovation center within your company. Traditional businesses like Muthoot, which is into gold loan. There's a company called Rupee trying to disrupt that space. They're doing the same job. How do they differentiate? Fundamental difference is all these 3 factors only. You will see one company valued $1 billion or maybe $10 billion within a 10 years time frame. The other company may be valued $2 billion in 30 years time frame. But sometimes people don't understand the difference. But I think the time has come in India when MSMEs and SMEs go look at today's newspaper. Everywhere you talk about the Lenskart IPO, right? What is the other धंधा क्या है? धंधा is same यार, चश्मा बेचना है, चश्मा बेचना है, traditional business है. But what is the difference? You go, they've got 2,700 retail stores. You buy this thing, specs from there. Within a 1 day, automatically, because they have a large, manufacturing setups, the orders is placed instantly on the real-time basis from those stores. And most of the places they are able to deliver in 1 day. That is called vertical quick commerce. I'll give you another example of last company of mine where Haldiram, I'm sure all of you know Haldiram because they were at the talk of the town, $10 billion valuation. They are my LPs in many of my funds. So we run around $600 million funds. We've done, so, you know, I was surprised why they're investing in us. So, but their recent tie-up with two of my portfolio make me understand why they are looking for us. So we had a company called India Gifting Portal. How many of you have placed gifts, orders, flowers from India Gifting Portal, igp.com? So it's it's around 520 crore revenue company now. Last round, Haldiram invested large check, 40 crores kind of, led the round. They're selling 5,000 cakes every day. 5,000 cakes every day, and they are premium products. And around 10,000 flowers every day. So Haldiram basically comes with a setup which is fully automated. So they help them do the backward integration on the cakes. They have set up a plant which is automated, around 1 lakh cakes per day capacity. Margins of the startup grown by 8%. So that SME is thinking innovatively, how they can use the power of startups, the power of scale which a startup has brought to so many cities in their business and also help their business together. So that's where I stop, gentlemen. I hope I'm able to set the context where our Indian MSMEs or SMEs can think innovatively. And definitely, you know, you should, last point which I will leave on the table, there's a deep tech revolution in the next 10 years going to come. Government of India has allocated 1 lakh crores for it, 20,000 crore already allocated. It is not just SaaS AI, it is advanced manufacturing, advanced materials, biotech, aero defense space, everything is included in deep tech. Anything which is complex engineering, anything which is related to complex engineering comes under deep tech. Guys, there's an opportunity for you to adapt technology, adopt innovation, and make another amazing 100 unicorns in the next 3 to 5 years coming out of India. Wish you good luck. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sharma, thank you so much for that wonderful address. You truly are a true catalyst that helps so many ventures across the country unlock growth through their strategy, structure, and scale. Now, let us put our hands together to welcome Mr. Vikas Khemani, founder and CEO of Carnelian Asset Advisors, a veteran of India's capital markets with deep expertise across investment banking and asset management. AV, please.
Mr. Vikas Khemani, co-founder and chief investment officer of Carnelian Asset Management and Advisors, brings over 27 years of deep experience in India's capital markets. A chartered accountant and chartered financial analyst, Vikas is widely regarded for his sharp market insights and entrepreneurial leadership. In 2019, he founded Carnelian Asset Management, a boutique investment and advisory firm, managing over $1.4 billion across portfolios driven by a philosophy of clarity, conviction, and character. Prior to this, he spent 17 years at Edelweiss Securities, where he served as CEO and played a pivotal role in building the firm's institutional equities, investment banking, and research businesses into market leaders, recognized for his outstanding contribution to the financial services industry. He was honored in 2014 with the Young Professional Achievers Award by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. a respected voice in India's investment ecosystem. Vikas continues to inspire through his thought leadership, mentorship, and unwavering belief in long-term value creation.
Thank you. That was a long video. But good morning, Indore, the cleanest city of India, most vibrant city of India, most enterprising city of India. Every time I come here, I say, every time I come here, I have end up a hole in my bank balance. मैं यहाँ पे आके कुछ ना कुछ invest करके चले जाता हूँ. First time I am coming here just to give some Gyan and Bhashan. I hope there won't be any hole this time. But great. It's great to be here. And thank you, Sai, to invite me here. You know, it's always good to see, you know, a lot of action, especially in startups and on the businesses side. It's super energizing. The topic given to me is how do I see India? What are the sort of opportunities here over the next 10, 15, 20 years? How should entrepreneurs look at? How should investors look at? And I will share my perspective on that. And I do believe, and some of you can use in your investing, you can use in your building businesses, whatever way you feel appropriate, and you can disagree also. I personally feel I've been, I think, keen student of economy, markets for about 30 years. And I'm very happy to say that I have never seen such kind of times ever in my career before as we are seeing in the recent times. And over the next 10 minutes or so, I would like to build the perspective that how each of you should look at India with a little bit of historical context. All of us know that India was a very, very prosperous society 400-500 years ago. We were a very, very scientific society. We were a very advanced society on all counts, whether it was spirituality, science, art, every aspect. And of course, most of it we lost during British Raj, and by the time we got independent, our world GDP, which used to be quarter of a GDP of the world, came down to 1 or 2% or less than 1%, right? That kind of treatment was done with us, and that lost, along with the financial muscle, also lost our mindset, lost our confidence, everything kind of we lost. Of course, similar thing had happened with China. China was also quarter of GDP, and that also lost large part of it with the, can I get some water please? So China also lost large part of it. China started regaining, sorry, thank you. My apologies. China started their regaining lost glory somewhere in 1989 after Deng Xiaoping came. And they have done beautifully, as you've seen, all of us seen that how China as a society, as a country has kind of progressed. India has meaningfully started that journey only last 8-10 years, right? And why do I say that? I'll still share my perspective, but I think over next 25 years, which we see as a Bharat Amrit Kal period, by the time we get independence, what can happen? So what share of GDP, what we had around quarter of a GDP came down to less than 1%, which is today around 3.5%, can get to about 15-16% in next 20-25 years. Our per capita GDP, which is about $2,500, can get to about $18,000. That's the kind of journey. Our GDP, which is today about $4 trillion, will get to $29 to $30 trillion in next 25 years. This is the kind of possibility we are staring in front of us, right? Why do we think this time it's possible, right? Because we also have a lot of skepticism around our own self. What a change big time this time around, right? So if you see, in last 10 years, lot of foundational, and I'm saying not only last 10 years, last 20, first reforms we had in 1992 that built some sort of base platform. But in last 10 years, lot of foundational work has happened, broadly on 3 counts. Number 1, digital transformation. India has built digital stack, which I think is very, very advanced, unparalleled in many counts. And using that digital stack, we are building an efficient society, efficient economy, efficient country, right? We can, and I'm sure lots of startups sitting here are benefiting from it and are building business models around that, right? Whether it was, anything, whether it was Jandan to mobile, the Trinity to our GST system to OK and to ONDC, in UPI, India is building digital stack which is unparalleled, and I think they will also build the future sort of this foundation will build the future, this thing for our economy. Second big thing is we have carried out long pending economic reforms, whether GST, IBC, RERA, and many more, right? This is the first time in the history of independent India we have carried out reforms by conviction, not by compulsion, because they were good to do and hence we have done. And every time those reforms were done, all of us felt the pain. But today, we are feeling the gain and benefit of that. We are seeing scalability. When GST, all of us remember when GST was introduced, it was so painful, right? But today, it is building benefit of that, and we are seeing much lower tax rates, but much higher tax collection. And that is the real power of those reforms. And that they, again, very, very big foundational work for India. And the third is our infrastructural reforms. We are building rails, roads, ports, airports, airway. Everything is being built at a very breakneck speed. I am sure every city we can feel touch has happened in India. That is driving, that is going to give me confidence that India will this time make it big. Let us revisit what are these big mindset shifts which are happening. Number one mindset shift which has happened is India has moved from incremental mindset to exponential mindset. All of us know that this Hindu rate of growth was assigned for India, that we grow at 3-4%, right? India has moved away from that. No more we are thinking incrementally, we are thinking exponentially. Earlier, everything was to be done in 20-30 years. Everything is being done at a sense of urgency next 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Whether it is government program or whether it is corporate India, everybody is approaching with a very different sense of urgency and in an exponential manner. And that has a huge economic ramification for country. Second big thing which has changed in India is India has moved from constrained mindset to non-constrained mindset. What do I mean by that? Most of us have grown up believing, except some of the youngsters, that India is a poor country. हम गरीब देश हैं. ये हमारी psyche में बैठ गया है, right? But, and in fact, if you remember famous statement in the parliament by A.K. Antony that we don't have money for defense, if you remember that. So, we had that we don't have resources. Today, same country, same economy, same people, we don't say we don't have resources. We say we want to do this, we will figure out resources. And this is the unconstrained mindset which is propelling India. Today, lots of startups sitting here are not thinking that I don't have resources. They're thinking I have an idea, I'll figure out resources. And that ecosystem which India is building, that mindset which India is building is actually future India, which is going to bring huge amount of growth in different fields, different aspects. And that gives me significant confidence, and many of you would be contributing in that unconstrained mindset. Third big thing is that historically, whenever we faced a problem, crisis in India, we look towards West for solutions. You and World Bank will come and give us solution, we will implement that. Mansik gulami, intellectual gulami fir bhi thi. Today, no more the case. India has found its confidence that we can find solution to our own problem in our own way, suiting to our own society. We don't copy cut paste anymore. Many such examples, whether it was UPI, even COVID. During COVID time, whether it was vaccine to economic stimulus, when we did our economic stimulus, there was a lot of pressure on India to have the economic stimulus just like West. Today, India's COVID economic stimulus is being taught as a case study into many schools, that how it was best suiting to our country. So this Mansik Gulami has gone away, so we can find our own solution, and that mindset shift is also playing into every entrepreneur's mind, every startup's mind, that can we find innovative solution. We are not only copying, pasting technology solutions from the West, and that's the reason things like ONDC, things like UPI, things like OKN, which do not exist in West, is coming around here. Right? Fourth, India is innovating at a scale and a low cost. Again, UPI, telecom, nowhere in the world less than $2 unlimited data, nowhere in the world, including China. So when you have such this kind of private sector innovation, quick commerce, where does it happen? It doesn't happen in any part of the world, right? So India is innovating at a scale and a low cost, which is a lot of people don't believe. Widespread belief is that India is not an innovating country. India is not, we are, it is happening. It is coming out, and according to me, there's a huge movement which is happening towards that, and a lot of you are, of course, driving in that field. Sir was saying that deep tech, so much work is going to happen in next 10 years. I do believe that. So, with the momentum has kind of, set for this. And the last but not the least, I would say that, when it comes to global stage, India does not sit in the corner. We are sitting in the center, driving the agenda. We are being assertive in terms of what we want, including when we wanted to import Russian oil. Today we all can feel and touch whether when we did not give in the tariffs. So India has found its own confidence that we are we can be assertive at the global stage, because we don't see 1.4 billion people as a liability, but we see as a strength. It's a collective power. So this collective mindset change, which has happened in the Indian psychology, which is reflecting in every sphere of the society, whether it is government, whether it is private sector, whether it is startups, and I'm not saying it is perfect. It is progressively, incrementally getting better and better, and it is only creating a positive momentum of society and the country. And all these mindset shifts, I believe, will lead to three things: strength, scale, and speed. We are the most populous nation on the planet, we are the youngest nation on the planet, and we are the most aspirational nation on the planet. And combination of these three things will propel us into creating a very, very prosperous society over next 10, 15, 20 years. I have, in my opinion, zero doubt about that. And finally, I would say that, one thing which cannot be taken away from us, is our demographics. We are youngest society, 28 years of median age. 2/3 of our population is working age population, right? We will contribute 25% of the world's incremental working population. China, which is our biggest competition in that sense, is 38 years of median age and getting older. In fact, they have an interesting social problem that because of the one-child policy, one working couple has 6 dependent parents, 4 parents and 2 children. So they have an interesting social problem to deal with. So their cost structure will keep on going up only. So I think India demographic is first time has moved from a liability to demographic dividend. We are seeing our people, our youth as a strength, not as a liability. And to my mind, all of you sitting here represent in a big way that growth opportunity for India. So I remain very, very optimistic, and I do believe that size, scale of India will change. In 2001, total India's corporate profit was $8 billion. $8 billion. Today, it is $175 billion. In 2022 years, it has become 20x. If I was talking to you guys in 2001-2 that in 20 years, 4 companies will have individual profit more than entire India. Today, 4 companies have more than $8 billion profit. This is the size and scale change which happens. So I do believe that in next 25 years, we will see another 20x growth in our profit. Our total corporate profits would be about between $2 to $2.5 trillion. Right? Many of you sitting here will contribute to that profits. I have no doubt on that. Many of you companies will scale up significantly. In last 20 years, I have seen companies becoming 1000x, 2000x, many such examples. Sun Pharma, which was 1,000 crore market cap, today 3.5 lakh crore market cap. And in terms of size, revenue, everything else, right? So many of you will come. So I will only say to this audience, go big, dream big, scale will come. India will refer, India is no more a subscale market. India is a scale opportunity. India will address the world problems, and I think we will create a huge amount of wealth. In my opinion, 90% of India's wealth is yet to be created, and that's a great opportunity in front of all of us. So I will pause here. Thank you very much.
Vikasa, thank you so much for sharing your insights on the structural shifts, on the investor trends. जब सर ने बोला कि इंदौर आते ही क्या करते हैं, मुझे लगा सर महाकाल के विजिट के बारे में बोलेंगे, बट सर ने इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात कर दी, तो आई थॉट दिस इज़ अ वंडरफुल क्यू सर. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर इनसाइट्स. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a round of applause for Vikas Khimnani ji. And because you gave us that cue, let's quickly move on to the next keynote speaker of the day. And so I asked this, I have to remember, I have to make sure that you all are paying attention. Namaste Indore. Super, thank you. So they're paying attention. And they're all set for you because you are going to talk to us about one of the most defining skills for every founder, which is financial discipline. And to decode that, we have with us, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Raja Lahiri, partner at Grant Thornton and a veteran in finance and business transformation, who will help us understand how leverage, when wisely used, becomes a founder's superpower. So would you want to come up on dais and let's play the AV.
Mr. Raja Lahiri is a partner and national leader for transaction advisory and technology sector at Grant Thornton Bharat, a chartered accountant with over 27 years of experience in accounting, consulting and transaction advisory. He is widely respected for his deep expertise and unwavering commitment to ethics and governance. Raja has advised private equity firms, venture capital funds, global corporates, and entrepreneurs on business strategy, corporate finance, leadership consulting, and growth planning. Over his career, he has been part of more than 500 marquee transactions, providing end-to-end support across the M&A, private equity, and IPO life cycle. Raja was also a member of the core team investigating one of India's largest corporate frauds in the technology sector, a landmark assignment that reinforced his standing as a trusted and meticulous professional. Prior to joining Grant Thornton, he spent nearly 14 years with one of India's largest accounting and advisory firms, where he was a part of the founding team of their transaction advisory practice. His portfolio includes advising leading technology giants such as Wipro, Infosys, Tech Mahindra, WNS, Microsoft, and Hitachi, along with global funds like Blackstone, Warburg, Pincus, KKR, and TPG. A sought-after thought leader, Raja is a frequent speaker on platforms like CNBC, CII, IVCA, and Economic Times, and is regularly quoted in leading business publications.
Good morning. Namaste, Namaskar, Indore. It's absolutely an honor and privilege to be part of this gathering. I think as you can see that in presence of leaders, visionaries, entrepreneurs, you need to really place so many things to talk about what I've a little bit contributed. But the point is, I really want to thank TiE, what they have done. TiE is something very close to my heart because I was part of a firm. One of the CEOs of the firm was actually one of the founding members and founded TiE way back in 2000. Second, it's also a great nostalgia for me, Indore. Indore has two important connect to my heart. One is I come from a sports background actually. I consider myself an accidental chartered accountant. My first love is sports, and cricket was my first love. I still would love to go back. And I still remember coming here and playing some cricket here. In my college days, I spent 1 month here. And the most important moment for me was actually meeting Narendra Hirwani. He was one of the best spinners, leg spinners India has ever seen. And I met him, and I still remember that moment. And the second moment I remember, that was around 15 years back, where again it's very coincidental that I was fortunate to be part of investments into a very, very good company from Indore called Yellow Diamond, Pratap Snacks. And I was involved in the investment, the exit. And at Grant Thornton, we were the advisors through their journey. So Indore is a very, very close, I guess, sense to my heart. What I want to talk about is obviously two reputed speakers, and I think have really talked about the opportunity that India really brings to the table. I'm going to talk about a little bit about something which all of you will be excited, which is valuation, right? Everybody would talk about unicorns, the valuation, but I would also like to spend the next 10 minutes to link it around finance. You know, people talk about the growth, the valuations, the unicorns. I'm going to be just talking about something what I call financial mindfulness and values. So I coined the term, I think it just happened, the three corners of value, right? The value, the first value is about the values, our purpose, right? What are we trying to do? If you're looking at a startup, any enterprise, there needs to be a purpose. Why? The why. It's not an easy question. And that purpose has to be much higher
in my view, than money and valuation. Is to serve your customer, serve the society. And I still remember the lesson that I learned from my grandfather, who was an entrepreneur. He was possibly India's first fashion designer and opened a shop in 1948 in Calcutta. And he said, treat your customers as God, as simple as that. Because we are living for the customers. Whether it is a cosmetic company, as you said, whether it is an internet company, end of the day, you're serving a customer. When you have the mindset of treating the customer as God, very clearly your purpose becomes much higher than what a money can bring to the table. The second value is about governance. Because if you want to really run anything, you need to have a framework. The pillars, right? The pillars of a building, the foundations. And one of the pillars of foundation of governance is what I call financial mindfulness, finance, the governance. How do you operate? The how. And finally, that leads to valuation. I'm going to give this thing about two people that I love. One is obviously from Indore, great person, Narendra Hirwani. And the right, some of you may be aware, may not be aware, is India's wicketkeeper in the 1983 World Cup, TiEConMP. Obviously, on the left, Hirwani took like 18, 19 wickets in a test match. Clearly is the champion, is the entrepreneur, right? Aggressive, creating, has the energy, wants to make it happen. But if you look at on the wicketkeeper, TiEConMP is keeping the stumps. Kirmani makes sure that he gets the energy, he makes sure the field placements are correct, but end of the day makes sure that the wicket is safe enough and gets the batsman out. On the left, Hirwani for me is the entrepreneur, wants to make it happen. And on the right, TiEConMP is the financial conscience, makes it grounded and tells you, boss, ज़्यादा उड़ो मत, ध्यान दीजिए on the field, so on this current moment. So that's what I call the financial consciousness. Why finance and accounting? You know, being a chartered accountant, as I said, I'm an accidental accountant. I don't consider myself naturally looking at accounting, but I practiced it. But much later, after 30 years, I now actually understand why accounting is not boring. Accounting is the language of business. Warren Buffett said very beautifully, is anybody, it's not about, if you're doing a startup, any business, there may be various languages, but the language to communicate is accounting. Your financial statements, very simple, your profit and loss, your balance sheet, your cash flows is not just a report card. It gives a reflection of the business, the character of the employee, of the entrepreneur, the character of the company. He also says very clearly, and I love this, and something maybe perhaps for us to look at, price is what you pay, but value is what you get. We all talk about valuation, but are we talking about value or are we talking about price? So think about the difference. And why it is important, I believe, is because, as I said, accounting and financial statement is your report card. It tells you exactly where you are today. Please don't ignore it. Like a health report card. We think we are very fit, but when we see the health card, there's something going around. So look at the reality check. Second is discipline. I feel that any businesses that have really sustained over a long period of time and have actually given value works on discipline. And the companies, two companies that I was associated with the last 25 years, one was Infosys and the again was Wipro. And I saw how particularly they took finance not just as a backward function, but finance as a discipline in the way they operate. There's a great story, I'm sure all of you are aware of, the Narayan Murthy story, of how he made sure that he basically let go the biggest client, which was GE, because of the pricing decisions. So discipline. And the last is transparency and governance. End of the day, business, in my view, it's about trust. And trust comes where you're honest and you're transparent. So clearly, when you have this kind of consciousness, very clearly, I believe 2-3 things happen. One is your cost of capital goes down of anything, because finance you would always need funding. Second, it would need to valuation multiples. And third, it ultimately builds trust. I think I'm not going to spend too much time around the landscape, but just to give you some sense, just look at the market today. As Vikas said very rightly, we are in a stupendous time. The next 10 years, right? India is going to be possibly the second largest economy, and the vibrant deal market. Just look at the numbers. $243 billion M&A, $243 billion. I still remember in 2021, we were like $20-30 million. $243 billion of M&A in the last 5 years. Private equity is $166 billion raised in the last 5 years, $166 billion. The IPO market is $45 billion in the last 4 years. Everybody knows. So as Abhishek said very rightly, capital is significant, but do we have the ability to take that capital? I'm not going to talk much about valuations, but look at some of the valuation multiples in the market. You look at, I chose tech as a sector, but look at the multiples, 4 times of revenue. AI looks at 30 times of revenue multiple. So there is a significant opportunity for all of us to really ride this wave. I think what I would just like to give some consciousness to the room is about the importance of due diligence. All of us, any startup would look at funding, and it leads investors to look at your company's balance sheet. And fundamentally, any of the processes would need an investor due diligence. And due diligence is something not to be scared about, but to be prepared with. So think about it as a process where an investor really looks at very deeply into your earnings, customers, working capital, and cash flows. And the biggest lesson that I at least believe in is that whatever business you are in, free cash flow is the main essence of a business. I think the one thing I just want to highlight on governance is, while India is on a very, very steep path of growth, I think I just want to bring the consciousness of governance and why it is important. Back to the Infosys story, finance. Infosys took a call that they are a global company. At that point of time, many years back, they were in global markets. And Narayana Murthy said one thing, that if I'm in global markets, I need to speak the language of the market. And those days, there was no one uniform accounting standard. So what Infosys did, they followed 36 accounting standards. So in Japan, they were presenting the financials in Japan accounting standards, in Korea, in UK, in the US. So think about the vision that I want to make sure that I am visible and making sure I'm transparent to all the markets. Today, India is on a global accounting standard. So very much important is the transparency and the way they led their businesses. The only thing I would like to keep all of you in mind, that when you're building your businesses, look at finance and transparency as a tool, as a powerful tool to communicate to your investors and to the market. The other thing I want to talk about is, I've seen some accidents. I was personally involved on one of the largest frauds that India saw, happened to be Satyam, and I've seen very closely how lovely businesses gets broken down when you don't follow the basics. So there are multiple examples, and unfortunately, I think India, like globally, are going to see some accidents. That's fine, but I would like to have that preventive measure to see that we have lesser accidents on governance. I think something that you may want to consider while building your startups and businesses, the three simple philosophies: people, process, and finance and tech. I am a firm believer that people first, because whatever you do, end of the day, you need the right people in your team. So look at that very closely. Second is the process. Most entrepreneurs think process as compliance. Process is not compliance. Process is a mindset. How you build and make sure that your company has the right processes, has the right financial systems, makes it a solid foundation for the future. And finally, finance, because finance is not a backward bench, it is how we operate. Are you taking the right commercial decisions? And finally, I want to play a video, and I hope you will resonate with what I'm trying to communicate. The second video, please. If you have the video.
Here, but I learned a lot, but the most valuable was accounting, and we had a wonderful professor named Ray Dean. There may even be something named for him down here, isn't there? Yeah, I mean, he was, I'd been to the Wharton School, I went to Columbia Graduate School subsequently, and I took a lot of accounting courses, but by far the best instruction I received in accounting came from Ray Dean, and there's nothing more important. People ask me what they should take in business school, or even if they don't go to business school, what they need to know before getting in business, and I tell them, you have to understand accounting. It's the language. I mean, it would be, it's like being in a foreign country without knowing the language if you're in business and you don't understand accounting. So you want to get it strong.
That was Warren Buffett talking about the importance of accounting as a language of business. Warren Buffett, many years back, still talks about the importance in the last video. Finance is the glue that holds every one of us together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a lovely day.
Thank you, Rajaji. I think that last one just stayed with us. All of us agree? How many in the room actually had seen that video before? The Gen Zs don't need to reply. I'm sure you haven't seen it. But the others, yes, a show of hands. Thank you so much for bringing us such stories that build the interconnectedness of financial discipline with what you just called financial mindfulness, and that is going to stay with us for a long time. Without further ado, let's call over Savanji to get a fireside chat moderated with the panelists.
Hello. So, some indication is coming to me. We don't have much of time. So I'll just quickly I'll take one question each. विकास जी आपसे स्टार्ट करते हैं. कुछ हमारे इंदौर के इन्वेस्टर्स को थोड़ा सा गाइड करिए, बताइए कि व्हाट इज़ दैट. अभी मतलब ऐसा एक तरफ लगता है कि वैल्यूएशंस बहुत ज़्यादा हैं कंपनीज के. क्या सेक्टर्स देखने चाहिए, क्या इंडस्ट्रीज देखनी चाहिए, किन और किस टाइम पे एंट्री एग्जिट, थोड़े से कुछ क्विक टिप्स दे दीजिए हमारे इन्वेस्टर्स को, हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को वेल्थ क्रिएशन के लिए, और लॉन्ग टर्म में कैसा विजन रखना चाहिए. थोड़े से अगर आप कुछ इसमें कुछ बोलना चाहें. देखिए, इन्वेस्टिंग इज़ ओनली लॉन्ग टर्म गेम. इन्वेस्टिंग का कभी भी शॉर्ट टर्म नहीं होता है. तो हम लोग जो देखते हैं, सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ होती है इन्वेस्टिंग के अंदर क्वालिटी ऑफ द एंटरप्रेन्योर मैनेजमेंट जो है, वो दैट इज़ द सिंगल बिगेस्ट डिटर्मिनेंट ऑफ द रिटर्न्स कि उससे बनेंगे। तो उस हमारी तो कोशिश रहती है कि सबसे ज़्यादा उस पर काम करें कि आदमी कैसा है, मैनेजमेंट टीम कैसी है, कैपेबिलिटी है कि नहीं। उसमें हम 3 चीज़ें देखते हैं, कॉम्पिटेंस, इंटीग्रिटी एंड ड्राइव। कॉम्पिटेंस भी इंपॉर्टेंट है, इंटीग्रिटी नहीं होगी तो हमारा पैसा नहीं बनेगा, ड्राइव नहीं होगा तो बिजनेस ग्रो नहीं करेगा। तो एक कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ 3 थिंग्स हमेशा चाहिए। तो क्वालिटी ऑफ द मैनेजमेंट इज़ वेरी 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 एसेंशियल। तो जो भी आप बिजनेस करें उसमें आप मतलब जो भी आप बना रहे हो या इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो, ये चीज़ें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है। ऑफकोर्स सेकेंड थिंग इज़ जो हम देखते हैं कि भी जो बिजनेस में है उसमें अपॉर्चुनिटी साइज शुड बी वेरी लार्ज, उसके में कॉम्पिटिटिव इंटेंसिटी शुड बी लेस, देयर शुड बी सम डिफरेंशिएशन राइट टू विन ऑफ द कंपनी बिजनेस यू आर इन्वेस्टिंग इन। एंड वंस यू एस्टैब्लिश दीज 2 थिंग्स, ऑफकोर्स वैल्यूएशंस काफ़ी समय ऊपर नीचे होते रहते हैं, बट ऑफकोर्स वी नेवर ओवर पे, और एटलीस्ट आई बिलीव दैट रीजनेबल वैल्यूएशन इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द इन्वेस्टमेंट आउटकम। क्योंकि अगर आप ओवर पे कर देंगे तो उसका आउटकम अच्छा नहीं होगा। और एक जनरली लोग फियर ऑफ मिसिंग आउट इज़ ए वेरी बिग थिंग, फोमो बहुत होता है लोगों में, जो कि भेड़ चाल होती है कि बाकी सब कर रहे हैं इसलिए हमको करना है। हम ये कहते हैं कि वही करो जो आपको समझ में आता है। अगर कोई वैल्यूएशन समझ में नहीं आता तो मत कीजिए, आप उसको समझने की कोशिश कीजिए, पर अगर नहीं आता तो मत कीजिए। जनरली स्पीकिंग मोस्ट ऑफ द एक्सीडेंट्स हैपन व्हेन वी डू थिंग्स आउट ऑफ फोमो एंड विदाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग। बाकी इन्वेस्टिंग इज कॉमन सेंस। लाइक जैसा मैंने कहा, इंडिया में बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो सेगमेंट इंडिया में एक बड़ा नहीं था, आज यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं इंदौर तो गढ़ है उसका, पर हर जगह से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के फील्ड में काफ़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ है। कंज्यूमर सेगमेंट में बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ है। टेक्नोलॉजी अगेन स्टार्टअप का जो बहुत बड़ा इकोसिस्टम वहाँ पे है, तो टेक्नोलॉजी आने वाले 10, 20, 25 सालों में। सो ये 3-4 सेगमेंट्स में मुझे लगता है अनप्रेसिडेंटेड अमाउंट ऑफ वेल्थ क्रिएट होगी। बट ऑफ कोर्स आइडेंटिफाइंग द राइट कंपनी, राइट मैनेजमेंट एट राइट वैल्यूएशन इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। इट्स ईजियर सेड देन डन, बट that is where the art of investing or the secret sauce of investing lies.
Thank you. Apurv ji, I'll take a clue from this conversation. You've been called as Bhishma Pitama of startup investing, angel investing. Abhi hota ye
told
So I want to understand one thing. अभी हमने कुछ startups देखे हैं जो public market में list हुए and then उनका valuation चला गया. It was like something got pumped and it got dumped. VCs ने exit ले लिया and public market में वो stocks आ गए या वो startups आ गए. So what is your thought on that? What would you like to say on that?
देखो, जो वैल्यूएशन स्टार्टअप्स की जंप होती है ना, वो इस वजह से होती है कि आपको प्राइवेट इक्विटी, जो प्राइवेट मार्केट है और पब्लिक मार्केट दोनों अलग अलग तरीके से वैल्यू करते हैं कंपनी को। जो प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट, प्राइवेट इक्विटी, वेंचर कैपिटल है, उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ द ग्रोथ इज़ वेरी वेरी हाई एंड दे डोंट केयर अबाउट द बॉटम लाइन। They expect कि 10 years में इतना धंधा चाहिए and they will later on manage. I mean, I have invested, I cut the first check for Oyo. I know that, for about 10 years, bottom line was not important. I've seen their growth. But now they got the way after acquiring Model 6 in the US. Because they realized that in the countries like US, they get better bottom lines. They figured out the European market has given them better bottom lines. So when you're operating only in one country, okay, and your business is not global, right? So, you had to meet the criteria of that, stock market, which you are going to present. So, in the current market, Indian market, stock market, bottom line is a huge criteria. Right? No matter what, bottom line is a huge criteria. That's why they had to cut down their valuation, and they also have to bring, more realistic valuations, and they also have to bring their profitability charter in place. Otherwise, IPOs don't happen, right? It's very clear. And in a way, it is good for this startup ecosystem also, because from here, if they perform well, Zomato and a lot of them have proved, they are 30 billion now after they got for IPO. They also done a lot of rationalization, not only in their valuation, but also in their team, in their, whole business. and they become more realistic. And that's why they are more sustainable now. So this is a way how Indian startups, they have to raise capital from the stock market. They have to do these all measures. So no rocket science. It's a market which defines, but the same startup, when it goes to the US market, the criteria are different. There are zero revenue companies, who are getting IPO in the biotech space in the US market. So their innovation, a lot of other factor matters. But in here, Indian market, it's very difficult to weigh that because they are not very, very transparently defined, right? So you have to see the market, and if you want to list the same company in the US market, probably, the criteria will be different, right? So I think but today the startups are seeing this as a great value by getting vetted from our stalwarts of Indian stock market investors. So it is.
Thank you. So, Rajaji, just last line from you, some advice for Indore entrepreneurs on financial discipline.
If I may say, I missed it. Grant Thornton is there in Indore. We opened our office 2 years back. Neha Munshi leads our office. There is a leadership team sitting also in the room. We are available. But I think keep it simple, as Vikas said. Common sense is it somebody else's money? If you're taking somebody else's money, have that respect and create that process. As I said, if the customer is God, so are investors. So I think have that mindset and have the right, I guess, people around you, advisors, to make sure that you can walk the journey. That's all.
Thank you so much. This session was sponsored by Arihant Capital. I would request Arpit Jain and partner from Arihant to do a memento of felicitation, please, on the stage. I would request Manoj also to come on the stage. Please, for the memento of felicitation, please.
It's an absolute pleasure to have Arpit Jain ji.
Can I have Amit? You have to come next, please. Come fast.
To present a memento, Arpit Jain ji to present a memento to Dr. Apoorva Sharma. Manoj Dhanotia ji and Vishal Rai, Director Micromitti. Vishal ji? Okay. Let's have the memento to be given by Manoj Dhanotia ji, founder Micromitti, everyone. Thank you so much. Vikas ji, thank you so much for being with us today. And let me invite upon Amit Agarwal ji to present a memento to Mr. Raja Lahiri. Thank you so much, everyone. That was wonderful to have you on stage and kick off this conversation. So we'll take trophies from you on your way down the dais. All right, everyone. How's the show? Awesome. All right. Since it is high, let me take you over to a little surprise. We introduce to you for the first time an exclusive getaway. Okay, so I'm not talking about getaways to Bali or to Langkawi in any way. I'm talking about an exclusive getaway to lifelong mentorship. And who in the room today does not want that? All of us, right? Me included. Without further ado, let's have Vijay Manoj ji to talk to us and give us a small sneak peek about. I'll leave it at that, sir.
Thank you, Chandraji. You are keeping everyone alive. Namaste, Indore. We are running short of time. So, what TiEConMP is deciding to do is, जो हमारा मोटो है लोगों को मेंटोर करना, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को मेंटोर करना, उसी प्रोसेस को फॉर्मलाइज करते हुए we are announcing today. Can we have the AV, please? let me start clapping so that everyone starts clapping. We are announcing a program which is going to be a year-long mentorship program called TiERise by TiEConMP, which will have, and I will not go through the slides because we are running short of time, which will have mentorship by some of the biggest business people, some of the biggest entrepreneurs, not only from Indore but across country, or maybe some of them from across globe. And it will have a 6 to 12 months period for every mentor-mentee relationship. The mentees will get decided based on a selection criteria which we will announce soon. So all the entrepreneurs, everyone who's looking at mentoring, please stay tuned, keep on following us. And we are very grateful to Manish Vij sir, Hari sir and Raju Lahoti ji, who have already agreed to be the mentors. A very round of applause for them. And we look forward to have the entrepreneurs taking upscaling and going rise. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. If I was you, I would be doing this right away and not waste the opportunity for this lifelong mentorship program. I mean, I want to say lifelong, and I'm already stressing my mentors out. But we know we have hours of commitment from you, and we are very, very grateful to all of you for giving us the opportunity. Let's keep the energy in this room alive as we move from learning to building, to reflecting and applying those insights in our first panel discussion that dives into scaling, strategy, and execution. Joining us on stage, pioneers who have built across sectors, Mr. Anupam Bansal, Executive Director at Liberty Group. I want to keep hearing that round, loud of applause every time I have my distinguished guests on stage. Anupam ji, please. Mr. Hari TN, Partner at Steerwall. Mr. Suresh Goyal, CEO, NHAI Invit. And Mr. Manish Vij, Founder of the Smile Group. And to moderate this discussion, we have with us Mr. Vivek Bajaj, co-founder of Stockage. AVs, please.
Mr. Anupam Bansal is the Executive Director of Liberty Shoes, one of the India's most iconic and enduring footwear brands. An economics graduate from Sri Ram College of Commerce and an alumnus of Harvard's Executive Management Program. Anupam brings together sharp business acumen with a deep sense of creativity and design. Trained in footwear designs at Italy's ARS Sotoria, he combines global craftsmanship and strategic vision, redefining Liberty's legacy for a new generation. Over the years, he has transformed Liberty from a traditional family footwear brand into a contemporary lifestyle icon, spearheading retail growth and launching multiple in-house brands that have carved out strong niche markets. As a part of Liberty's core management team, he continues to drive the company's modernization and professionalization journey, ensuring the brand evolves with changing consumer aspirations. Beyond Liberty, Anupam's entrepreneurial spirit shines through Izhar, the premium gifting brand he co-founded with his wife Ruchita, blending emotion, innovation, and artistry to celebrate life's finest moments. Mr. Suresh Goyal is a veteran leader in financial services with over 30 years of experience spanning project finance, investment banking, and asset management. Recognized as the pioneer in infrastructure investing, he has spent nearly 2 decades shaping investments across roads, power, airports, and digital infrastructure in India and Southeast Asia. Most of his career was with multinational financial institutions, including his leadership role as head of Macquarie's India's Southeast Asia Infrastructure Investment Funds, based in Singapore. In 2020, he was invited by the Government of India to establish the National Highways Infra Trust (NHIT) under the National Monetization Pipeline, sponsored by NHAI. Under his leadership, having stepped down from his role in May 2025, Suresh continues to be admired for his strategic vision and deep contribution to infrastructure development. Outside the boardroom, he is passionate about mountains and trekking and finds inspiration in books on Indian history, a reflection of his enduring curiosity and love for exploration. Mr. Suresh Goyal is a veteran leader in financial services with over 30 years of experience spanning project finance, investment banking, and asset management. Recognized as the pioneer in infrastructure investing, he has spent nearly 2 decades shaping investments across roads, power, airports, and digital infrastructure in India and Southeast Asia. Most of his career was with multinational financial institutions. Mr. Hari Tian is the executive chairman of Steer World, a deep tech group pioneering innovations in materials transformation and sustainability. A veteran of India's startup ecosystem, Hari has spent over 2 decades as part of the leadership team at 5 high-growth startups: Daksh Vertusa, Amba Research, Taxi for Sure, and Big Basket. Each of these ventures saw successful exits, including a Nasdaq IPO, and 3 went on to become unicorns, a testament to his ability to build scale and sustain organizations across diverse domains. Hari began his career with Tata Steel, where he played key leadership roles in engineering, project management, and human capital, helping the company navigate post-liberalization transformations. Beyond operations, Hari has been a thought leader and influencer, shaping India's startup narrative through his writing and mentorship. He has authored 8 acclaimed books on entrepreneurship and organizational culture, including Saying No to Jugaad, The Making of Big Basket, From Pony to Unicorn, Scaling a Startup Sustainably, and Diversity Beyond Tokenism. His book, Winning Middle India, was awarded the Gaja Business Book Prize 2023, recognizing his contribution to business literature. An alumnus of IIT Madras and IIM Calcutta, Hari embodies a rare blend of technical depth, strategic insight, and human leadership. Mr. Vivek Bajaj is a chartered accountant, company secretary, and MBA from IIM Indore. With over 20 years of experience as an active financial market participant and entrepreneur, a passionate educator and innovator, Vivek has built ventures employing over 700 professionals, all driven by his mission to make financial literacy and market knowledge accessible to everyone. He is the co-founder of StockEdge, a platform that empowers over 5 million retail investors across India with the right tools for learning, analytics, and advisory, helping them navigate markets with confidence and insight. With a vision to build India's largest community of serious market participants, Vivek combines finance, education, and technology to reshape how individuals approach investing. He is also a prominent voice on social media, followed over 1 million learners and investors, admired for his clarity, authenticity, and practical approach to financial education.
Okay, amazing. I mean, I need 4 hours with each one of them separately. That's not justified. Sawan, what have you done? This panel, and you are giving me this opportunity to interact with all of them. Thank you so much. Now, because we have limited time and we have a lot to talk, sir, I'm going to restrict our discussion to phygital, right? Because that's where, 10 years ago when we were physical, offline, people used to say, build online strategy, find out how you reach to online audience. Now we all are online. People are saying, what are you doing only online? You need to reach to Bharat. You need to go there at the ground level. So let's talk about how to build a physical infrastructure in our organization. And we are blessed to have entrepreneurs, investors, and thought leaders in this. So starting with you, sir, how did you build your phygital network?
So it's absolute privilege to be in Madhya Pradesh, and I think looking at such a great ecosystem, and I think it's very encouraging to see the initial presentations which we had, and my new connect with Madhya Pradesh where my daughter got married. So I got to see the chance of real Madhya Pradesh, the real heart of India. And in today's session, I feel we have not done enough, and a lot more needs to be done. So coming back to your topic of physical and online, I think it should not be a dilemma. I think a balance of both is the most important. While Liberty has been a traditional company, has done great work, at the same time, we can't ignore technology. So I think we were the pioneers in implementing SAP when nobody was thinking about it. We were the first footwear companies in 2000 to do that. So I think the debate which we are trying to have between technology, online, offline, I think you need to just follow the customer, and the way India is evolving, we need to make shopping convenient for customer. India is such a large country. We spoke about getting to almost the second largest economy with such a large base. Some people are looking for an experience who want to just sit at home, and some people want to go out. So it is not that the one mantra will solve everybody's problem. And as a brand which we want to grow, you need to be omnipresent in all spaces without any differentiation, walk where the customer needs to be. At the same time, as a traditional mindset, well, I will support the technology. At the same time, I would like to also give a caution. Don't just adopt the technology for the heck of it. I love adopting technology, but at the same time, a lot of technologies have become disruptive. They brought a lot of consumerism, say for example, COD, which is a great feature for a consumer business. At the same time, it increases the goods return to a crazy new height. So in case we are doing it for just boosting the system, but don't create unrealistic expectations which are not sustainable. So I think taking a right balance would be the most appropriate position.
Okay, Albaji, one question I want to ask follow on, because you have both massy product as well as the khas product, which is the luxury brand which you're into.
Correct.
Because a lot of entrepreneurs are there, some of them are focused on mass, some of them are focused on khas. What difference you experienced with both these products, where the focus should be for mass and where the focus should be for khas?
Sure. So I think we came into Indian market where footwear was not even manufactured. It was absolutely, no mechanized footwear, and only handmade shoes were there. And so we have seen that transformation to mechanize. And today we were talking about customizing the shoes and making personalized. So I think the economy is taking the whole circle, where we started with the handmade shoes and mechanized, and the factory-made shoes were more special, and coming to today's environment where personalized shoes are coming back in. Everybody needs to choose their own market where they want to create an impact. India has all the customers, the khas customer and the mass customer. Obviously, the scale is much bigger when you deal with a larger set of customers. And Indian customers are ready for premiumization as well. Everybody needs a great product. Price sensitivity is important. At the same time, consumer is evolving every day. Depending on the scale of business the person is in, the discussion should not be between khas, but how you identify your customer and you are able to take it up. And in the next growth of journey, whether you want to go to the premium segment or the mass segment. But at the same time, both markets are relevant. And so Liberty started with, very, very premium product, which we became massy. At the same time, now with the youth coming in, we are trying to build newer brands, which, targets the more premium segment because the economy is moving towards it. So I think going with the flow, where the customer goes, would be the right choice.
Okay, thank you so much. Sir, I want to come back to you. This, your experience, because you have run so many successful startups, mostly on the digital space, as I can see from the names. Have you seen the transition from digital to physical successfully in these startups?
Yeah, I'll just take quickly, clarify that all commerce is really physical. And digital is just about enablement, making it more effective, making these physical businesses far more efficient. I'll just take a minute to talk about Bharat as well, because you talked of Phygital for Bharat. I think this term India versus Bharat is very frequently used. I just want to clarify that Bharat is not one homogeneous entity. It's a very complex world, it can be divided along many, many dimensions. For example, you have an urban Bharat, you have a rural Bharat, you have a millennial Bharat, you have a non-millennial Bharat, you have a Bharat in South India, Bharat in Kanpur. Extremely complex. So building for Bharat really requires one to understand what your customer segment really is. Also talk about a couple of other things, which is that India can be broadly divided into 3 categories. The top 150 million, customers in the country, extremely well off, convenience matters a lot for them, and they're willing to spend money on luxuries. The next 450 million Indians, I would call the middle India. They're having very high aspirations, want to emulate those at the top of the pyramid. Their income levels are growing continuously, and entrepreneurs are beginning to learn how to build for them. Very quickly, it's becoming very clear that their price performance expectations is very different from those at the top of the pyramid. Their expectations for the same price in terms of performance is far higher, and they expect a far lower price for the same level of performance. That's middle India. But there is an 800 million India as well at the bottom of the pyramid. It's extremely difficult to build for them because they just have no income at all. So bringing them into the consumer segment or getting inclusive really is about how do you put money into the hands of the bottom 800 million Indians. As we progress the debate, probably I'll talk about it. The last thing I just want to make is that one big change that helped digital enhance the entire landscape in India is the way we build the internet. In the US, for example, internet went down the path of advertising. In Europe, it went down the path of data privacy. In China, it went down the path of a walled garden where they tried to build their own apps. But India went down the path of enabling smaller transactions, making smaller transactions efficient. So the entire stack of Aadhaar, UPI, broadband, and the smartphone coming together, I think, has completely transformed the way several businesses are getting executed on the ground, both the large ones in urban areas as well as the smaller ones in the towns and tier 3, tier 2 towns of India. I'll just pause here and maybe we'll build on some of these.
Okay, I will have follow-on question for you after I've just taken inputs from them. So, sir, you can continue with your experience of Phygital and Bharat combining together.
First of all, thank you, TiEConMP, for inviting me. And it brings me to the town where I had my engineering done at SGS ITS, so it's a homecoming. At the same time, I reflect as to why am I sitting on this panel in which I have got nothing to do with e-commerce or the startup ecosystem. I come from the world of infrastructure, asset management, investing. But having handled large amounts of capital from investors, deployed it, made money for them, there are a lot of similarities that I can draw upon. I like to approach this question with a slightly different lens, which is that just building upon what Hari said, that India leapfrogged on the digital delivery or digital frameworks because it just enabled infrastructure around the digital, the internet, etc. But at the same time, we tend to forget that we constrained ourselves on the physical infrastructure side, which created problems for the people to move, the large-scale shops to come up, malls to come up, etc. As we meet today, and it was said eloquently in the previous sessions, especially by Vikas, is that the India that we see today is not the India that we are going to see 10 years from now. Yeah. we have seen a change in how our consumer tastes have changed, how our approach has changed, and the children are going to do it very, very differently on one side. That's on the psychology side. But more importantly, what we are not beginning to see is the infrastructure constraints which are getting removed in the urban areas. Each city around the country now is undergoing a transformation because the metros are being set up. Only those cities which have a very well-established metro network are beginning to see how the destination malls have come up, where people are beginning to see, because they want to go and spend time there. And we are going to see the transformation happening in category B, type tier 2, tier 3 cities as well, which is going to change the way Indians would shop. Right? So I would like to approach this to say that in 10 years' time, what infrastructure on the internet side did to draw in a lot of customers and enable businesses to leapfrog, but then they would have to think through differently in terms of providing the physical infrastructure, because the constraints would get removed. People would like to shop, people would like to have experiences, and that's where rather than this being sitting on top of it, these will become two different modes for delivery of goods. So I'll stop there and pick it up later.
Sir, I have a follow-on question I want to ask now.
Yeah, please.
When we talk about physical infrastructure for the Bharat or rural India, let's call it rural India, there is a last mile infrastructure requirement, which is delivery, right? But there is a supply chain infrastructure requirement as well. So you are the closest to the policymaker we can talk right now. So where are we in that situation? Are we well placed as far as supply chain infrastructure is concerned? Because I know the last mile is taking a fair bit of time for us to reach to the groundest level, but what about the supply chain?
See, I'll frame it slightly differently. Is that of the total expenditure done by the government on infrastructure, apart from the large infrastructure like the power and the railways, but about half of the road investments that we do, and we do about 2.5 lakh crores worth of road investments, half of that roughly goes into rural roads, right? And we are now beginning to see electricity in most of the places, and internet is already there in terms of 4G and 5G coverages. So while I'll leave this for Hari to comment on, because he ran those businesses very, very intimately, and I'm sure they are penetrating into those. But I would tend to think that those constraints are getting removed, and we are going to see the explosion at the bottom of the pyramid. Right? Because those people would have means as well as access for them to spend.
Okay, great. It's a good news for all the entrepreneurs who are building products for them. And now we have a prolific investor who has invested in some amazing startups. And you have invested in some of the startups which are like, as I know, which are pure online, and there's nothing offline about them. So how are you finding opportunities in this new e-commerce world of digital?
So, the way I describe digital is we have to win the trust of physical with the speed of digital. And the speed of digital would typically be not just in delivery, but in delivery, in service, in cataloging, in discovery, in many other aspects. So any business for that matter, in fact, we have invested in businesses which were digital first, went physical, which were physical, went digital, or which were phygital. For example, there were brands like Biryani by Kilo, or our OTP, which is like a fruit and fresh vegetable delivery, or even companies like Rapido, which are available, So these are some businesses are up now, which is like a consumer stores which deliver also. They have stores, but they also deliver digital, processed products digitally. So in my opinion, all the brands and all these things that I have actually seen, I think somewhere the consumer confidence has to be really won still from the physical presence. But inherently, the consumer wants the speed of digital. And this coming together is really the real success. Now think about it, Zomato is present in 800 cities. Blinkit is present in 100 cities. and Rapido is present in 100 plus cities. Now and in couple of years, this number will probably become 200, 300 cities. Now, I understand India has active, commerce active 5,000 plus pin codes, but we would probably see a Zomato present in maybe 1,500 cities in the next 2 to 3 years. So I think we are continuing to talk about phygital, etc., but this is really happening on the ground, and there is a lot of success that businesses are getting from the thing of trusting the physical and speed of digital.
Amazing. I mean, there is a growing e-commerce, quick commerce domain right now. But as I take a point from you that physical builds trust among the customers. So questions for both of you. What is the typical showroom will be after 4-5 years?
So definitely retail has to go through a challenge of creating a better experience, encouraging the customer to move out and look at things what he cannot experience in the digital world. So definitely experience. So I don't encourage that people should get everything at home. So it's something like people used to go to cinema and there's a Netflix. I'm sure there will be a trend earlier also which happened. People were watching movies on DVDs. They went to cinema, to Netflix again. So the economy will keep on changing. So definitely the stores need to be more experiential. I feel people will like to come experiment and look at new products. And the core categories, say for example, if somebody is just looking for a school shoe, there's no innovation there and they're just looking at a commodity like product. Those people will look at, okay, convenience just delivered at their store. But when they want to dress smart, they want to dress fashion, when they want real consultancy coming from the salesman who is actually guiding them. So, all the time you're not looking for a digital touch, you are looking for a human touch. And I think human touch creates emotion and emotion creates brand building. So I think that's how I feel physical stores would really create a deep-rooted connect, and that would be an essential part, while convenience from the speed, like the fellow gentleman said, is an important. And I think both of them will coexist, and brands would have to work on both the aspects, the emotional aspect and the speed aspect as well.
Lovely. So how does a typical showroom looks like after 5 years?
So, I deeply believe that digitalization or digital solutions that truly improve the quality of life of the people are amazing. But those that improve convenience a bit, to me, are not really game-changing. So I am not a great fan of the 10-minute delivery, quick commerce, or even e-commerce, just general e-commerce. I'm not a believer that it's transforming lives. Where digitalization can enable people at the bottom of the pyramid, can enable commerce to reach people at the bottom of the pyramid or the middle of the pyramid, can make businesses truly far more efficient and effective. I think those are real transformational initiatives. In terms of how a store would look, I think nothing particularly new, because we've seen the retail format evolve, over decades. Earlier you had just the Kirana stores. Nobody knew that there was a concept of a modern retail, for example. When I was young, we used to all shop at small stores. We had no access to national brands, forget international brands. Today, modern retail has come up, set up access to, national brands, international brands. And now you are also having quick commerce, e-commerce. So, all the retail landscape is evolving, changing a little bit, but to me, it's not very transformational. You will have all formats coexisting, and as you mentioned, some of the stores need to become far more experiential. So an ICA online will exist, an ICA physical store will also exist, in my opinion. So I think it's just about, the mix of the various channels that is changing. But to me, I am not a great believer that this is transformational for the country.
Okay, I can see some restlessness there. So if you allow me, I can just ask one more question. Thank you. AI, we have to talk about it. It's a new world order. So any particular, example you would like to say that this is the exact use case in AI with respect to the discussion we are having?
See, from the context of this discussion, I would say AI, like, we would say every company is an internet or a tech company. Every company will be an AI company or is an AI company. Every interaction is or will be an AI interaction. So I believe that specifically for this phygital context, AI will not transform something, but AI will be more enabler. I'll give you an example for one of the company that I'm on board of. They deal with consumers, and earlier they were talking like they were humans who were taking phone calls, but they have realized that these phone calls can be done more intelligently. Forget cost initiative, cost factors, etc. But now when the consumer is talking to a call center person of this company, and if is answered by AI, it has become a more intelligent conversation. It has become a more engaging conversation. So similarly for brands who are building, also another thing that would probably happen, you talked about the how the future stores will look like. And today Lenskart IPO is coming, so we can talk about, and it's a great digital brand. An average optician store was about 1,000 square feet. And an average Lenskart store square feet is about 300. And that's the power of becoming a digital brand. That and a lot of technology stack being used, because only if you use the technology stack can you become like a digital interface. And when you're using a technology stack, AI, I mean, there is no tech without AI now. So, I don't think bringing out or calling out AI specifically for something like this makes sense in this context. But I think everything that the technology stack will only be done through AI.
Okay. So do you have any input on this?
Yeah, I will add only to this that we tend to focus the use of technology or AI in the transaction side of it, or from an efficiency perspective, right? But let's not forget that any purchasing is ultimately an emotion that also plays through in that. I think I mean, the classic case study is out of IKEA, right? And how they design their stores based on human psychology. And I think what I expect is that as AI becomes more and more prevalent, both on the digital side and on the physical side, that would be used, or that would be harnessed much more to predict how the consumer is likely to react, or how the consumer is, the behavior or buying pattern can be modified to suit the businesses. So, which is kind of an unexplored area, but that's what probably will be a good use of AI as we go forward.
Okay, that's a very practical solution, sir. So, do we take question from audience, or yeah? Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? Or has Vivek sir done his job so well that we do not have any further questions? Any question from the audience, please? All right. Gents, thank you so much for this wonderful, stellar opportunity to get us all together on stage. And as sir was saying, he didn't know. He started by saying he didn't know why he was part of the panel, but sir, we do. We wanted the exposure across, and you have given us just that. As a token of gratitude, let me call upon Sanjeev Patni, Preena, Neha Munshi, Gaurav Iron, and Anand Sakleja ji to give mementos to our distinguished guests. In that order, please. Anupam Bansal ji. सर मैं ये माइक पे बता सकती हूँ? Preena to Suresh Goyal ji. Gaurav Iron ji to Mr. Manish Vij. Anand Sakleja ji to Nilesh ji to Mr. TN, Mr. Hari TN. Thank you, sir. And the last memento to I wish so. To Suresh, to Vivek Bajaj. Yes. Thank you so much, Vivek sir, for moderating that stellar panel for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear one loud of applause? One loud round of applause for all our distinguished guests on stage. Thank you. Vivek ji, if you would like to moderate the panel, on the podium. Sir, you could leave your trophy and we will get them. Thank you so much. Now, we talked about building great businesses, and now we talk about building with purpose. And in this next panel, we focus on how capital meets conviction. Our next set of distinguished speakers on stage, please. And this panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Arpit Agarwal, founder, Electrum Capital. Sir, if we could have you escort all the distinguished guests on stage. Mr. Shapat Parikh, White Whale Partners, Mr. Rajesh Sani, founder of GSF Accelerators, and Mr. Satya N. Bansal, founder of Blue Ashwa Capital on stage, please. If we could request Arpit sir to kindly escort other guests on stage. Sir, please. Rajesh Sani ji, if you are here. Okay. Arpit ji, while Rajesh Sani ji is coming on stage, would you want us to get introduced with the topic and give us a little view about how you would want to moderate this panel? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ty, for giving this opportunity. We have a great esteemed panel, and the topic is actually very elaborate to cover in, 30 minutes. So, I'll quickly maybe introduce the panel here. I have Satya Bansal. Satya is a veteran in wealth management. I have been fortunate to work under his team, and he has built wealth management when it was in very early days, and now he runs a private equity and venture capital fund. We have Shapat. Shapat operates in both public markets and private markets, and an accomplished investor. We have Rajesh missing. He is just walking, and I'm very fortunate to have these people on our panel today. Rajesh is a veteran angel investor. As I think more than 100 investments, so I'm sure he would have gone through more than 1,000 investments in his life. So yeah, I think it's great. So the topic is very interesting. India's trillion-dollar opportunity. Where are the value creation opportunities? So I think I would call it multi-trillion-dollar opportunities and not a trillion-dollar. So I'll just give you a brief, set the context here, and then maybe go to the speakers. So I would like to start this discussion being in Indore. I think one of the first thing, and which is very close to my heart because I am also from the same region, that Indore is the cleanest city for last 8 years. And I think that everybody knows, but I think not many people would remember that in 2014 Indore was 149th rank. So I think the point is that with will and with change and with process, what one can achieve. And I think India is probably at the same juncture, where government has set ambitious targets to get India to a $30 trillion economy by 2047. We are already the 4th largest, and that says that we are actually ahead of about, if I'm not wrong, about 191 countries in the world. So India is fairly big already, but even if we compound at say 10-11%, say for next 20 years, I would say in next 10 years we would add about $6 to $8 trillion of absolute GDP, and that would be actually probably larger than what a US would add in absolute numbers. So that is the kind of opportunity we are actually sitting on here, and I think a lot of students are also here. I can say with full confidence that what you are looking ahead, a lot of students in developed worlds will probably be looking behind. So I think we are in a great place, and Vikas had a great session about what are the opportunities. Just before I go to the panel, one interesting news which I saw, a couple of developments which has happened and which actually sets the context. There is a company in a private sector called Skyroot based out of Hyderabad, and they are planning to launch first commercial spacecraft in January 26. 3 years when private sector was opened for space, we have a company which is launching its commercial satellite, and they are actually planning to launch one satellite every month in the next year. This is a proud moment for us. And just to give you a perspective, SpaceX, which is Elon Musk's venture, is booked for next 2 years. That was the, that's the opportunity there. Similarly, we just touched 500 gigawatts of power in India, and 51% of that is renewable energy. 10 years back, that was about 13-14%. So yeah, I think without taking too much time, I will start with Satya. So because I know Satya for a very long time, and before I give it to him, I think a couple of things which he would not know, but it's always stayed with me. A couple of concepts, and being a startup crowd, I think that is very important. Satya always used to say a concept called ROTI, which is return on time invested, and another concept was execution is the most important thing, and not the idea. So over to Satya. My first question to you is, what does this multi-trillion-dollar opportunity mean to you? If you think over it, where do you see opportunities over next decade, 2 decades?
Thank you, Arpit. I hope I'm audible right at the back as well. See, there are multiple opportunities available, but we have to pick what we are great at or what we are good at. If I look at currently in the context of Bharat, there are opportunities available, of course, in manufacturing space, design space, as well as innovation space. Now, if you look at the wealth creation journey, and I remember when Vikas commented on it that we used to command almost 25% of the global GDP, it was largely coming because of very entrepreneurial activities in agriculture and industrial space, and we were dominating the trade. Then came a time that, if you look back last 20-25 years, China built a significant amount of wealth creation in manufacturing. But if you look at US and Israel, they created a significant amount of wealth in innovation. Now we had to pick and choose what works best to our advantage. Do you want to create wealth in innovation? Yes, there is a significant amount of opportunity, and we can talk about innovation-led investment. There is a significant opportunity available in manufacturing, make in India, or design in India. Again, huge, I would say, white space available for all of us to capture. And there is a significant opportunity available in trading and services as well. So I would not like to simply say, hey, this is the only opportunity. Pick your bets wherever there are affinity to what you feel you can do. But I always say one thing to, we run a venture capital private investment fund. We also allocate capital for multiple family offices. And I can share our perspective of what we have been doing in that space. One, we are very bullish on India as a innovation destination, innovation startup. And there I always suggest everyone, those who are in the audience, who are investing capital as well as seeking capital, a formula of 10 by 10. 10% of your investment should be in innovation, and out of the 10%, you at least invest in 10 innovative ventures. So effectively 1% capital at risk in innovation ideas. Why it's important? Because that is what will make your investment future-proof and progress the society a lot. Similar way, those entrepreneurs who are seeking capital, try to communicate this formula of 10 by 10 so that you can raise capital from wealthy family offices and investors, saying that this will really create wealth for them. So I'm giving you the formula on both sides. Innovation is important because that will create the fountainhead of wealth at the top of the funnel. Then comes the second opportunity, is that what we can do better here in Bharat. And then that comes the opportunity of how I can manufacture better. Can I have the best technology to manufacture? Can I have the best team to manufacture? Can I have the lowest cost to manufacture? Can I have the best quality to produce? And that's where, as Arpit said, I have a simple formula. Can you execute the best? Idea is not important. Execution is the key. Most ventures in this space fail because of lack of execution, not because of lack of ideas. Anybody can replicate your idea. Can you execute the best? And that's what determines. So I will restrict my comment on this. So either you get into innovation part of the investment journey, or you get into the execution part of the innovation journey, execution part of the wealth creation, but you will have to really be at the top of the funnel. Thank you.
Very, very interesting thoughts. Thank you, Satya. And I think taking ahead from there, I will come to Rajesh. And I think innovation is the buzzword. Rajesh, you are a veteran angel investor. You would have looked at thousands of companies, India, globally. What are your thoughts on innovation in India? I would also follow it up with, AI, deep tech. There are multiple, different views that we are not really there. So, where is innovation happening in India? What are the opportunities for the investors? Where the business owners should look at? I would really like to.
Thank you very much. As I reflect back on the 25 years I've been involved with the startups and tech ecosystem of the country, I would feel that we are in the fourth wave of wealth creation cycle. The first wave started with the .com bubble and bust that happened. And from there you have seen companies like Make My Trip, India Mart, Naukri. Winners still continue to create wealth and grow. The second cycle happened when the mobile came in. And with mobile came in companies like Ola in Indian context, Flipkart grew enormously, and many, many other companies. The mobile-based app economy took off, and that has continued. And now you're seeing their IPOs happening. The third wave, I think, happened post-COVID, when the quick commerce created wealth. And you had companies like Blinkit, Zepto, capturing bulk of the investment in India. And currently, I think we have moved into a new age of AI. In last 3 years, world has totally disrupted by generative AI, companies like OpenAI on one side and the chip makers of like NVIDIA. We in India are trying to grasp, actually have missed out most of the wealth creation in the core technology of AI. We are investing in the application side of the AI. But simultaneously, I think what's happening in India currently, two more opportunities are opening for startups. One is clearly in the deep tech. And in deep tech, I have identified three spaces: war tech, and I don't call it defense tech, where government of India is going to spend a lot more than it's ever spent before on indigenous technologies. The second is the chips. We need to make a lot more chips of different types in India. It is becoming a global imperative. And the third is what I call space tech. And my colleague gave a reference of one of the rockets that is taking off, but space tech is already having 100 very mature startups, from Bellatrix to Agnikul and so on. In addition to that, I think, which is a global imperative for India, is to develop our manufacturing. And I am very excited about the high-end manufacturing, which is enabled by AI and technology. So I see in the current wave of wealth creation, one is the AI applications. Second would be the manufacturing in India, especially the high-end manufacturing, precision manufacturing. India can attract a lot of talent and capital in that space. And the last is the deep tech, which I classify as war tech, space tech, and chip tech. So these are the new wealth creation opportunities. Each of these opportunities is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. And in the context of where we are sitting today, Indore, I visited this city in 2018 for a similar event, and I spoke in this conference. I am just delighted to see the changes that have happened. I went back, there is a real estate company which is trying to sell projects there. They were pitching a 5 crore worth flat to me in Indore. I think that describes the change in the aspirations of the citizens of tier 2 cities. In 8 years, 8 years back, no one would have invested even 80 lakhs in a flat in Indore. Today he was like selling to me a 5 crore flat as if it's like a normal thing to do. So there is a huge rise in income, prosperity, and aspirations in tier 2 and tier 3 cities of India. And I see a lot of entrepreneurship coming from there. I have funded 3 startups from MP so far, and all of them are doing well. Our latest investment was in Arihant, which is a AI-led tutor. Unfortunately, they've left the city and moved to Gurgaon after their latest round of funding by Process and Excel. I hope they had stayed here. Another company, Customize, which we funded 8 years back, continues to do well and continues to make Indore its home. And now they are expanding their product globally. The third company, V360, which we funded out of Bhopal, continues to have global ambition, already has crossed $1 million run rate and is growing 100 to 200% annually. So there is a confidence, talent, and ambition in the youth of these cities. These cities need to invest in infrastructure to hold that talent, to build world-class companies out of here. Otherwise, these startups will get born here, and people like me and other VCs will fund them, and most of them will move to Gurgaon or Bangalore and not stay here. So that's one note of caution, but I'm excited to see what is happening in MP today.
Interesting ideas. Indore is an education hub, and yeah, the changes which has happened in the last 10 years is phenomenal, and very interesting thoughts. I'll come to Shapath. So when we're talking about innovation, Shapath, I think fintech is the area where actually government drove innovation. So I was reading that UPI in October did 20 billion transactions. That is about 65 odd crore transactions per day. So one very quick one is can UPI be the chat GPT of India, which can go a global brand? But I think more than that, where are you seeing opportunities in the fintech? How do investors look at it from the investing perspective?
So it's not just UPI, the whole digital public infrastructure that has been a big enabler for fintech in India is now the gold standard globally, right? India is touted as being one of the most advanced nations when it comes to financial technology. And that's obviously given rise to a lot of entrepreneurial activity. You've seen a lot of disruption across the board, across all categories of financial services. It's been enormously beneficial to consumers. A lot of very large outcomes have emerged across categories. You've seen massive disruption in payments. India is obviously, thanks to UPI, is the global leader in payments, in digital payments. You've seen a lot of disruption in insurtech. You've seen a lot of entrepreneurial activity in wealth tech. So it's been across the board. And I think all of these themes are here to stay and will only sort of get larger with time. Remember, financial services as a component of the overall economy, if you just take financial services and the sectoral sort of contribution to the Nifty 500, it's about 33%, right? So it's a very, very large portion of the economy. The one thing that has ailed the legacy players has been the lack of innovation, the lack of technological innovation. And that gap has obviously been filled by a slew of new age fintech companies that we're all aware of and whose services that we all use. But it's been an expensive affair to build these, large outcomes. A lot of capital has gone into it. A lot of failures have also happened along the way, of course, right? Wherever there's large opportunity, large capital chasing it, there will be failures along the way. So while we see a lot of opportunity across fintech, we've taken a slightly differentiated approach, a slightly contrarian approach, right? Which is not to really fund the disruptors, the new age financial technology companies. And I'll explain what we are doing. For all the growth that these fintechs have seen, the one thing they cannot match when it comes to the legacy players, the banks, insurance companies, is trust. And that trust is not easily displaceable. Trust is won over a long, long period of time. The second thing is distribution. Take banks, for example, right? You have distribution for banks across the country and very difficult to match that distribution might as an incoming fintech, which is why so much capital has gone into building consumer-facing fintech companies. So the approach that we are really bullish about is one which is aiding the legacy players, banks, insurance companies, etc., to become more relevant from a technology perspective, to leverage the trust and the enormous distribution that they have. So take the example of banks, right? In this entire sort of UPI and digital payments boom, banks have become irrelevant, right? Banks have really lost out on that war. Historically, they've not really bothered because ultimately UPI has not been, a payment methodology that has made money for the players that are in the ecosystem. And effectively, all the money that's transacted through UPI is going into somebody or the other's bank account, going from one bank account to another. So the banks still enjoy that float. The banks still enjoy interest-free deposits, especially when it comes to current accounts. But now banks have started to realize that they need to be relevant in that space, and they're taking the help of a lot of technology players to become relevant in their space. We've actually funded one which is called Mintoke, which is helping HDFC Bank, Axis Bank and SBI become more relevant in the UPI space. You know, when you find opportunities like those, you're eliminating the biggest sort of cost that is there when it comes to building a fintech company, which is customer acquisition costs. These technology players are actually leveraging the customer base of these banks and building businesses that are very, very sticky. Because once you are inside a bank's ecosystem, it's very tough to displace you. So we found certain niche opportunities, and we're very bullish about this larger opportunity of technology companies helping banks become more relevant and fight back with fintechs. That's one opportunity that I'm very bullish about going forward as well. I wouldn't call it fintech, I would call it tech for financial services, so TechFin.
Very interesting. I think, so taking a cue from there, I think one of the kind of biggest disruption because of technology has happened in the financial services, in the wealth tech and the broking. We have seen Zerodha coming up from nowhere, and a lot of these wealth tech platforms. Satya, you've been in the markets for a very long time. What are your thoughts? Where are we in that curve? If you look at the global markets, where are the opportunities there? How do you see wealth management industry panning out over the next few years? Another one, which is like over last few years, there have been a lot of family offices which have emerged. So now you will see family offices from Indore or Lucknow or Hisar. Earlier, I think in earlier days, there were very few family offices. I think the count would be more than 500 now and counting. What are your thoughts on how they should look at investing going forward?
See, first of all, as our fellow panelist Sapat mentioned, there is a significant amount of technology adoption-led disruption in the overall financial services. My only 2 cents here is that technology should not be seen as a business, but seen more as a catalytic to business. Very often we overemphasize technology, ignoring the core business around it. So there should be some amount of moderation as to how the technology should be used more as an enabler than a business in itself, in more often than not. The second part, and which you rightly said, there is a significant amount of wealth being created in different places. Indore is a prime example, and more often than not, there is always a debate in the family as to what should we do next. I have a slightly philosophical question, slightly with a spiritual dimension, that at least a part of the capital, and I leave that what part of the capital you want to put at risk, a part of the capital should be channelized as a catalytic capital for entrepreneurial building. And here, as long as you believe in whether it's an innovation, whether it's something in deep tech, space tech, agriculture tech, no tech, just simply getting into manufacturing, I have a simple formula: at least catalyze some businesses as part of your family office allocation, as part of your capital allocation. There are 2 advantages to it. One is generating returns, but more importantly, generating intellectual capital out of it. And please keep in mind that your next generation is now growing up with abundance. If you want to keep them on track, start building intellectual capital around them. And the best way to build the intellectual capital is to get involved in newer ideas, the futuristic ideas, the disruptive ideas as part of your investment journey. So I always say, use your capital allocation efficiently, where it's used not only to catalyze newer avenues for wealth creation, but also for creating capacities and more appropriately channelizing the energy of your next generation in learning something new. And by the way, this educational system that we are all exposed to, Indian as well as American, it's giving enough and more knowledge. It is not giving enough and more skills. And I always say, today, education has to be more skill oriented, and it has to be connecting the dots, how to implement that in real life. And last but not the least, for all families which are allocating capital, small or big, हमारे यहाँ शास्त्रों में कहा जाता है कि आपकी संगत आपको मोल्ड करती है, आपकी संगत आपको डिसाइड करती है. If you are investing with smart individuals, smart businesses, smart entrepreneurs, that will define the culture of your family and the next generation. So keep them in the good company of intellectuals, entrepreneurs, and disruptors. And investment is just a tool to basically get the right company. ये education और skill gap and संगत, मतलब जो company जिसको बोलते हैं, how to remain in the company of right people, this will define it. So this formula of 10 by 10, I have another formula of 10. Okay? 10% of your income or your business should come from newer ventures. If you don't do that, we are not moving towards the future. We are living on the legacy of our forefathers, and we are just simply working against the true culture of entrepreneurship. देखिए, I come from a business family background, but very, very mediocre. But हमारे यहाँ एक चीज़ दिखाई जाती थी कि बेटा ब्याज और किराए से कितना भी कमा लो फलेगा नहीं. क्यों बोला जाता था ऐसा? Because here capital is generating enough and more surplus, but that will not take you ahead, because that is not getting into catalytic role, and that is what we are supposed to be doing it. तो इसलिए मेरा है कि that formula of 10% of your income should come from newer areas. 10% of your capital should get invested into innovation, and out of the 10%, again 10% should go towards 10% of that 10% should go towards a specific idea that you like it, whether you are investing in aerospace, defense, whatever it is, whatever you like it. I'm not trying to preach you what you should do that. We can have a separate discussion, but that's where we should keep our minds agile, our business agile, our next generation agile, and keep our society agile. Thank you.
तो ये 10% की बात हो रही है, तो मैं भी एक 10% का किस्सा बताता हूँ. मैं कहता हूँ 10% नहीं, 10x. अगर आप एक स्टार्टअप फाउंडर हैं एंड कोई भी आइडिया आप लेके मेरे पास आ रहे हैं या किसी के पास भी आ रहे हैं और आप बोलते हैं कि मेरा प्रोडक्ट या मेरी सर्विस मेरे कॉम्पिटिटर से 10% बेटर है, तो वो मेरे लिए तो नॉन स्टार्टर है. आई विल नॉट इवन बी एंगेजिंग विद यू unless you can do something 10x better than your competitor. You should not be pitching to a person like me, right? So क्योंकि 10 का माहौल था, मैंने अपना 10x फॉर्मूला स्टार्टअप फाउंडर्स के लिए दिया है. Adding on to sir's point,
I think some very interesting thoughts. I'm already getting stares. It was a very broad topic. I just want some takeaway for the audience, so I'll just have a very quick question. I had many topics and questions, but we have some stalwarts. So today, if you have 100 crores to invest, I would what are the top 3 sectors, and what would be the allocation to private and public? Because from a public market, I would like to hear.
See, he said put 10% to innovation. In my case, I put 90% of my wealth to innovation. It depends on person to person. I am betting on the future, all in. So remaining 10% I'll put on the stock market.
I think I'm getting a lot of stares. Top 3 sectors and allocation in percentage quickly. Satya and Shapat.
Consumer 40%, financial services 40%, 20% in proxy companies for the AI theme. I wouldn't invest directly in the AI theme because I don't know what's going to win and what's not going to win. So people who are enabling the whole AI theme globally, 20% of my money would go into that theme. Slightly higher than your 10% allocation, sir, but I'm a little bit more of a risk taker.
Satya, top 3 sectors.
I only define in a very different, I define it in a slightly different way. हमारे यहाँ पे, sorry, I'm going to go a little bit more philosophical here. हमारे यहाँ पे traditionally wealth creation का tool क्या बताया जाता था? आप अपने दादाजी के साथ बैठोगे तो क्या सिखाएंगे वो आपको? कि बेटा सोने में पैसा डाल देना और जमीन खरीद लेना. Anybody who doesn't understand Hindi? Oh, sorry. I'll translate it for you. Basically, land and gold. Gold in the form of jewelry, and land, you all understand. क्यों? Philosophy is very simple. Jewelry has got emotional value, and it's considered to be asset of last resort. And why land? Because you cannot trade on daily basis. So what they were trying to inculcate indirectly through our value system is that think long term. Whether you are in public market or private market, as long as you are investing with a long term perspective in a business, it's fine. Why public market and private market debate happens? Because sometimes public market gives you better liquidity. Of course, it gives you better liquidity, and it gives you lot more things to correlate. But I always believe that you are ultimately, whether it's a private market, venture capital, private equity, or into public market, you are ultimately investing in business. Keep your liquidity pool aside. Everything else should be invested in businesses that resonate with you with a long term in mind. Public market and private market are two facets of it. Now there are two challenges with public market and challenges with private market, and I must define it very clearly. Public market में वो daily आपका वो ECG ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है, तो it requires a very significant greed and fear management, and not many investors have it. तो या तो fear में निकल जाते हैं या वो greed में कुछ न कुछ गड़बड़ कर बैठते हैं. प्राइवेट मार्केट में वो ECG ऊपर नीचे होता नहीं है, वो बैलेंस शीट आएगी क्वार्टरली या पब्लिक एक साल बाद, तो आप ऊपर नीचे इतना नहीं होते हो. तो लैंड वाला फॉर्मूला काम करता है कि मैं मेरी पत्नी के जेवर तो नहीं लेके जा सकता बाजार में ट्रेड करने के लिए, लैंड को रोज ऊपर नीचे होते हुए देखता नहीं. तो लोगों ने लैंड और गोल्ड में पैसा इसलिए बनाया कि हमको वो ECG मिलता नहीं है. वो प्राइवेट मार्केट आपको कंफर्ट देता है, लेकिन उसका सबसे बड़ा डिस्कम्फर्ट है कि वो लिक्विडिटी भी नहीं देता. तो इसलिए जितना आपको लिक्विडिटी के लिए चाहिए उसको साइड में रखिए, और बाकी पब्लिक और प्राइवेट की डिबेट से बाहर निकल के अच्छे बिजनेस में बिना इस ECG ग्राफ को ट्रैक किए, चाहे आप पब्लिक मार्केट में हो या प्राइवेट मार्केट में, इन्वेस्ट कीजिए.
Thank you, Satya. Thank you, everyone. I'm so sorry I overshot the session by some time. Thank you, everyone, for patient listening.
Let me now invite upon Neha Munshi, Shweta Agarwal, Sonal ji, and Neerav Desai ji to please come on stage and hand over the mementos as a token of gratitude to our distinguished panel. Neha ji, the trophy to Mr. Shapat Parikh, please. Neerav Desai to Arpit Agarwal ji, please. Arpit ji, thank you so much for your wonderful moderation. Shweta Agarwal ji to Rajesh Sani ji, please. Satyanarayan Madhya ji, please. Thank you to this stellar panel, everyone. Let's hear a big round of applause to all on stage. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. So you can leave your trophies while you go down. All right, everyone. What we have been waiting for, the next session, and this time about action. Creating something with discipline and heart. And hence we invite upon two very, very revered guests on stage. Let me call upon Preeti Ladda ji to bring Revered Pandit Vijay Shankar Mehta ji and our very favorite Saurav Bothra on stage, please. Preeti ma'am to please escort the distinguished guests on stage. A leader of mind and spirit, Pandit Vijay Shankar ji inner calm fuels outer success and beautifully bridges the worlds of philosophy and practicality. Our next speaker, Saurav Bothra ji, embodies the build mindset in every sense, a wellness entrepreneur who's helping India build healthier habits and sustainable lifestyles. Let's please have the two AVs, please.
पंडित विजय शंकर मेहता धर्म और आध्यात्म के प्रति नई सोच, वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि और अद्वितीय वाक्पटुता के धनी पंडित विजय शंकर मेहता जी आज हमारे समय के सबसे प्रेरक वक्ता और चिंतक के रूप में माने जाते हैं। कथा प्रवचन सतत यात्रा में उन्होंने गोल्डन बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स में अपना नाम दर्ज कराया है। उन्होंने पत्रकारिता से लेकर आध्यात्म तक की लंबी यात्रा तय की है। दैनिक भास्कर समूह में लेखक संपादक के रूप में सेवा देने के बाद वर्ष 2008 में प्रवचन यात्रा प्रारंभ की। आज तक वे भारत सहित दुनिया के 26 देशों में 135 विषयों पर 6000 से अधिक प्रवचन दे चुके हैं। लॉकडाउन अवधि में उन्होंने 69 दिनों में 73 ऑनलाइन प्रवचन देकर एक नया अध्याय रचा और आध्यात्म के क्षेत्र में नया आयाम स्थापित किया। पंडित मेहता जी के प्रवचन जीवन, परिवार और समाज को संतुलित करने की दिशा में मार्गदर्शन देते हैं। उज्जैन मध्य प्रदेश में निवासरत पंडित मेहता जी आज भी अपने प्रवचनों और लेखन के माध्यम से संसार भर में शांति, संयम और सद्भावना का संदेश दे रहे हैं। Join hands together and welcome. Mr. Saurav.
ओम शांति। पवन तनय तुम एक आधारा, कथा कहूँ मैं मति अनुसारा। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव शुभ कार्येषु शुभ सर्वदा। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देव महेश्वर गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। परमपिता परमेश्वर की बड़ी अनुग्रह भरी दृष्टि है और भगवान की असीम अनुकंपा है कि आज मैं आपसे इस कॉन्क्लेव में बात कर रहा हूँ। देवियों और सज्जनों, मेरे पिछले 3-4 साल का कोटा किसी को श्रोता बन के सुनने का आज पूरा हो गया। करूंगा, ये जितनी भी बात आप कर रहे हैं, हमारे यहाँ पुराणों में इसको लक्ष्मी वंदन कहते हैं। इंसान की सुबह आंख धन के लिए खुलती है और धन के लिए सो जाता है। तो ये बात सही है कि लक्ष्मी के प्रबंधन की चर्चा गंभीरता से होना चाहिए, लेकिन मैं देख रहा हूं कि आप लोग सीरियस होकर सुने, समझ में आता है, पर इतने सीरियस हो जाएं कि लक्ष्मी जी को भी आने में डर लगे। तो एक बार जरा जोरदार ताली बजाओ पहले आप, ये बात है। अब देखिए, पैसा कमाना मुश्किल नहीं है, लेकिन पैसे के साथ शांति कमाना बहुत मुश्किल है। चूंकि हम सब एक्टिंग करने में माहिर हैं, तो पता नहीं लगने देते क्या तूफान चल रहा है। सबके सामने तो ऐसा हमारा हिसाब रहता है कि कभी कभी तो दूसरों को देख के लगता है इनका बड़ा अच्छा चल रहा है, अपनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम चल रही, किसी का अच्छा नहीं चल रहा, सभी तवे पे बैठे हैं। जरा सा अकेले में किसी को छू लो, छाती पे हाथ रख लो, आदमी फट जाएगा। मेरा बड़े बड़े लोगों से मिलना है जो रोल मॉडल हैं, वो भी अकेले में कहते हैं पंडित जी किसी बात की कमी नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी चैन नहीं है। भगवान न करे कोविड के बाद कुछ बीमारियां ऐसी चिपकी, आप में से किसी को न लगे, भगवान करे, लेकिन एक बीमारी दौलत कमाने वालों को ज्यादा चिपकी। उनसे पूछो क्या चल रहा है, पता नहीं, कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा। अरे अब ये नई बीमारी चिपकी है, कईयों को सुबह से चालू हो जाती है। अरे तो भाई क्या अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, पता नहीं, कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा। अच्छा, कुछ लोग तो पता नहीं आज कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा, ऐसा कह के डॉक्टर के पास चले जाते हैं। और डॉक्टर पूछता, हाँ बताइए आपकी क्या प्रॉब्लम है, पता नहीं डॉक्टर साहब कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। अब वो बेचारा अपनी किताब के पन्ने पलटाता है, 5 साल मेडिकल कॉलेज में ये बीमारी नहीं पड़ी। और यदि आप किसी डॉक्टर की विजिट 5 बार कर लें कि पता नहीं डॉक्टर साहब कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा, तो वो 6वीं बार डॉक्टर भी आपसे बोलेगा भैया तुम तो आया ही मत करो, क्योंकि तुम्हारे जाने के बाद मेरे कोई पता नहीं। हाँ, ताली बजा लो आप पहले एक बार, फिर चलते हैं आगे। अब आइए, यदि सुख के साथ शांति चाहते हैं तो अपने जीवन को 3 भाग में बांट लेना। एक आपकी प्रोफेशनल लाइफ, जिसका ये सब इतना चल रहा है, दूसरी आपकी फैमिली लाइफ, और तीसरी आपकी पर्सनल लाइफ। यदि इनका तालमेल बिगड़ गया तो ये दौलत ज्वालामुखी का ढेर बन जाएगी आपके लिए। अब आइए एक छोटी सी कहानी, इस कहानी में सारा मैसेज आ जाएगा। एक भेड़ चराने वाला गडरिया था। उसका नियम था कि वो जंगल में भेड़ चराता और दोपहर को उसकी पत्नी उसके लिए भोजन लाती। एक दिन उसकी पत्नी ने मैसेज किया कि आज मैं नहीं आऊंगी, तुम घर आ जाओ। तो उसको लगा कि अगर मैं घर चला गया तो ये जंगल में मेरी भेड़ों की रक्षा कौन करेगा। तो उसकी नजर पड़ी तो पेड़ पे चढ़ के एक लकड़हारा लकड़ी काट रहा। तो गडरिये ने सोचा इसको कह देता हूं, जान पहचान तो नहीं है, निवेदन कर देता हूं। तो वो गया और गडरिये ने आवाज लगाई, अरे भैया जरा नीचे आओगे, मैं भोजन करने घर जा रहा हूं, आप मेरी भेड़ों की देखभाल कर लोगे। वो जो गडरिया था देवियों और सज्जनों, वो बहरा था, उसको सुनाई नहीं देता। उस बहरे गडरिये ने उस लकड़हारे से कहा, भैया मैं घर जा रहा हूं, आप मेरी भेड़ों की रक्षा कर लेना। आप संयोग से वो जो लकड़हारा था वो भी बहरा था। अब बहरे ने बहरे को बोला, समझ में आना नहीं था। लकड़हारे को गुस्सा आई, उसने जोर से बोला, जान ना पहचान चले आए, मैं लकड़ी काट रहा हूं, तुम क्यों मुझे परेशान कर रहे हो, चलो भागो यहां से, जाओ अपना काम करो। अब इसको लगा वो कह रहा जाओ मैं देख लूंगा, क्योंकि दोनों बहरे, तो वो घर चला गया। 2 घंटे बाद आया और जब आया तो उसको लगा कि जिसके अनजान आदमी के भरोसे में भेड़ छोड़ के गया, जरा गिन तो लूं कि मेरी भेड़ सलामत है कि नहीं है। तो उसने भेड़ों की गिनती करी तो बराबर निकली। तो उसको बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि आज के वक्त में भी ऐसे लोग हैं जो अनजान आदमी की मदद करते हैं, तो जरूर इसको कोई गिफ्ट करना चाहिए। तो क्या भेंट को दूं, क्या गिफ्ट करूं। तो उसने अपने भेड़ की झुंड में से एक भेड़ निकाली जिसकी टांग टूटी हुई थी। तो उसने सोचा यही भेंट दे देते हैं। गिफ्ट तो वही लोग करते हैं और वही चीज करते हैं जो अपने काम की न हो, दूसरे को टिका दो। सभी यही कर रहे हैं। आप बुरा मत मानना, हमारे देश में 2 चीजों का हमने जम के दुरुपयोग किया, एक भेंट गिफ्ट और दूसरा दान डोनेशन। दोनों का जम के दुरुपयोग हुआ। अपने देश में सबसे ज्यादा गिफ्टेड आइटम क्या है, गणेश जी खूब चले। आपके घर भी कोई गणेश जी हो तो नीचे दस्तखत करके डेट डाल के भेंट कर देना, 2 साल बाद वही लौटाएंगे आपके। हर आदमी टिका रहा है दूसरे को। उसने भी टूटी टांग की भेड़ ली और सोचा इसको भेंट कर देता हूं। अरे भैया जरा नीचे आओ। इस बार वो लकड़हारा भी गुस्से में आ गया, तुम पहले भी आए, मुझे परेशान कर रहे हो, क्या बात है। तो उस गडरिये ने कहा, भैया आपने मेरे भेड़ों की रक्षा की तो मैं आपको ये भेड़ भेंट देना चाहता हूं। अब उस लकड़हारे ने कहा, मैंने तुम्हारी भेड़ की टांग नहीं तोड़ी, तुम मेरे क्यों पीछे पड़े हो। ये कह रहा है भेंट ले लो, वो कह रहा है टांग नहीं तोड़ी। दोनों उलझ गए क्योंकि दोनों बहरे थे और उलझते उलझते दोनों सड़क पे आ गए। और दोनों की नजर पड़ी कि उधर से एक घुड़सवार राजा के अस्तबल से घोड़ा चुरा के ला रहा। वो चोर था, राजा का घोड़ा था सजा धजा। इन दोनों को लगा कोई राजसी पुरुष है तो इससे फैसला करा लिया जाए। तो दोनों ने घोड़ा पकड़ लिया और कहा, आप फैसला करिए, मैं भेड़ भेंट देना चाहता हूं, ये ले नहीं रहे, मैंने इनकी भेड़ की टांग नहीं तोड़ी, ये जबरदस्ती मेरे पीछे पड़े, आप फैसला करिए। संयोग से वो चोर भी बहरा था। अब उस चोर को लगा घोड़ा इनका है, मैं पकड़ा गया। तो उसने कहा, घोड़ा आपका है तो आप रख लो, मुझे जाने दो, अब कभी चोरी नहीं करूंगा। अब भेड़ की समस्या निपटी नहीं, घोड़े की ओर खड़ी हो गई। वो कह रहा है भेड़ भेंट ले लो, ये कहता है मैंने भेड़ की टांग नहीं तोड़ी, वो कह रहा है घोड़ा आपका रख लो। और तीनों उलझ गए और उलझते उलझते तीनों की नजर पड़ी, वहां से एक महात्मा जी चले आ रहे हैं। इन तीनों ने कहा, इनसे फैसला करा लो। तो तीनों ने महात्मा जी को घेर लिया। आप फैसला करिए बाबा जी, मैं भेड़ भेंट देना चाहता हूँ, ये ले नहीं रहे, ये मैंने इनकी भेड़ की टांग नहीं तोड़ी, ये जबरदस्ती मेरे पीछे पड़े, घोड़ा इनका तो रख लें, आप फैसला करो। अब संयोग से वो बाबा जी जो थे वो मौनी बाबा थे, उन्होंने मौन व्रत ले रखा। लेकिन वो ये तो समझ गए कि ये तीनों बहरे हैं। बाबा जी ने कुछ बोला नहीं, आंख में आंख डाली गडरिये की, वो भेड़ चराने चला गया। महात्मा जी ने आंख में आंख डाली, लकड़हारा पेड़ पे चढ़ के लकड़ी काटने लगा। महात्मा जी ने घोड़सवार की आंख में आंख डाली, वो भी घोड़ा लेके चला गया। कहानी खत्म हो गई। हम लोगों के काम की अब शुरू हुई। देवियों और सज्जनों को किसी महात्मा का तप देखना हो तो कभी उसके कपड़े से, आचरण और वाणी से मत देखना। किसी का भी तप उसके नेत्रों से बोलता है। केवल निगाह डाली और काम पे लग गए। ये 3 बहरे कौन हैं? ये 3 बहरे हैं हमारी प्रोफेशनल लाइफ, हमारी फैमिली लाइफ, हमारी पर्सनल लाइफ। और ये तीनों जीवन हमारे उलझ गए। प्रोफेशनल लाइफ फैमिली लाइफ से क्या कह रही, फैमिली लाइफ प्रोफेशनल लाइफ से क्या बोलती है, इन दोनों को पर्सनल लाइफ की बात नहीं समझ आ रही। जब तीनों जीवन उलझ जाएं तो कोई एक चाहिए जो निगाह से बात समझाएं, और वो महात्मा जरूरी नहीं आप बाहर ढूंढें, आप ही के आत्मा का अगला कदम एक ऐसा परमात्मा आपके भीतर है जिसके लिए आप यहां बैठे हैं। आपका ज़मीर, आपका आत्मविश्वास, आपका इष्ट, आपका देवता, आपके माता पिता या आपका गुरु, कोई तो हो जो राह दिखाए। तो चलिए, मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहूंगा, इतनी देर से मैं देख रहा हूं, सुन रहा हूं, आपकी प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में तो मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा, लेकिन मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगा, प्रोफेशनल लाइफ, सोशल लाइफ, फैमिली लाइफ और पर्सनल लाइफ। जब मैं पर्सनल लाइफ बोलता हूं तो देवियों और सज्जनों, इसका यह मतलब नहीं कि जो वक्त आपने अकेले में बिताया ना, जो वक्त आपने अपनी आत्मा के साथ बिताया वो निजी जीवन है। अब मैं आपका सीक्वेंस चेंज करता हूं। हम में से ज्यादातर लोगों का टाइम प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में चला जाता है। 12-15 घंटे काम करना आसान बात है, थोड़ा वक्त बचता है तो फैमिली लाइफ में। पर्सनल लाइफ तो लोग जीना ही नहीं जानते। कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जो 24 घंटे में 1 या 2 बार अपनी आत्मा तक यात्रा करते हैं? कितने लोग हैं? सब शांति की बात करते हैं, सुख की बात करते हैं, समृद्धि की चाहत सबको है, लेकिन कोई जानता है एक इनर ट्रेवल ऐसा भी है जो 24 घंटे में कम से कम 1 बार तो आत्मा तक किया जाए। तो मैं जब अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा, आपसे निवेदन भी करूंगा और आपको छोटा सा तरीका भी बताऊंगा। पैसा तो जीत लोगे, बाजार भी जीत लोगे, पर जीवन जीतना हो तो आत्मा तक जाने की कला आना ही चाहिए। जो अपनी आत्मा पे चले गए, जिसने अपनी पर्सनल लाइफ को, निजी जीवन को जीन लिया, उसमें एक मैच्योरिटी आती है। ऐसा मैच्योरिटी वाला आदमी जब फैमिली लाइफ में जाता है तो एक सैचुरेशन आता है, और जो फैमिली लाइफ में सैचुरेटेड होता है वो सोशल लाइफ में कमिटेड होता है, और जो कमिटेड होता है सोशल लाइफ में वही प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में सक्सेस विद पीस हासिल करता है। सफलता तो मिल जाएगी, शांति कहाँ से लाएंगे? शांति की बात। तो चलिए जरा जल्दी जल्दी चलते हैं। आपकी प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में आप इतने दक्ष हैं, मैं कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन मेरा छोटा सा अध्ययन है मित्रों, ये जो अब टाइम आ रहा है, चाहे वो AI का हो, डिजिटल युग हो, तो बहुत बड़ी क्वालिटी आपके पास रखना। हो सकता है आप IIM में न पढ़े हो, IIT में हार्वर्ड से पास ना हो, लेकिन 2 बड़ी योग्यता जो किसी भी कागज की डिग्री से भारी पड़ेगी आने वाले वक्त में, और वो है ईमानदारी और परिश्रम। मेरी दृष्टि में अगर आपने ये बचा लिया तो आप बड़े से बड़े डिग्रीधारी पे भी भारी पड़ जाएंगे। ढूंढना मुश्किल है ईमानदार और परिश्रमी लोग। निकम्मों की फौज पैदा कर दी सरकारों ने, पैसा दे दे के। पुरुषार्थ प्रदान करिए, जिस जगह झांको काम करने वाले लोग नहीं मिलते। आप अपनी तरफ से परिश्रम और ईमानदारी बचाना। चलिए तुरंत आ जाते हैं सोशल और नेशनल लाइफ पे। कोई बड़ी क्रांति मत करिएगा, बहुत बड़े बड़े लोग क्रांति कर रहे हैं देश के लिए, लेकिन आप एक बात तय करिए, इस देश की सेवा में, समाज की सेवा में मैं 2 काम करूंगा या करूंगी। अपने आप को भ्रष्टाचार और अपराध से दूर रखूंगा। अगर आपने अकेले भी अपने आप को भ्रष्टाचार और अपराध से दूर कर लिया तो इस देश से एक बेईमान तो कम हो ही जाएगा कम से कम। आज सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत, यहां ताली बजा लो, आप मेरी बात समझ रहे हैं तो जरूर ताली बजाइए। और आइए तुरंत फैमिली लाइफ में चलते हैं। ये सारा ताम झाम जिस परिवार के लिए है, वही परिवार हमारी मुट्ठी से खसक गया। मैंने दुनिया के कई देश देखे हैं, आपने भी देखे होंगे। हमारे भारत के पास बड़ी बड़ी अट्टालिकाएं नहीं है, बड़ी बड़ी रोड्स नहीं, मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज नहीं है, इंस्टीट्यूट्स नहीं होंगे, लेकिन एक मामले में हमारा देश दुनिया भर के मुल्कों पे भारी पड़ता है, जैसे परिवार की व्यवस्था हमारे पास है, दुनिया में किसी देश के पास नहीं है। एक छत के नीचे 4-4 पीढ़ी है अभी, लेकिन खतरा हमारे यहाँ भी मंडरा रहा है। टूटन ने दस्तक दे दी है। तो मित्रों, जब आप अपने कारोबार की दुनिया में छू रहे हो ऊंचाइयां, परिवार बचा लेना। 10 से 15 साल बाद जिस तेजी से हमारा देश चल रहा है, हमारे पास सब कुछ होगा, लेकिन जो गलती अमेरिका ने की वो हम न करें। वहाँ फैमिली स्ट्रक्चर कोलैप्स हो गया। यदि हम सावधान न रहें तो हम विकास तो छू लेंगे पर परिवार से हाथ धो बैठेंगे। और मेरा तो अभियान है, परिवार बचना चाहिए भारत के। इसलिए मैं आपसे निवेदन करता हूँ, अगर आपका कितना ही अच्छा वक्त हो, परिवार बचा लेना। क्योंकि ये जिस दुनिया की बात मैं इतनी देर से सुन रहा हूँ, ये तो दुनिया ऐसी है भैया कि जो न देते थे जवाब कभी, उनके सलाम आने लगे। किसी ने लिखा है, वक्त बदलता है तो क्या हो जाता है। जो न देते थे जवाब कभी, उनके सलाम आने लगे। और वक्त बदला तो मेरे नीम पे आम आने लगे। तो वक्त बदलने में क्या देर लगती है। और जो रोज देते थे सलाम, वो पहचानने से मुकर गए। और वक्त बदला तो मेरे लोहे के दरवाजे चूहे कुतर गए। तो बहुत अहंकार मत पाल लेना। आज घरों के टूटने का कारण भी अहंकार है। आप खूब कामयाब होइए, और होना भी चाहिए, लेकिन परिवार पे काम। और परिवार एक त्रिकोण है, पति पत्नी, माता पिता और बच्चे। ये ट्रायंगल मिलके परिवार बनता है। आप लोग 1 दिन के लिए, 2 दिन के लिए, 8 घंटे के लिए, 4 घंटे के लिए यहाँ आए हैं। यहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं इससे मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं है, और मुझे आता भी नहीं। मेरी फिक्र यह है कि यहाँ से जब आप घर जाएंगे तो फिर आपकी पत्नी, आपका पति, आपके बच्चे, आपके माता पिता जब आपको घर में मिलेंगे तो वो आपसे पूछेंगे क्या सीख के आए। वो जानना चाहेंगे कि 2 दिन से इस कॉन्क्लेव में जा रहे हैं तो करके क्या आए, पूछना चाहेंगे। तो मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है, हम तो हनुमान जी के बहुत छोटे से भक्त हैं। हमारा जीवन हनुमान जी, हम तो हनुमान चालीसा ओढ़ते हैं, हनुमान चालीसा बिछाते हैं, हनुमान चालीसा खाते हैं और हनुमान चालीसा पीते हैं। तो हम तो हनुमान जी के सफलता के सूत्र के सुंदरकांड की कहानी गाते हैं। सफलता देखना है तो हनुमान जी से सीखो। सुख के साथ कैसी शांति अर्जित की, कि सुंदरकांड की पहली पंक्ति का पहला शब्द ही शांतम है। तो मैं भी अनुरोध करूंगा कि आप, धर्म की बात नहीं है, बात हनुमान जी के एक ऐसे व्यक्तित्व की है कि खूब सफलता अर्जित करिए, पर खुश रहिए, अपने घर वालों के सामने शांत रहिए। तो हमारे हनुमान जी का एक नारा है, आज आपको दे रहा हूँ, शायद आपको काम आए। सुबह हो कि शाम हो, अपने से मिले कि गैरों से मिले, घर में हो कि बाहर हो, जरा मुस्कुराइए, जरा मुस्कुराइए। हनुमान जी का नारा है, जरा मुस्कुराइए, जरा मुस्कुराइए। अरे आप ही लोगों से बोल रहा हूँ, जरा मुस्कुराइए। अरे 3 बार बोल दिया, आप तो ऐसे बैठे जैसे हमारे उठाने की बैठक में आ गए हो आप। कितना सीरियस बैठे हैं आप, हनुमान के भक्त। आज अगर आप घर जाओ इस कॉन्क्लेव के बाद, तो यदि आपकी पत्नी आपको देखे, आपका पति आपको देखे, आपके बच्चे आपको देखें, यदि आपके माँ बाप आपको देखें, तो आज मेरी बात याद रखना, घर में घुसते ही उनको देख के क्या करेंगे, जरा मुस्कुराइए। जरा ठीक से बोलो, डर के, जरा मुस्कुराइए। और जैसे आज आप मुस्कुराएंगे, ये भी पक्का है कि एक हाथ बेहोश हो जाएगा घर में, क्योंकि आपके घर वाले मानने को तैयार नहीं। मैंने ऐसे कई लोग देखे जो दिन भर मुस्कुराते हैं बाहर, और जब ये रात को घर आते हैं, आप इनका मुंह देखना, ऐसा लटका के मुंह आएंगे जैसे मोहल्ले ने 10 जूते मारे हैं उनको। बाहर तो सभी मुस्कुरा लेते, इस कॉन्क्लेव में जिसको देखो वो एक दूसरे को इस्माइल पटक रहा है, जान न पहचान दिए चले जा रहे हैं। अरे थोड़ी बचा के रखो, घर में काम आएगी भैया। अगर ईमानदारी से मेरी बात से सहमत हैं तो एक बार ताली बजाइए और घर जाके मुस्कुराइएगा, तब बात हो। और आइए तुरंत चलते हैं, तुरंत चलते हैं। अब अपन पर्सनल लाइफ पे मैं अपनी बात पूरी कर दूंगा। निजी जीवन का एक अर्थ है अपनी आत्मा तक यात्रा करना, इसको योग कहते हैं। मैं छोटा सा सूत्र देता हुआ, कोई लंबी पूजा मत करिए, कोई लंबा मेडिटेशन न करिए। हमने तो हनुमान चालीसा से मेडिटेशन का कोर्स बनाया है, आप जब डाल लेंगे गूगल पे मेरे नाम से तो मिल जाएगा। लेकिन मैं अनुरोध करता हूँ, आप बहुत बिजी हो, बहुत आपका स्केड्यूल टाइट हो, तो आप 2 काम ज़रूर करिए उठने के बाद, सोने के पहले। भाई कितने ही बिजी हो, सोएंगे भी सही, उठेंगे भी सही, अपने बेडरूम में नॉर्थ ईस्ट कॉर्नर में एक चेयर लगा लीजिए, और जब आप उठें तो वॉशरूम जाने के पहले, ब्रश करने के पहले उस कुर्सी पे बैठ जाएं, कमर सीधी कर लें। सारा खेल स्पाइनल कॉर्ड का है। 7-8 घंटे हमारी स्पाइनल कॉर्ड पलंग पे पैरेलल पड़ी थी धरती की, जैसे जानवर की होती है। जानवर और मनुष्य में सबसे बड़ा फर्क ये है कि जानवर की स्पाइनल कॉर्ड स्ट्रेट होती है, उसके पास शांत होने की संभावना नहीं होती, और सिर्फ मनुष्य है जिसकी रीढ़ की हड्डी, जिसका मेरुदंड सीधा हो सकता है। और जब मेरुदंड सीधा होता है तो नीचे की लाइफ एनर्जी ऊपर लाने में सुविधा होती है। 7-8 घंटे की नींद के बाद जब आपका मेरुदंड सीधा हुआ हो, बस वही टाइम है, बैठ जाइए कुर्सी पे, और जो मंत्र आपका हो उसको सांस के साथ किक करते हुए अगर ऊर्जा उठा ली, 3-3.5 मिनट की छोटी सी क्रिया आने वाले 15 मिनट कंट्रोल कर लेगी। और यही काम सोने के पहले कर लीजिए। मैंने आपको कोई लंबा काम नहीं बताया, पर मित्रों, अगर जीवन जीना है, धन तो जी लोगे आप, लेकिन जीवन जीना है तो ये 2 काम करिए। बाकी डिटेल तो आप गूगल पे चले जाना, तो हमने कई तरीके बना लिए। पर जो मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ, इस कॉन्क्लेव में अगर आप यहाँ से जा रहे हैं तो हम तो उम्मीद करेंगे कि आपने एक दूसरे से जो एक्सचेंज किया हुनर होना चाहिए। अपनी दलील में वो करामात पैदा कर। अगर आप सीख के जा रहे हैं तो मैं एक पंक्ति में बोल रहा हूं आपको कि यहां से क्या ले जाएंगे, तो अपनी दलील में वो करामात पैदा कर कि अंधा भी तेरी दुकान से आईना खरीद ले। ऐसे तैयारी से जाइए यहां से, अगर आप यहां आए हैं तो। मैं बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझसे संपर्क तो रोहित सोमानी जी ने किया, और रोहित सोमानी जी की बात मानता तो मैं बहुत लंबा ही फंस जाता। उन्होंने कहा था 10 बजे आ जाना, हम आए 11:15 बजे। अब आया हमारा नंबर, और हमें बिल्कुल आदत नहीं सुनने की, लेकिन आज मैं बहुत प्रसन्न हूं कि मैंने यहां जितने लोगों को सुना, गंभीरता से सुना, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है ये देश जिस पे हमको गर्व है, इस देश में अगर इतना चिंतन हो रहा है धन को लेकर, तो इस देश के विकास और प्रगति को कोई रोक नहीं सकता। मैं आपका आभारी हूं, और मैं हनुमान जी से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि हनुमान जी महाराज, मेरे जीवन में जो भी सुख आए हैं वो सब आपके जीवन में आए, और मेरे जीवन में जो भी दुख आए हैं वो एक भी आपके जीवन में ना आए। धन्यवाद। हमारे हनुमान, हमारे हनुमान, हमारे हनुमान।
शुक्रिया पंडित जी। पंडित जी, सारी बातें हमने बहुत गंभीरता से, हमने सब ने यहाँ सुनी। बस वो मेरुदंड वाली बात पे सारे लोगों के मेरुदंड जरूर सीधे हो गए। तो मैंने वही ऑडियंस में नोटिस करा, द मिनट ही टॉक्ड अबाउट द स्पाइन, एवरीबडी वाज लाइक रियल स्ट्रेट। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर वेरी वैल्यूएबल इनसाइट्स। एंड नाउ Saurav, we already made you stand once, but you are an icon of health, and I'm sure you don't mind it. Let's have upon Saurav Bothra on stage and play his AV.
Check. Mr. Saurav Bothra is the founder of Habit, a global wellness platform rooted in habit science and yoga, dedicated to making the most powerful wellness tool in every household. An IIT BHU alumnus, TEDx and Josh Talk speaker, over the years, he has inspired more than 1.2 nurturing a thriving global community of 6 lakh regular yoga practitioners and 25 lakh plus YouTube subscribers. His contributions have earned him multiple Guinness World Records, including the largest virtual yoga and meditation revolutionize global wellness. One breath, one day, one habit at a time.
बहुत
कुछ भी बोल पाना, बट मैं चाहूँगा कि आप सब लोग एक बार खड़े हो जाए। काफ़ी देर से बैठे हैं हम लोग एंड दिस इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एवरीवन नोज हर एक घंटे में 2 मिनट 5 मिनट खड़े होना चाहिए। वेरी गुड, बिकॉज पंडित जी ने कहा था कि मेरुदंड सीधा कर ले, तो लेट्स इंटरलेस आवर फिंगर्स एंड स्ट्रेच आउट। अच्छे से स्ट्रेच कर लीजिए, मेरे हाथ में माइक है, आप और अच्छे से स्ट्रेच कर सकते हैं। यू कैन कम ऑन योर टोज इफ योर शूज अलाउड एंड सिट डाउन। आराम से बैठ जाइए। ओके, एक बार दोबारा खड़े हो जाते हैं, मज़ा नहीं आया। एक बार प्लीज़ वापस। ओके, वेरी गुड, लेट्स ऑल स्ट्रेच अप अगेन, अच्छे से, एंड सिट डाउन। दिस इज गुड, सिट डाउन। पीपल आर लाइक नहीं, एक बार तो और करना ही चाहिए। लेट्स ऑल स्टैंड अप अगेन। अगर आपने ब्रश किया है ना सुबह, तो एक बार प्लीज खड़े हो जाइए। ओके, एंड स्ट्रेच अप, स्ट्रेच 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 स्ट्रेच, वेरी नाइस, एंड सिट डाउन। ओके, रिलैक्स। आई एम अज्यूमिंग सब ब्रश करके आए क्योंकि सब लोग खड़े थे, राइट? सब करके आए ना ब्रश? एक बार हाथ उठा दीजिए। ओके, तो क्यों करके आए थे ब्रश हम लोग? ऐसे जोर से चिल्ला दो। Why did we brush our teeth in the morning today? Yeah, like someone is saying it's a habit. But really, because it's a habit, do you brush your teeth? Hygiene, बात कैसे करेंगे ना, यहाँ तो नेटवर्किंग करने आए हैं, right? But you realize this कि बचपन में जब हम छोटे थे तो मम्मी शायद डांटती थी कि भाई ब्रश कर लो, ब्रश कर लो, ब्रश कर लो। शायद मारा भी होगा, पता नहीं, हमें तो मारा था, आपको पता? एनीवन मार खाई है बचपन में? हाँ, ये पुरानी जनरेशन, नई जनरेशन को हाथ नहीं लगा सकते आप, राइट? सो सी द इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट इज कि वो हमारी आदत बन चुकी है। अच्छा, कितने लोग एक्सरसाइज करके आए आज? ओके, आई कैन सी लाइक 20-30%। एक्सरसाइज से भी आपको फ़ायदा होता है, जैसे ब्रश करने से फ़ायदा होता है, एक्सरसाइज से भी फ़ायदा होता है, बट एक्सरसाइज हम नहीं कर पाते। कोशिश की होगी शुरू करने की, यस नो? कितने लोगों ने शुरू की? 1 जनवरी को तो किया ही होगा, 2 दिन 4 दिन। ओके, रेज योर हैंड इफ यू हैव ट्राइड टू बी कंसिस्टेंट विथ योर एक्सरसाइज। ओके, परफेक्ट। सो द पॉइंट इज why we are able to brush our teeth very easily in the morning, but why we are not able to exercise. There is a lot of business lessons also in this one simple thing, right? And I want you to listen properly, but for that we'll play a game. So I want you to shake your right hand. Right hand shake karo, अच्छे से. Shake your left hand. Okay, right hand again. Shake, shake, shake. थोड़ा जोर से. Left और तेज. Right hand again. And touch your chin. हाँ, chin क्या होती है बताना जरा. हाँ, तो जो लोग हंस रहे हैं आपको पता चल गया कि उन्होंने गाल को हाथ लगाया है. chin इसको कहते हैं, राइट? हाँ, तो लेसन नंबर 1, यहाँ पे जैसे सब लोग पंडित जी भी बोल रहे थे कि हमको बोलना बहुत पसंद है, बट सुनना, हाँ बोलो, अभी आप बोल सकते हो, आपको बोलना पसंद है, राइट? सो लिसनिंग इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड आई थिंक दिस इज वन ऑफ द थिंग्स विच आई वॉज एबल टू इनकलकेट इन माई लाइफ. जब सामने वाले कुछ बोलते हैं तो सुनने के लिए एफर्ट लगता है. वुड यू अग्री? यस, नो? आर यू लिसनिंग टू मी राइट नाउ? यस और नो? ओके, एक बार दोबारा खड़े हो जाओ. फिर बीच बीच में ऐसे खड़े रहना पड़ेगा ताकि हमारी एक्सरसाइज का भी कोटा पूरा हो जाए. ओके, एंड सिट डाउन, सिट डाउन, सिट डाउन, सिट डाउन. ओके, नाउ व्हेन इट कम्स टू एक्सरसाइज, कैन समवन टेल मी एक दिन में कितना मिनट एक्सरसाइज करना जरूरी है? जोर से चिल्लाओ, जोर से, आपका जो भी नंबर है. 30 मिनट्स, 40 मिनट्स. ये तो सब हैबिट वाले हैं, जो अगर आप आंसर सही दे रहे हो तो. ओके, हाँ, वेरी नाइस. कुछ कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं 30 मिनट, 40 मिनट. कहाँ सीखा हमने ये? व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी, या वहाँ पे एक पोस्ट होता है दिन में 30 मिनट एक्सरसाइज तो बहुत ज़रूरी है. बट हियर इज द प्रॉब्लम, एंड दिस इज व्हाट हैपेंस विद आवर लाइफ, विद आवर बिजनेस, विद आवर पर्सनल लाइफ, फैमिली लाइफ, प्रोफेशनल लाइफ, एवरीथिंग. देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज ऑल और नथिंग ट्रैप. अगर मैं आपको बोलता हूँ कि 5 मिनट एक्सरसाइज करोगे तो भी चलेगा, तो आपके मन में सबसे पहला सवाल आएगा कि 5 मिनट, उससे क्या फ़ायदा होगा? यस, नो? कैन यू से यस, नो? थम्स अप दिखा सकते हो. मैं ऑनलाइन मीडियम में नहीं हूँ, सो आई वुड एक्सपेक्ट यू टू शाउट येस, बट आई नो कि आपको भूख लग गई ऑलरेडी और हम लेट चल रहे हैं. बट फिर भी आई विल जस्ट टेक 5 more minutes ऑफ योर टाइम एंड आई वॉन्ट यू टू हैव दोज टेक अवेज विच विल जेन्युइनली इम्पैक्ट फ्रॉम टुडे इटसेल्फ. ओके, तो सबसे सिंपल चीज़, जब भी आपको एक्सरसाइज करना हो या कोई भी चीज़ करनी हो, हमारे मन में ना एक भाव होता है कि मुझे कोई भी चीज़ परफेक्टली करना है. अग्रीड? यस, नो? अब यही हमारी सबसे बड़ी समस्या है, क्योंकि हमको लगता है 5 मिनट करने से फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, इसीलिए हम करते ही नहीं हैं. बट लाइक ब्रशिंग इज ऑटोमेटिक टुडे, exercise or any other thing that you want could be automatic if you focus on frequency. I'll repeat again. If you focus on what? Frequency मतलब क्या? कितनी बार आप उसको प्रैक्टिस करते हो. अब कितनी बार जब आप प्रैक्टिस करते हो तो उसमें कहीं नहीं लिखा है कि आपको 30 मिनट करना है या 40 मिनट करना है. फ्रीक्वेंसी का मतलब है आपको कॉन्शियसली 5 मिनट भी अगर करोगे तो आपके ब्रेन में सिग्नल जाता है कर लिया. सो टिप नंबर 1 was listen. Very, very helpful. Tip number 2, if you want to do something, focus as step number 1 on frequency part. Are you here with me? Yes? So किस पे फोकस करेंगे कल से? क्या मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर सकता हूं आप लोगों से कि अगर आपके पास समय नहीं है तो आप 5 मिनट एक्सरसाइज कर लीजिए. करेंगे? शो मी अ 5 हैंड. आई वॉन्ट यू टू डू अ प्रॉमिस फॉर योर सेल्फ, योर फैमिली. और जब आप 5 मिनट भी एक्सरसाइज करोगे, आपकी पर्सनल, प्रोफेशनल और फैमिली तीनों जीवन में डेफिनेटली अंदर पड़ेगा. क्यों? क्योंकि एक्सरसाइज का फर्क 5 मिनट से भी पड़ता है. ओके, सो हाउ मेनी मिनट्स फ्रॉम टुमारो मिनिमम? ओके, मिनिमम. ऐसा नहीं कल जाके बोल रहे हाँ 5 मिनट तो हो गया अभी नहीं करेंगे. नहीं, व्हेन यू आर बिजी, व्हेन यू आर थिंकिंग दैट अरे मेरे पास समय नहीं है, तब आप कम से कम 5 मिनट करेंगे. यस, नो? आई वॉन्ट यू टू से इट अगेन. 5 मिनट कर सकते हैं? कैन यू शाउट आउट अ लिटिल लाउडर? आर यू श्योर? थैंक यू सो मच. ओके, सेकेंड चीज, जब भी आप कोई अच्छी चीज इनकलकेट करना चाहते हैं, लेट्स डू द रिवर्स. हम सबको यहाँ पे सबसे फेवरेट टॉपिक क्या है? लेट्स से बिजनेस, एआई, इन्वेस्टिंग, ऑल ऑफ दिस. Whenever you love something, what do? You talk about it a lot. Yes, no? आपको अगर कोई चीज़ पसंद है, स्टॉक मार्केट्स पसंद है, इन्वेस्टमेंट पसंद है, क्रिकेट पसंद है, खाना बहुत पसंद है, इंदौर है, 56 कुछ तो है ना यहाँ पे, ऐसे 56 कोई लेन है शायद. यस, 56 ना? हाँ, तो अगर आपको पसंद है तो आप उसके बारे में क्या करोगे? बात करोगे. तो when it comes to exercise also, you have to do the second thing, which is do for 5 minutes and then talk about it. तो ये रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग है. जो चीज़ आपको पसंद नहीं है बट आप उसके बारे में रोज किसी से बात करने लग जाओ कि आज मैंने ये किया, आज मैंने वो किया, अपने आप थोड़े समय बाद वो ऑटोमेटिकली होने लग जाएगा. आर यू विथ मी हियर? ओके, लेट्स क्विकली प्ले अ गेम. आई वॉन्ट यू टू कीप योर हैंड्स लाइक दिस. कैन द कैमरा पॉइंट एट मी? हाँ, परफेक्ट. ओके, दोनों हाथ ऐसे रखो और आपको अब जोर से ताली बजानी है. एवरीवन क्लैप फॉर योरसेल्फ फर्स्ट. जोर से, जोर से, जोर से, और जोर से. कैन यू क्लैप लाउडर? परफेक्ट, गुड. नाउ आई नो यू कैन क्लैप. कीप योर हैंड्स लाइक दिस. अब आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि मेरुदंड सीधा रख के बैक सपोर्ट ना ले कुछ समय के लिए. परफेक्ट, बहुत ही बढ़िया, ग्रेट. अब आपको ध्यान से सुनना है. सुन रहे हैं क्या? यस, नो? परफेक्ट. गेम के 2 रूल है. रूल नंबर 1, जैसे ही मैं वर्ड क्लैप बोलूं आपको क्लैप करना है, और जैसे ही मैं वर्ड स्टॉप बोलूं आपको रुक जाना है. समझ में आया? आर यू श्योर? कैन यू शाउट आउट वन लास्ट टाइम? परफेक्ट. 3, 2, 1, स्टार्ट. ओके, गेम का रूल क्या था? क्लैप बोलने पे क्लैप करना था. मैंने क्या बोला? 3, 2, 1, स्टार्ट. सॉरी ऑल द स्पीकर्स, जितना भी आपने बोला आप देख रहे सामने क्या हो रहा है. ओके, आई वॉन्ट यू टू बी अ लिटिल मोर अटेंटिव. इट जेन्युइनली रिक्वायर्स एफर्ट टू लिसन प्रॉपरली. ओके, क्लैप करने पे क्या करना था? क्लैप. मैं क्या बोल रहा हूं? वर्ड क्लैप. क्लैप वर्ड पे क्या करना था? मैं 6 बार क्लैप बोल दिया अभी तक. 7वीं बार मैं वर्ड बोल रहा हूं क्लैप. एटलीस्ट नाउ कैन यू क्लैप लाइक अ लाउड क्लैप. ओके ओके, होल्ड 1 मिनट. व्हाट वाज रूल नंबर 2? स्टॉप. परफेक्ट. देखो, मैं ये गेम खिलाने में एक्सपर्ट हूं. मेरा काम है आपको बेवकूफ बनाना. आपका क्या काम है? I thought I am. ओके, सुनो, ध्यान से खेलो. अब आपको पता चल गया है कि मैं आपको कैसे ट्रिक करने वाला हूं, तो थोड़ा अटेंशन ज्यादा चाहिए. कीप योर हैंड्स अप अगेन. रेडी? 3, 2, 1, क्लैप. कम ऑन, फास्टर, लाउडर. स्टॉप. वेरी गुड. आई वॉन्ट योर रिएक्शन टाइम टू बी बेटर. क्लैप. स्टॉप. क्लैप. स्टॉप. क्लैप. स्टॉप. परफेक्ट. तो अब हाँ, रिलैक्स. वेल डन. सी, इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यू टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट हैपेंड जस्ट नाउ. इतना जल्दी आपका ब्रेन एक पैटर्न बना सकता है अगर आप उसको ध्यान से खेलें. देखो, यहां पे पिछले 3 मिनट में किसी ने ये नहीं सोचा कि खाना खाना है, घर पे क्या होगा, कहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट किया है. यू वेर हियर, इजंट इट? यस, नो? फुल अटेंशन ऑन what was I doing, what were you doing. If you do something with slightly more attention, making a pattern is very quick. कितना जल्दी पैटर्न बन गया? clap, break, clap, break, clap, break. Suddenly you were able to make that pattern. So this is very important for you. Third thing, okay, how many of us feel that you will be able to do exercise from tomorrow for at least 5 minutes? हाथ उठाइए एक बार. Okay. Now this is the most important and the last part, that खुद पे भरोसा होना चाहिए. स्वामी जी ने भी यही बोला अभी. इंटरनली अगर आपको ये लगता है ना कि ये तो मुझसे नहीं हो पाएगा, 100% आपसे वो नहीं हो पाएगा. बट अगर आपको 1% भी लगता है कि नहीं ये मुझसे हो पाएगा, there is a high chance that it is possible, right? So I'll just recap whatever I said. Point number 1, you have to listen. बहुत ही ज़रूरी है क्या हो रहा है. एंड लिसनिंग इज जनरल अवेयरनेस अबाउट थिंग्स विदाउट लेटिंग द फिल्टर ऑफ द पास्ट कम टू यू. हम लोग कभी भी कुछ भी सुनते हैं तो एक बैगेज लेके सुनते हैं कि अच्छा हाँ मुझे तो इतना आता है या मुझे तो इतना पता है. उसको छोड़ के अगर आप सुन पाओ बहुत बढ़िया. सेकेंड, एनीथिंग दैट यू वांट टू डू, यू हैव टू फोकस ऑन फ्रीक्वेंसी, राइट, रिपीटिशन. उसके लिए एक बहुत ही सिंपल एक्सरसाइज है कि आप रोज 5 मिनट एक्सरसाइज करने लगोगे, एक जगह फ्रीक्वेंसी बिल्ड करोगे, कहीं भी रेप्लिकेट कर सकते हो, चाहे वो प्रोफेशनल लाइफ हो, चाहे वो पर्सनल लाइफ हो, या मेडिटेशन हो, ब्रीदिंग हो, कुछ भी. एंड थर्ड, you have to have that trust that it's possible, right? If you say that it's not possible, 100% yes. But if you say it's possible, there is high chance that it is possible. ऐसा ज़रूरी नहीं है कि बोल दिया तो हो ही जाएगा, but at least chance है. बोलोगे नहीं हो सकता तो नहीं हो सकता है. Okay? That's it. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू सो मच सौरभ. आपने पंडित जी के स्पीच के बारे में बाद में बोला कि हाउ डिफिकल्ट इज इट फॉर यू. अब आप ये सोचें कि हमारे लिए कितना डिफिकल्ट है आपके बोलने के बाद. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू बोथ आवर डिस्टिंग्विश्ड पैनलिस्ट्स. एंड प्रीति जी, ओवर टू यू टू मॉडरेट दिस वंडरफुल पैनल.
Thank you so much, Pandit ji. Thank you so much, Saurabh. Just one question we'll quickly take before breaking out. Pandit ji, आपने chemistry में MSc किया है और उसके बाद आप बैंकिंग SBI में 20 साल तक जुड़े रहे. उसके बाद आपने दैनिक भास्कर में भी जर्नलिज्म का आपका 20 years का एक्सपीरियंस है बिफोर मूविंग ऑन टू ग्रोथ. एंड तो हाउ इम्पॉर्टेंट इज पर्सनल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन फॉर बिजनेस ग्रोथ?
आपका सवाल है कि मैं पहले बैंक में था, फिर अखबार में रहा और अब मैं बाबागिरी कर रहा हूँ.
नहीं, मतलब कितना?
ये बहुत लंबा उत्तर नहीं है, लेकिन हमारे गीता में एक बात बोली है भगवान ने 18 अध्याय में. उसका एक पंक्ति में अर्थ ये है कि जिस दिन हम अपनी योग्यता से ऊपर किसी शक्ति को मान लें क्योंकि योग्यता से अधिक तो परमात्मा ही देता है, और मुझे मालूम था कि मेरी योग्यता सीमित है, तो मेरा भगवान पे बड़ा भरोसा रहा और हनुमान जी कराते गए और हम करते गए। तो मेरा आपसे भी अनुरोध है, आपके पास जितने भी कोटेशन होंगे, जो भी अच्छी बातें आपको याद हों, एक बात ज़रूर याद रखिए, वो करा रहा है तो हम कर पा रहे हैं, करना हमें ही है। तो मेरे जीवन में जो कुछ हुआ वो आपके जीवन में भी हो जाएगा।
Thank you. Saurabh, you started Habuild during COVID. आपने 3 लोगों से स्टार्ट किया Zoom सेशन पे, और आज over like 7-8 lakh people are watching you daily and do live yoga. So what are the 3 things that you would say that made this happen?
I think पंडित जी ने जैसे बोला, I am also a strong believer that if you put in hard work and अगर भगवान चाहे तो हो जाता है. But the 3 things if I have to say, one is that the intent has to be very clear. From day one, I come from a family background where we had businesses and all of that. So I had that cushion. But मुझे कभी ऐसा नहीं था कि हमको योगा का कोई स्टार्टअप करना है, या हमको बस ये था कि ज़्यादा लोगों तक पहुँचे. तो आवर प्लेटफॉर्म इज़ नोन फॉर बीइंग ट्रांसपेरेंट एंड ऑनेस्ट. सो दैट इज़ वन थिंग आई वुड से, दैट इफ़ योर इंटेंट इज़ देयर, कि अगर आप सोचते हैं कि जेन्युइनली हम दूसरों की मदद करना चाहते हैं, तो उससे बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ता है. Second, again, as I was mentioning, if you are consistent with anything, in the long term it compounds. I was listening to the previous panel also. Sir said very beautifully कि long term perspective रहेगा आपका, तो बहुत फ़ायदा होता है उसका. तो that is the second thing. And third thing, if you want to do something bigger, it cannot happen without a team. And I am blessed that I have founders whom I trust, who I know since a long time. तो आपके आसपास ऐसे लोग होने चाहिए, वो भी पहले उन्होंने बोला ही था कि आसपास आपके ऐसे लोग होने चाहिए, संगत होनी चाहिए जो आपको शायद भटकने ना दे. राइट, आप सोचोगे भी कि नहीं, थोड़ा ग्रीड अगर आ जाता है, थोड़ा अहंकार अगर आ जाता है, तो आपके आसपास अगर ऐसे लोग हैं जो I have a team which is phenomenally great, so I would say that all kudos to them.
We need more people like Pandit ji
Yes,
to,
of course, sure.
to keep us grounded and to keep showing us the way. Thank you so much and बहुत धन्यवाद.
Preeti ji, to give a quick token of appreciation and our sincere gratitude, let me invite upon Sunil Rawat ji and Sawan Ladda ji on the stage. Sunil Rawat ji and Sawan Ladda ji. Sawan Ladda ji to kindly present a token of our gratitude to Pandit Shri Vijay Shankar Mehta ji. Is Sunil Rawat ji here? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And Sunil Rawat ji to present a memento to Mr. Saurav Bothra, our distinguished keynote speaker today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Preeti ji, for moderating this exceptional panel. Wouldn't we all agree that it was one of the most exceptional panels, at least one of those that I have heard in a long, long time. What an amazing combination. Thank you so much. Pandit ji, we would request you to पंडित जी, अगर आप स्टेज में रहें तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा. थैंक यू. थैंक यू सौरभ. Thank you. All right, now to accompany Pandit ji on stage, let me invite upon the Micromitti team, Manoj, Sachin, Vishal and Vedant, please on stage.
नमस्कार. कहते हैं ना, हर कहानी की शुरुआत किसी सपने से होती है. लेकिन सपने को हकीकत बनाने के लिए किसी के विश्वास की जरूरत होती है। अब सोचिए जरा, आज के वक्त में जब कोई भी वीसी या एंजल इन्वेस्टर सिर्फ आइडिया पर पैसा लगाने से पहले 10 बार सोचता है, तब इंदौर में कुछ अलग हुआ। 2 नाम, वैभव राय और विशाल राय। नाम तो आप जानते ही होंगे यदि आप इंदौर से हैं। इंदौर में शिक्षा, व्यवसाय और ईमानदारी, इन तीनों को एक साथ जोड़ने वाले परिवार से हैं ये लोग। अब कहानी सुनिए। इन दोनों ने मेरे एक छोटे से आइडिया पर भरोसा किया। ना कोई टीम, ना कोई डेवलपमेंट का अनुभव, ना कोई प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट, बस एक सोच, ब्रांड इंदौर और भारत के लिए कुछ अलग करना है। और उस सोच पर उन्होंने अपनी 30 एकड़ जमीन दे दी। सोचिए जरा, 30 एकड़ किसी अनजान युवा के विजन पर। और बस वहीं से शुरू हुई माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुबन की कहानी। लेकिन कहानी यहां से आसान नहीं हुई। कई लोगों ने कहा, मनोज से नहीं होगा, आपने बहुत बड़ा रिस्क ले लिया है, इंदौर का रियल एस्टेट मार्केट गिरा पड़ा है, मनोज बहुत खर्चा कर रहा है, 100% व्हाइट मनी में कोई कॉलोनी बिकती है क्या? कुछ लोगों ने तो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में मेरे खिलाफ पहले ही दिन काफी बातें भी चालू कर दी। लेकिन एक बात कहूं, जब सबने शक किया, वैभव राय और विशाल राय, दोनों मेरे बड़े भाई लोगों ने मेरे साथ दीवार की तरह खड़े रहे। उन्होंने सिर्फ पैसा नहीं लगाया, उन्होंने भरोसा लगाया, उन्होंने वक्त दिया, हिम्मत दी और वो मेंटरशिप और नैतिक सहारा दिया जो आज भारत में किसी भी युवा उद्यमी के लिए किसी निवेश से कम नहीं होता। आज अगर मैं यहां खड़ा हूं तो उनकी वजह से। उन्होंने मुझे सिर्फ एक जमीन नहीं दी, बल्कि एक दिशा दी। उन्होंने सिखाया कि वास्तविक निवेश ईंट, सीमेंट या प्लॉट में नहीं होता, बल्कि भरोसे में होता है। और यही भरोसा बना माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुबन, एक टाउनशिप नहीं, एक सोच, एक उदाहरण जो कहती है छोटे शहरों में भी बड़े सपने पल सकते हैं। इंदौर में भी भविष्य लिखा जा सकता है, बस कोई चाहिए जो उस सपने पर यकीन करे। वैभव जी और विशाल जी, आज इस मंच से मैं बस इतना कहना चाहता हूं, आप दोनों ने सिर्फ मुझ पर नहीं बल्कि भारत के हर उस युवा पर भरोसा किया है जो कुछ नया करने के लिए हिम्मत रखता है। क्योंकि बात साफ है, विचार तब तक छोटे लगते हैं जब तक कोई बड़ा व्यक्ति उन पर भरोसा नहीं करता। और जब एक ऐसा भरोसा मिल जाता है तो एक प्लॉट नहीं, एक विरासत बन जाती है। इंदौर से भारत तक यह सफर सिर्फ मेरा नहीं, हम सबका है। धन्यवाद।
प्रकृति के बीच, जहां सूरज की किरणें आपके घर के बगीचे में चादर बिछाए, जहां हवा आपके साथ हर पल बहे, जहां सिर्फ प्रकृति की ही धुन सुनाई दे और हरियाली इतनी कि जिंदगी खुलकर सांस ले। स्वागत है आपका इंदौर के पहले फॉरेस्ट इंस्पायर्ड प्रोजेक्ट माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुबन में। 30 एकड़ पर फैला एक ऐसा सुरम्य वन जहां बसेगा 450 प्लस परिवारों का जीवन। एयर सर्कुलेशन और एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स को ध्यान में रखकर इसे स्वस्थ जीवन के लिए डिजाइन किया गया है। 1250 स्क्वायर फीट में 2500 स्क्वायर फीट का एहसास देने वाले 2-वे ईस्ट वेस्ट फेसिंग प्लॉट्स 10.5 और 12 मीटर के इंटरनल रोड्स पर इस तरह प्लान किए गए हैं कि हर घर के बैकयार्ड में होगा गार्डन, यानी यहाँ हर घर में मिलेगी एक्स्ट्रा ओपन ग्रीन स्पेस और नेचुरल लाइट, सब कुछ एक साथ। माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुबन इंदौर की एकमात्र प्लॉटिंग टाउनशिप है जिसके द क्रीसेंट क्लब को आर्किटेक्चर क्षेत्र की नायाब डिजाइन के लिए सिंगापुर में वर्ल्ड आर्किटेक्चर कम्युनिटी अवार्ड प्राप्त हुआ है, जिसे डिजाइन किया है भारत के नंबर 1 आर्किटेक्ट संजय पुरी ने। क्रीसेंट क्लब एक लाइफस्टाइल हब है जिसमें स्विमिंग पूल, टेरेस गार्डन, बैंक्वेट हॉल, रेस्टोरेंट्स और वेलनेस जोन्स के साथ अत्याधुनिक इंडोर गेम जोन, एवं जिम्नेशियम आदि एक कंप्लीट लाइफस्टाइल के लिए प्लान किए गए हैं। यहाँ 35,000 स्क्वायर फीट का सेंट्रल कोर्टयार्ड है, जिसमें 17,500 स्क्वायर फीट का प्राइवेट क्लब एवं 17,500 स्क्वायर फीट का गार्डन एरिया माइक्रोमिट्टी द्वारा डेवलप किया जाएगा, जिसमें टेनिस, फुटबॉल जैसे मल्टीपर्पज कोर्ट से लेकर मंदिर तक सब कुछ होगा घनी हरियाली के बीच। यानी आप अनुभव करेंगे शांति, सुकून और आध्यात्मिक संतुलन। ये इंदौर की पहली ऐसी टाउनशिप है जो एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स को ध्यान में रखकर डिजाइन की गई है, जो 14 गार्डन्स की प्राकृतिक सौम्यता से युक्त है। और खास बात यह है कि इन्हें विशेष प्राकृतिक जरूरतों के हिसाब से एनविजन लैंडस्केप आर्किटेक्ट्स हैदराबाद ने डिजाइन किया है। चिल्ड्रन प्ले जोन्स, माइंडफुल वॉकवे, रिफ्लेक्सोलॉजी पाथ, अर्बन फार्मिंग, सिटिंग अल्कोव, पेविलियंस आदि इस तरह प्लान किए गए हैं कि आप यहाँ प्रकृति का भरपूर अनुभव ले सके। लैंडस्केप डिजाइन में अर्थ टोन्ड मटेरियल्स, सीजनल ट्रीज और श्रब्स शामिल किए हैं। हरे भरे पाथवे, फूलों से महकते बगीचे, फॉरेस्ट ट्रेल और सुकूनदायक पेविलियन पर एनविजन लैब्स हैदराबाद के लैंडस्केप आर्किटेक्ट्स ने इस तरह काम किया है कि विंड फ्लो, सनलाइट और ग्रीनरी के तालमेल से एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स को स्वच्छ हवा से मेंटेन किया जाएगा। माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुवन में प्लॉट के साथ आपके पास है विकल्प अपना रेडी टू मूव इन विला बुक करने का, जो देश के नंबर 1 आर्किटेक्ट संजय पुरी द्वारा डिजाइन व माइक्रोमिट्टी के क्वालिटी कमिटमेंट के अनुसार डेवलप होंगे। माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुवन एक ग्रीन इनोवेशन है जहां हर स्ट्रक्चर नेचर के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। एंट्रेंस प्लाजा से लेकर ट्री लाइन्ड रोड्स, ग्रीन आइलैंड्स और बटरफ्लाई गार्डन्स तक चारों ओर प्राकृतिक सौम्यता बिखरी हुई है। 75 मीटर चौड़ी प्रस्तावित RE3 रिंग रोड पर स्थित माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुवन तक पहुंचने के 3 और मुख्य मार्ग है, जैसे कि आप यहां जलारिया मेन रोड से, MR11 रोड से या फिर ओमिक सिटी की 12 मीटर रोड से आसानी से पहुंच सकते हैं। माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुवन जोड़ता है आपको इंदौर के प्राइम डेस्टिनेशंस जैसे फिनिक्स सिटाडेल मॉल, एमरल्ड इंटरनेशनल स्कूल और MR12 रोड से एयरपोर्ट तक। साथ ही इसके चारों ओर प्रीमियम कॉलोनीज, स्कूल्स, क्लब्स एवं हॉस्पिटल्स आदि भी हैं। वन से प्रेरित और जीवन के लिए निर्मित माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुवन के साथ माइक्रोमिट्टी का विजन सिर्फ घर बनाना नहीं, बल्कि जीवन जीने के अंदाज को और भी बेहतर बनाना है, क्योंकि माइक्रोमिट्टी मधुवन 30 एकड़ का वो सुरम्य वन है जहां बसेगा 450 प्लस परिवारों का जीवन।
माइक्रो
नमस्कार इंदौर। करीबन 20-22 साल पहले हमारे पूर्व प्रेसिडेंट अब्दुल कलाम आज़ाद सिखा के गए थे कि सपना बड़ा देखिए। ज़िंदगी ने सिखाया कि सपना बड़ा देखने के लिए तपस्या करनी पड़ेगी। तपस्या का मतलब चुनौतियों का सामना, गिरकर उठना। ये सब करते करते समझ में आया कि कलाम साहब ये बता के नहीं गए कि वो जो सपना बड़ा देखना था वो सपना अपने लिए नहीं, अपने देश और अपने शहर के लिए देखना था। और वही सपना जब आप समाज के लिए और अपने देश के लिए देखते हैं तो प्रैक्टिकल टर्म्स में आप नए जॉब जनरेट कर रहे हैं, अपने आसपास रहने वाले लोगों का जीवन सुखमय और सुंदर बनाना चाहते हैं। और यही करते करते हमने बनाया एक छोटा सा अपना फर्म माइक्रोमिट्टी, और माइक्रोमिट्टी वही एक बड़ा सपना है। और आप सब लोगों का आना हमारे लिए उन चुनौतियों से निपटना, समस्याओं से निपटना और तपस्या में आने का एक भागीदारी बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट है। आज इंदौर में TiECon 2025 सावन सर, टाई के सारे बोर्ड मेंबर का होना और उसमें मधुबन का लॉन्च होना, ऐसी छोटे छोटे क्षण हैं जिनको जोड़कर हम देश में कुछ नया और कुछ अलग करना चाहते हैं। आपका साथ ऐसे ही मिलता रहे। पंडित जी, हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आपके हाथों से ये मधुबन आज लॉन्च हुआ है। ये हमारे 9 प्रोजेक्टों में पहला प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च हुआ है। धन्यवाद आप सभी को। आप हमारे साथ रहिए, हमें हिम्मत देते रहिए। हम इंदौर का नाम नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर ले जाना चाहते हैं, यहाँ के बच्चों के लिए जॉब जनरेट करना चाहते हैं। और हमें देखकर टियर 2 सिटी, जिसे मैं टियर नेक्स्ट बोलता हूँ, वहाँ टियर 3 और गाँवों में शायद ऐसे और कहीं युवा उद्यमी आ जाए, जिससे कि हमारा देश आगे बढ़ पाए और जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का एक सपना है $30 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, वो हम पूरा कर पाए। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Can all board members please join the Micromitti team for the book launch? All board members on stage, please. I have a few special announcements to make, so please don't leave. All board members are here. Let's begin the ceremony. Yes, these are moments to be captured, so everybody posing for one good picture. Huge round of applause and all the best to the Micromitti team. I still remember Manojji's LinkedIn post on whether we should go with white or green, and I see that he has chosen green. Thank you so much. Thank you, Micromitti team. Can the board members please stay on stage? And may I please request all our distinguished speakers to kindly join the board members today for a photograph. All board members to kindly remain on stage so we take some good pictures with all our panelists and keynote speakers. All keynote speakers to kindly join us on stage, please. Keynote speakers, please. Shapat ji, Raja ji, I am trying to in the dark look and call over the names. Thank you so much. Let's join. Wonderful. We'll give everybody a minute to suit up, as we say, and give them their best smiles. Thank you so much. These moments truly capture our gratitude to all our keynote speakers and panelists for sharing their insights with us on this very memorable day, TiEConMP 2025. Thank you so much, everyone. Now a very important key few announcements. Speakers, charter members and sponsors, lunch is being served in the Arihant Hall. Special invites, delegates and associate members, kindly proceed to the exhibition hall basement where lunch is being served. And one remaining very important announcement. We have a very interesting lineup of masterclasses and breakouts in the Phoenix Hall. That's going to start and is scheduled to start at 2:30. So everyone who has registered for the session, I've just heard that there are a few very limited seats remaining. So hurry up and register for those master classes, and they are going to begin in the Phoenix Hall at 2:30 p.m. sharp. For the rest of all the attendees, we will resume here at 2:30 p.m. and that gives us 30 minutes of a power lunch time to fuel our energies and be back. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Check. Hey, 1, 2, check. Check. Hey, hello. Check. Hey.
Check, check, check. Check.
the front door and keep the middle one open for the guests to come in from there. Can some volunteer please coordinate the closing of this door? So we begin with a wonderful lunch. It was indeed a power lunch, but I hope you did get some great opportunities to network, because TiE is about making meaningful connections, and that is going to stay the spirit of ours all day long. All right, an exclusive discussion now to kick off post-lunch sessions that celebrates homegrown leadership. We often hear about unicorns, but today we will spotlight the Huroons of Indore, founders who have built value, vision and global impact from right here in Madhya Pradesh. Let me please give a thundering round of applause and request you all to do the same to Vinod Agarwal ji, Vimal Todi ji, Sunil Chodia ji, Gaurav Anand ji and Anurag Mundra ji. Anand Sakleja ji will be moderating this panel. Let me please request Anand ji to escort our distinguished panel up on stage. Indo-Thai Securities, a warm thank you to you from our entire team at TiEConMP, TiEConMP 2025. Thank you so much for being the session sponsors of the Huroons of Indore. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it loud for them. Sakleja ji, we are getting a few cordless mics and we will get started with the session right away. Ladies and gentlemen, as you come in, quickly request you to take your seats. We are beginning this stellar panel with us, and the mics are coming up. Anand Sakleja ji, over to you to moderate this fabulous panel. Thank you, Mayur sir. Over to you, sir.
Mayur ji, I think
Hello Indore, I think you had a very good lunch, and I'm not going to host a sleeping crowd here, so can I just listen to all of you? Are you all awake? Thank you so much, and a very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests and friends here at TiECon 25 Madhya Pradesh. Indore, can I have a huge round of applause on this momentous occasion? We are honored to have $5 billion worth of entrepreneurial power and impact sitting right before you all. Can I have it once again? It was not that loud. Thank you so much. So let's be real. The real treasure here isn't just in numbers. My mission today is to take out the incredible non-financial wealth wisdom from Mr. Todi, Mr. Agrawal, Mr. Chordia, Mr. Mundra, all of them here. And what we are going to talk about more is how they have built their resilient businesses. इनने जो धंधा बनाया है वो इतना बड़ा धंधा कैसे बनाया है, and it was not just a faster fish but a bigger fish, a resilient fish. and उस तरीके से जो धंधा बनाया, मैं चाहता हूँ कि हम सब जब यहाँ से उठकर जाएं तो एक बार स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन देकर इनके एक्सपीरियंसेस को साथ लेकर के जाएं. So without wasting much of time, just before I set the tone, just to put two lines here, जो मुश्किलों से डरता नहीं वही इतिहास रचता है, हर धड़कन में जुनून हो तो कोई मंजिल दूर नहीं रहती. तो धन्यवाद मेरे सह पैनलिस्ट्स को, और it was an honor to moderate you here at this such an august gathering. So मैं पहले एक सवाल सुनील जी से पूछना चाहता हूँ कि एक अपनी जर्नी के बारे में बताएं सर. जैसे आप बाल विनय से पढ़े हैं, एंड देन यू नो कमिंग आउट देयर एंड मेकिंग वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट वायर कंपनी इन द वर्ल्ड एंड टेकिंग इंदौर ऑन द मैप ऑफ इंडिया. आप थोड़ी सी अपनी जर्नी अगर शेयर करेंगे साथ में तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा सर सबको सुनकर.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, and thank you, Ty, for giving us this opportunity to come, and especially to me, that I am today sitting with Vinod ji, Vimal Bhaiya, and Mr. Mundra. I had never thought that one day I'll be sitting and talking to you people and sharing my journey. I come from a very humble background. I started my business as an iron and steel trading business, which my father was doing and I was part of it. I started Rajratan in 1991 with a very small investment of 30 lakhs. And today we have a company with 3 manufacturing locations, one in Pithampur, which is the mother location, one in Thailand, and one in Chennai. With these 3 production locations, We are world's #2 bead wire producer, and you know, the business which was started with 30 lakhs of investment in 1991 has become quite big. We are now doing this year around 1100 crores of turnover and a market cap of around 2500 crores. That is not important. What is important is that, you know, we still have a lot of headroom to grow. And when, you know, your organization invited me, I spent 10 minutes to write down few points because I am not a very good speaker. So let me note down few learnings. So if you allow me, can I please talk about that? And with this journey, which I'll try and speak in 10 minutes time, if I can motivate, you know, few of you to produce another 100 Vinod Agrawals and Vimal Todis from Indore, that will be my gain from this talk, what I am going to talk. So, you know, I already mentioned you what business we are in, how we have built up the company and what scale it has achieved today. But now I'll talk about my learnings. So there is no substitute to hard work, okay? And you know, the harder you work, luckier you get. So I have always followed this formula. I remember my young days when I used to work for 16 hours a day, okay? Lots of sleepless nights, because business or a startup or any new thing is not easy. You have to really, really work hard. Continuous learning has been my, you know, attitude, has been my mantra. So continuous learning and seeking advice from, you know, people around you. So I never hesitate in reaching out to somebody who can help me. So I have seen जीवन में अगर किसी से मदद मांगने जाते हैं तो 99.9% the people are ready to help you and people are ready to guide you, and you get the best consulting answer from people without paying the fees, okay? I remember I have a mentor who is in Bombay, a big businessman, and whenever there was opportunity I will visit him. So one day I called him, Uncle ji, I am in Bombay and want to meet you. He said, yes, yes, come and we'll go home and have lunch, have dinner together. जब मैं उनके ऑफिस में गया तो वो बोले, यार गलती हो गई सुनील जी, यू नो अशोक गहलोत जी बैठे हैं नीचे गाड़ी में, एंड मैंने उनको भी टाइम दिया था, आपको भी टाइम दिया था, तो अब ऐसा करो आप गाड़ी में चलो साथ में, अपने बात हो जाएगी. So what I want to tell you that people are ready to sacrifice their important work, important meetings, but ready to help you and guide you. So never hesitate in reaching out to somebody who can guide you and help you. So difficulties will always come on your way and make us better, not bitter. So difficulties should make us better, not bitter. This is another thing I have learned in life for last 30 years of my business. Very important, walk the talk. Okay, आप जो बात कर रहे हैं, that you have to demonstrate in your day-to-day conduct. You have to earn respect, you have to earn trust of your people, you have to earn respect of your customer, you have to earn respect of all the stakeholders in your business. Okay, and that will take you long way. And that is how a brand will be created. Okay, ultimately it is all about, you know, how you deliver on your promise. So what is, I was reading somewhere, what is a brand? Brand is not a promise. It is delivery of your promise, which will create a brand. So very, very important. All of us need to earn money. Okay, it is very, very important, because we are all doing business to earn money, to make profits, to grow our business. So revenue is urgency, but reputation is your currency. This is what I have learned. Okay, so even if sometimes we had to make losses, we have to sacrifice, I never tried and ran after the profits. but we kept our commitment for quality, commitment to honor our, promise. Very, very important. Invest in relationships. If you can create a brand which is trusted, which is, which has a reputation, you can develop a relationship, ecosystem around you, which will help you grow your business much faster. And if you can create a brand where you can hire better people. So if you can learn the art of hiring and working around with better people, more knowledgeable, more capable people around you, you can grow your business much faster and much larger. I have been, always following a very focused approach. So in 30 years of my building up this company, never changed my focus. I never invested in property. I never invested in anything else. Whatever money we earned, whatever cash flow we had, positive cash flow, reinvested in what we know the best. Okay. So from a very small capacity in 1991, if I tell you, we had started this company with 5,000 tons per annum capacity, and today we have 180,000 tons capacity in 3 locations. Okay, difficult decisions have been, like venturing into Thailand, which was a very tough decision. Had in my life and building up this career, I had 3 near-death experiences. Okay, once in 95, 97, and every time I was fortunate to get some support, some way forward, which survived us, and we have been growing from there. So focus is very important, because I have seen a lot of people, a lot of companies, they start investing in multiple things, and they don't become champions of any one product or one business. So it's very important to be amongst the first few in your business. Financial discipline, very important, to keep a financial discipline in business, because any indiscipline in finance, any wrong investment, any huge investment burden, interest burden can ruin your life, can really bring your company down. I'm a strict, follower of value system. So integrity, I'm a Jain, so we even follow Jain values in our business. In spite of having business in Thailand, or now we have company in USA, we are marketing to almost 20 odd companies in the world. We have people in China working for us, we have people in Europe working for us, but we don't spend money on non-vegetarian food. A very small value system, but we are very rigid about it. And I have seen that people respect your value system. If you respect your value system, people will also respect your value system. So in short, I'll say, keep your eyes on horizon, but feet on ground. It is very, very important to be humble and to be grounded with, successes and with some achievement. If you start flying, if you lose the ground, I think that will be beginning of the fall. So this is what I have learned in my small 25 years of experience, and I hope, I expect you all to wish us that we keep growing our business, and if there is any opportunity to help anyone sitting here and guide him, we are all open. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sunilji. That's what we call as a concentrated, experience, like gut. So that's nothing but concentrated experience. So that's what you shared, and thank you so much for that. And I'll take in continuation of what you said, I would request Mr. Todi to just take this question about spirituality. What you said, that values system is very important, and then follow on means one of the biggest philanthropists of the Madhya Pradesh, of the state. I'll take the similar question from him, and then I'll switch on to some other question to Mr. Mundra.
गुड आफ्टरनून, नमस्कार। देखिए, सुनील जी ने जो इंस्पिरेशनल और जो बहुत अच्छी बातें कही है, एक चीज़ मैं जानना चाहूँगा, यहाँ पे बैठे हुए लोग कितने लोग बिजनेस में हैं, वो थोड़ा हाथ खड़े करें। और कितने लोग सर्विस में हैं, वो थोड़ा हाथ खड़े। चलिए, सो आई एम एड्रेसिंग द बिजनेस फ्रेटर्निटी। सुनील जी के जैसे मैंने भी जो है 87 में कुल 4 लाख की एक संपत्ति से शुरुआत की थी। 55 लाख का लोन था, 25 लाख की उस टाइम सरकार की बहुत मेहरबानी थी, जो सब्सिडी, सेंट्रल सब्सिडी मिल जाती थी। ऐसे करके एक प्लांट लगाया था जिसकी कुल कैपेसिटी थी 800 टन मीट्रिक टन पर मंथ। हम लोग सरिया में हैं, पहले इंगॉट बनाते थे, फिर बिलेट बनाते थे, अब 6 लाख टन हम लोग सरिया प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं साल का। 87 में हमारा जो टर्नओवर था वो 60 करोड़ का था, आज हम 4000 करोड़ का टर्नओवर कर रहे हैं। इसमें एक प्लांट जो है पीथमपुर में है और एक बॉम्बे में है। आज मोयरा शायद एक हाउस होल्ड नाम बन गया है। इसके पीछे जो स्ट्रगल है, जो खून पसीना जैसे सुनील जी ने बताया, वो काफ़ी बहा है। मूल मंत्र यही है कि आप टीम बनाएं, लोगों पर विश्वास करें और टीम बना के जो आगे, सबका साथ सबका विकास मोदी जी आप बोल रहे हैं, मैंने 87 में चालू कर दिया था। अच्छे लोगों को आप आगे बढ़ने दें, उनका स्किल्स संभालें, उनकी ऑनेस्टी, उनकी इंटीग्रिटी देख के आगे बढ़ाएं उन्हें, और पूरा समर्पण आप जिसको बोल सकते हैं उसके साथ उस पर विश्वास करें और आगे बढ़ाएं। आप देखिए, मैं मेरे धंधे में देखता हूं कि 90% लोग जो हैं अपनी सत्ता छोड़ने में, बल्कि 95% लोग अपनी सत्ता हर छोटी से छोटी चीज में भी वो इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं। अब भाई आपके पास 24 घंटे हैं, आप 24 घंटा खुद ही काम करेंगे तो आप थक जाएंगे और इतना आउटपुट नहीं आएगा। आप टीम बनाइए, उनको डेलीगेशन दीजिए, उन पर विश्वास कीजिए, यह एक मेरा मूल मंत्र है और मैंने आई हैव सीन द सक्सेस इन दिस। जिंदगी जो है बहुत कठिन परीक्षा है। एक वो गाना है ना कि जिंदगी हर कदम एक नई जंग है, तो आपको जंग लगना पड़ेगी और जो भी रास्ते में रुकावटें आती हैं, धैर्य रखें। देखें, चीजें अपने आप नहीं होती है, जब समय आता है, अनुकूल समय आता है, आप अगर बीच में भाग जाएंगे तो कुछ नहीं होगा। आप लड़ते रहें, जब परिस्थिति आपके अनुकूल होगी आपको सक्सेस जरूर से मिलेगी। एक मेरा ये कहना है। दूसरा, मेरे एक बड़े भाई साहब थे, वो बोलते थे आप प्रयास करते रहें, सामने वाला ना भी बोल रहा है ना कि भाई ये नहीं काम होगा, आप फिर भी उसके पास जाए, क्योंकि न जाने वो किस मूड में बैठा है, घर से लड़के आया है तो ना बोलेगा। जिस दिन उसका मूड अच्छा होगा, हो सकता है आपका काम हो जाए। तो आप लड़ते रहें, आप उसमें प्रयास करते रहें, ये मेरा मूल मंत्र है। और सबसे बड़ा जो एक है वो टीम वर्क जरूर बनाया। टीम वर्क आपको फायदा देगा, 100% देगा। इंसेंटिव स्कीम जो है आप चालू करें कि भाई आप इतना प्रोडक्शन करेंगे तो इतना पैसा एक्स्ट्रा मिलेगा। आज मेरे यहाँ जो लोग हैं वो सैलरी से ज़्यादा इंसेंटिव में कमाते हैं। क्योंकि मेरे यहाँ जो है कोई ऑटोमेटिक कुछ नहीं, ठीक है प्रोसेस ऑटोमेटिक है, लेकिन इट्स मोर ऑफ ए लेबरस दिस थिंग। आप लेबर को इंसेंटिव दीजिए कि भाई आप 100 टन बनाएंगे तो इतना पैसा, और 200 टन 150 टन बनाएंगे तो इतना पैसा। ये बहुत काम कर रहा है और इसमें मैंने आई सीन द सक्सेस इन दिस। तो यही मेरा कहना है कि आप जिंदगी हर कदम एक नई जंग है, आप लड़ें, आगे बढ़ें, यही मेरा कहना है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Vimalji. So I think three major takeaways from Vimalji's talk is like, one, very important is सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास and सबका विकास. I'm just adding सबका विश्वास because you told me that सबका विश्वास is equally important. So सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास और सबका विकास. दूसरा, perseverance is what very important here, and team definitely कंपनियां लोग बनाते हैं और धंधा लोग बनाते हैं। विनोद जी, आपको प्रणाम करता हूँ पहले तो, और आपने इतना बड़ा बिजनेस बिल्ड किया मध्य प्रदेश में। मुझे लगता है लगभग हर कॉन्टिनेंट में आप बिजनेस करते हैं और लगभग 15,000 करोड़ के आसपास का टर्नओवर आपका ग्रुप करता है। कोल एक ऐसी कमोडिटी है जिसमें मेरे ख्याल से यू आर अमंग्स टॉप फ्यू इन द कंट्री, और मैंने कहीं पढ़ा था कि आपका जो एक मूल मंत्र है वो है बिजनेस ग्रोज व्हेन इट अपलिफ्ट्स लाइव्स। तो धंधा जब बढ़ता है जब वो दूसरों को बढ़ाता है। सो इट इज़ सच अ ब्यूटिफुल थॉट, इतना सुंदर थॉट है सर कि वो इतना दिल के करीब, मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि इट इज़ टचिंग समवेयर। सो नाइसली सेड सर। तो मैं आपसे एक चीज़ समझना चाहता हूँ सर कि मुझे ऐसा पता है कि आप बहुत जल्दी बिजनेस में आ गए थे, और आपने जब धंधा शुरू किया तब यू वर वेरी यंग, और उस वक्त से आज तक इट्स बीन मस्ट बी लाइक अ फ्यू डिकेड्स। यू लुक सो यंग, सो आई कांट टेल हाउ मेनी डिकेड्स, बट अ फ्यू डिकेड्स ऑफ कोर्स। सो मुझे हम लोग सब सुनना चाहते हैं, मतलब अगर आप सब लोग ताली बजाएंगे एक बार तो सुनने में भी मज़ा आएगा कि आपकी स्टोरी सर अगर आप कुछ तरीके से बताएं जैसे ये टेक अवे कर सके सर।
नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो जो आपने मेरे स्लोगन की बात करी, ये बहुत पहले से मेरे दिमाग में ये चीज़ है, यदि कोई बिजनेस हाउस या कोई कॉरपोरेट ग्रो करता है तो उसके सराउंड में जितने भी लोग हैं वो सभी ग्रो होना चाहिए। सिर्फ वो अकेला कॉरपोरेट ग्रो नहीं होना चाहिए, जितने भी लोग हमारे वेंडर हैं, कस्टमर हैं, एसोसिएट्स हैं, एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं, सबको ग्रो होना चाहिए। सेकंड, उसी में एक आधी बात और है, यदि आप उस बिजनेस से प्रॉफिट कमाते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं कम्युनिटी की उसमें सेवा होना चाहिए, कम्युनिटी का फ़ायदा होना चाहिए। तो दोनों चीज़ें हैं, बिजनेस का ग्रो होना तो सभी लोगों की लाइफ इंप्रूव होना, और यदि उससे आप कुछ कमा रहे हैं, अर्न कर रहे हैं, तो आपको कम्युनिटी को कैसे उसका बेनिफिट जाए वो भी आप ही की ड्यूटी बनती है। अब आपने मेरे कैरियर और लाइफ की बात करी, जैसा सुनील जी ने और तोदी जी ने बताया, सब कहीं ना कहीं इनिशियल स्टेज से शुरू हुए हैं, लेकिन मेरी कहानी बहुत ही अलग है, बहुत डिफरेंट है। मैं आपसे दो पीढ़ी की बात करूंगा। एक पीढ़ी जो मेरे फादर और फोर फादर्स जो हरियाणा से बिलोंग करते हैं, वो इतने रईस थे, इतने रिच थे उस जमाने में कि इम्पाला कार, बग्गियां, नौकर चाकर, बड़ी हवेली, सब कुछ था उनके पास। एक समय के बाद हमारे जो ताऊ बाबा ये बोलते थे कि इतना धन है कि 8 पीढ़ी तक भी आप बैठकर खाएंगे तो कम नहीं पड़ेगा। उन्होंने किसी को काम पे नहीं लगाया, किसी को काम सिखाया नहीं, करने दिया नहीं। बोले बहुत धन है, क्या जरूरत है। लगभग पीढ़ी के सभी लोग कोई काम के विशेष रहे नहीं। समय परिस्थिति पलटी, भारत पाकिस्तान का बंटवारा हुआ, बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ, और उन्हीं की पीढ़ी में जो 8 पीढ़ी बोलते थे, सब कुछ जीरो हो गया। तो मैं उनको कहता हूं कि अर्श से फर्श पर
आप अर्श पे थे, आसमान पे, और आप फर्श पे आ गए उसी पीढ़ी में, कोई पीढ़ी बदली नहीं। अब जब फर्श पे आ गए तो उस चूंकि वहाँ बहुत बड़ा नाम था, आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते थे, कोई छोटा काम, कोई नौकरी, कुछ नहीं कर सकते वहाँ पर जहाँ आपका बहुत बड़ा नाम हो। परिवार के लोग माइग्रेट होना शुरू हुए। इंदौर कभी हमने नक्शे में भी नहीं देखा होगा। पिताजी और परिवार, बड़े भाई इंदौर आए। मेरा जन्म हरियाणा का है, लेकिन मेरी कर्मभूमि इंदौर की है। मैं जब सिर्फ 2 साल का था जब इंदौर आ गया था। उस समय पर मैं भी एक बच्चा था। एक बच्चे की चाह, ये बहुत बड़ी जो चाह थी मेरी ये थी कि एक साइकिल मेरे पास हो जाए। भाई इतनी बड़ी चाह उस बचपन में रही होगी या थी, और आज भगवान ने वापस फर्श से अर्श पर लाकर रिचेस्ट पर्सन ऑफ द मध्य प्रदेश बना दिया। अब वो बने कैसे? जब परिवार इंदौर आया, बड़े भाई, पिताजी, उन्होंने इनिशियल जॉब्स भी की, सर्विस भी की। 74 में एक टर्निंग पॉइंट आया, बड़े भाई साहब ने लीड ली और कहीं कोल व्यापार शुरू हुआ। आज हम स्टार्टअप की बात करते हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं यहाँ पर। कोई भी बिजनेस शुरू करना वो स्टार्टअप ही है, किसी भी रूप में वो स्टार्टअप है। स्टार्टअप में एक नया आइडिया होता है, नई सोच होती है, कुछ डिफरेंट करने का तरीका होता है, और जिसका तरीका क्लिक हो जाए और समय पर सारी चीज़ें उसको उपलब्ध हो जाए तो वो आगे बढ़ जाता है। तो हमने भी कोल बिजनेस को, हम मानते हैं कि हमने भारत में वो कोल ट्रेडिंग बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया डिफरेंट तरीके से, कि हम डिलीवर्ड देंगे, क्वालिटी बेस देंगे, इन्वेस्टमेंट करके देंगे, आपको जब जब जरूरत होगी पहुंचा के देंगे। इस तरीके से 74 से वो बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया, जब मेरी एज भी करीब 14 या 15 साल के बीच में थी, जब से मैं मेरे व्यापार में बड़े भाइयों के साथ, पिताजी के साथ काम में लग गया था। 74 से 98 तक कोई बहुत बड़ा कुछ हुआ नहीं, कि उस समय देश में राशनिंग थी, लाइसेंस राज था, इकोनॉमी इतनी ग्रो नहीं करती थी, इतना बड़ा कोई माहौल नहीं था देश में। तो एक नॉर्मल लेवल पे हमारी कंपनी चल रही थी। 98 में एक अपॉर्चुनिटी आई, कोल ओजीएल में आया, आप इंपोर्ट कर सकते थे। उस समय हमने, चूंकि हम इस बिजनेस में थे, हमने कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क ली, उस तरफ आगे बढ़े कि हम इंपोर्ट करेंगे और इंडिया में लाके बेचेंगे। और हम फर्स्ट इंपोर्टर थे कंट्री के, जो फर्स्ट टाइम कोल इंडिया में हम लेके आए। जब इंपोर्ट करने की सोची तो पता चला कि इसके लिए एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट चाहिए, लेटर ऑफ क्रेडिट, एलसी। विदाउट एलसी आप इंपोर्ट नहीं कर सकते। हम लोग शुरू से ब्याज भरने के आदी नहीं है, हमको ब्याज भरना नहीं आता, तो कभी हमने बैंक की लिमिट नहीं ली। अब जब लिमिट नहीं ली और बिना एलसी के बिजनेस नहीं हो सकता, तो बैंक के पास गए। तो जिंदगी में पहली बार ये वर्ड सुना कि आपका क्रेडिट ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड नहीं है। मैंने कहा दुनिया भर के रिकॉर्ड सुने थे, क्रेडिट ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड क्या होता है? बोले आपने कभी उधारी नहीं ली आज तक, तो आपका कोई ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड नहीं है। तो अब ये नए सिरे से सारी चीज़ें होंगी और बनेगी। ठीक है, हमारे सामने अपॉर्चुनिटी थी, हमने डू एंड डाई करा, उसके पीछे लगे, लिमिट्स ली और हमने अपना इंपोर्ट स्टार्ट किया। आज आप देखिए, उसके बाद से 98 में जो कंपनी हमारी 50 करोड़ के एक टर्नओवर बेस पे थी, आज हम 2025 में 15,000 करोड़ के टर्नओवर पर पहुंचे हैं। इंडिया की सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट कोल ट्रेडिंग कंपनी है हम। मैं इम्पैक्ट की बात करूं तो कम से कम इंडिया के 50 बड़े हाउस, कोई नाम लीजिए आप, टाटा, बिरला, अडानी, सिंघानिया, जीएसडब्ल्यू, सब कोल ट्रेडिंग हाउस में है। कम से कम 1 लाख ट्रेडर्स पूरे हिंदुस्तान में है जो ट्रेडिंग करते हैं। तो आज पूरे बिजनेस का इम्पैक्ट, और इट्स अ गॉड ग्रेस, भगवान की दया है कि अग्रवाल कोल आज भी लीडर है। पूरे कोल इंडस्ट्री का लीडर यदि कोई काउंट होता है तो अग्रवाल कोल काउंट होता है, क्योंकि हमने उस तरीके से इस बिजनेस को किया है। तो हमारा डेडिकेशन, हमारी ईमानदारी, हमारी ट्रांसपेरेंसी, हमारा जो एक वेट करना कि कोई चीज़ की अपॉर्चुनिटी आए, कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क, इन सब चीज़ को देखकर हमको आज उस मुकाम पर पहुंचाया और इस मुकाम पर आए। समय के साथ कंपनी ने बहुत सारे डाइवर्सिफिकेशन किए। आज चूंकि इंदौर शहर अपने आप में एक अपॉर्चुनिटी सेंटर है, मध्य प्रदेश अपने आप में अपॉर्चुनिटी सेंटर है, तो हमने यहाँ पर इंदौर में भी एमरल्ड के नाम से एक बहुत बड़ा रियल एस्टेट बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया है। बहुत डिफरेंट तरीके से किया है। जैसे आज आपके मेन स्पॉन्सर जो माइक्रोमिट्टी हैं पुरवाल जी, ये भी अपने तरीके से बहुत डिफरेंट तरीके से काम करना चाह रहे हैं, उसमें मेहनत कर रहे हैं। यदि इन्होंने ट्रांसपेरेंसी और ईमानदारी और मेहनत से काम किया तो 100% ये भी सक्सेस होंगे। लेकिन जहाँ इसमें गड़बड़ हुई तो बहुत सारी तकलीफ है। तो ये एक हमारी कहानी है। मैं तो हरदम कहता हूँ कि हमारा परिवार अर्श से फर्श पर आया और फर्श से फिर अर्श पर भगवान ने पहुँचाया, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये मेहनत और बुजुर्गों का आशीर्वाद है।
Anand ji, I'll have to take leave. Sir. Please excuse me. I had informed the organizers that I'll have to leave at 3:30. So, wish you all the best.
सुनील जी का कोई फ्लाइट है?
So we'll continue. Meanwhile, Sunil ji is getting felicitated. Thank you, Sunil ji, coming out of tight schedule. Thank you so much. इंदौर आप लोगों ने सुना, विनोद जी की जो स्टोरी थी, it was just not a story, it was an inspiration, it was motivation for all of us sitting here कि छोटा शुरू करके भी हम कुछ बड़ा कर सकते हैं अगर हमारी सोच अच्छी हो, सोच ईमानदार हो और एक परसिवरेंस साथ में हो। तो मैंने सर से कल जब बात करी, मैंने सर से यही पूछा था कि सर आपने बिजनेस को जो बिल्ड किया है, इट टुक लाइक 4 डिकेड्स, और अब जो स्टार्टअप्स होते हैं, जो जेनजी होते हैं, जो मिलेनियल्स होते हैं, दे टॉक अबाउट अ फास्टर फिश कि भाई हम 10 साल के अंदर, 5 साल के अंदर कैसे यूनिकॉर्न बन सकते हैं। देयर आर एग्जांपल्स सर कि इस पिछले 3 साल 4 साल में जो आईपीओज हुए कुछ स्टार्टअप्स के, उन सबकी कंबाइंड मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन देखो तो कहीं पे 30 लाख करोड़ रुपए के आसपास आती है। जोमेटो अकेले की कुछ 3.5 लाख 3.25 लाख करोड़ है, और हीरो मोटर्स जो 60 साल से मार्केट लीडर है 2 व्हीलर का, उसकी मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन आज भी 1 लाख करोड़ है। So both the मतलब theories exist, पर मैं सर की theory वाला हूँ because वो, so thank you so much for guiding all of us here. अनुराग जी, मैं एक so अनुराग जी has started one innovation thing and सोलार के बिजनेस में इंदौर को के नाम को लेकर आए, and he is one of the heroes of Indore. Thank you so much for coming here, अनुराग जी. Can I have a round of applause for him, please? So one very interesting thing which came while we were discussing yesterday with Anurag ji is he used 2 very good terms. Means one is internalization and one is interiorization. I'll request everyone here to understand these 2 terms well, because ये 2 words नहीं है. These are like some core of what he must have learnt over 2 decades or 3 decades of his business, right? So Anurag ji, over to you. Can you just take these 2 terms and explain to us like how frugal, how dynamic these terms are, और ये इन 2 terms ने आपके business build करने में कैसे help की?
Well, thank you Anand ji, and I'm grateful to TiE for inviting me here. It's really a matter of great joy and pride for me sharing a stage with the giants of Indore. Vinod ji, Vimal ji, Sunil ji and Gaurav ji. ये मुझसे एज में बहुत सीनियर है एंड वेरी सीनियर इन नॉलेज एंड एक्सपीरियंस. वेल, जस्ट ए क्लैरिफिकेशन दैट सोलर बिजनेस, आई एम ए पार्ट ऑफ द टीम, बट ओरिजिनली द बिजनेस वाज स्टार्टेड बाय माय फादर एंड माय एल्डर ब्रदर. वी वर इन ट्रांसफार्मर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बिजनेस एंड वी यूज्ड टू मैन्युफैक्चर वेरियस टाइप ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिकल ट्रांसफार्मर्स. एंड इन 2010 व्हेन दिस नेशनल सोलर मिशन announced, we find that it's a great business opportunity for us. and we become the first company in India to put up a solar power plant under open access mechanism. And various many other things we have done as a company. Two words what you said, internalization and interiorization. बहुत ही सिमिलर वर्ड हैं, पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है इन दोनों में बहुत अंतर है. इंटरनलाइजेशन एक सरफेस पे होता है, इंटरनलाइजेशन एक डीपर लेवल पे होता है. प्रॉब्ली समथिंग विच हैज़ बीन engraved or merged with your DNA. Let's take two examples to understand it much clearly. Black and Scholes model, probably the greatest invention of modern finance in today's world. The way Fisher Black and Myron Scholes had derived that formula, and using this formula you can price any uncertainty. If you have internalized this thing, probably you will be able to price the uncertainty, and you may be a very good trader or very good investor, either in stock market or in commodity market. But if you interiorized it, have really engraved in your DNA, then probably you can use this mechanism to use option pricing theorem in every walk of life, be it your business decision. It requires a lot of gut feelings, lot of intuition, lot of discipline to do that. But once you are able to do that, there is no looking back. In 2010-11, when we started our solar business, सोलर का नेशनल सोलर मिशन आया ही था. पॉलिसी या तो नहीं थी या धीरे धीरे इवॉल्व हो रही थी. कॉस्ट थी करीब 17 करोड़ रुपए पर मेगावाट. किसी भी हालत में बिजनेस वाइबल नहीं हो सकता था. पर उस अनसर्टेनिटी को मैनेज करते हुए वी ट्राइड कि हाँ, इन अनसर्टन चीज़ों में हम कैसे नेविगेट कर पाएँ विच कैन मीट द नीड ऑफ people, businesses across the country and probably sometimes out of the country. When you try to price any uncertainty, आपको एक चीज़ बहुत समझनी पड़ती है कि जो chaos है पूरे सिस्टम में, chaos coming because of the government policy or because of the market behavior, ये कोई एक random chaos नहीं है. उसका भी एक structure है. And if you are little bit aware about the things, you can navigate through it. So this is the one thing, if you internalized, you will be a great businessman. But if you are able to interiorize it, you probably navigate and use the same principle in various other walks of life. एक और छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल, इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग में एक फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल होता है, प्रिंसिपल ऑफ इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक इंडक्शन. उसी के बेसिस पे कोई मोटर या ट्रांसफार्मर डिज़ाइन होता है. आप इंटरनलाइज करेंगे, यू कैन डिज़ाइन अ फैंटास्टिक ट्रांसफार्मर और अ ग्रेट मोटर. पर अगर आप इंटरनलाइज कर पाएंगे तो शायद से किसी भी चीज़ का असर दूसरी चीज़ों पे कितना मल्टीप्लायर टाइम्स हो सकता है, आप वो समझ सकते हैं. एक छोटा सा उदाहरण, शायद से मेरी जनरेशन के सब लोग इसको समझ पाएँ. एनी बिजनेस और प्रोफेशन रिक्वायर लॉट ऑफ डिसिप्लिन. But one of the biggest challenges in today's Gen Z or probably of people of my generation is facing is a simple discipline of going to bed on time and getting up on time. एक छोटा सा एफर्ट कि अगर मैं सुबह 5 बजे उठ के अपने काम पे लग जाऊं तो शायद से जो इम्पैक्ट होगा मेरी एफिशिएंसी पे या अल्टीमेटली बिजनेस के रिजल्ट्स पे, वो मल्टीप्लायर टाइम्स होगा. So if you are able to interiorize that principle of EMF in your practical life, the results may be highly rewarding.
Thank you, Anuragji. Thank you so much. And I'm also like part of I want to be a part of 5 AM club, though I'm not now, but I want to be a part of that 5 AM club. And the beautiful two terms, internalization and interiorization, I tried to find out from the dictionary. Then I tried a GPT, but very beautifully explained. Thank you so much. And now we have with us Gaurav ji. I'm sorry for this, to and fro between us. But so Sacha Bhav is here now. So so let me welcome Gaurav ji with a round of applause. If all of you can. Gaurav ji, thank you so much for coming here. And मैं आपसे एक स्पेसिफिक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आप ज्वेलरी फैमिली से आते हैं, राइट? एंड for decades you had been in jewelry with multiple brands, right? But once this Anand Jewels started, this could become one of the largest brand in all the geographies wherever your presence is. What is the secret sauce?
Hi, I'm Gaurav. I'm usually on time, but it's always the last minute where I reach. और 2012-13 में मेरे फैमिली में एक अरेंजमेंट हुआ था where I had been given an option, not a forceful option, but an option to can somebody in the family create a new brand, completely new brand, and do something as a startup. So I selected that option out of my pure will, and everybody in my family, my relatives, my friends, and even my father-in-law said that this is something, the greatest mistake you're doing. So I said, okay, but I'm a bold person. I would like to take a challenge to myself. So today I'm seeing a lot of startups are here, and maybe willing startups are also here. So I would give you a story of a commoditized business. Story Ji is also coming from a commodity business, and Agrawalji is also there. So, but I would give you a new perspective of what a 2014-15 startup would look like, what we created in Anand Jewels, and what was the run-through that we went through, and how it went. And it started with the research, asking what's the market potential, and where jewelry industry stands. And first time somebody in the jewelry trade was doing a research. And I was given a 3-year schooling period, so I had nothing to do but to do research. So I was researching on the market, and I found out one important thing and something for everyone to know. So that in 2014, when the research was complete, I presented that presentation to my family as well, before starting a business which would be competing with the family itself, saying that there are lesser restaurants in Indore than jewelers. And that was one surprise on the number of people which were doing. Second thing which I iterated, and at that time, the amount of business which I could accrue from the VAT department was, the market potential was around 1400 crores for Indore market, where I wanted to enter, and there was an option not to do and to do, and it would be directly competing with the family business. So I presented a presentation to my family before doing that business, and that presentation is still with me. And it was done through a lot of research, and I found out that next to oil in India, the biggest retail which happens is jewelry. So that's something surprising wherever I go and share this figure. So that even bigger than coal, even bigger than iron and steel, India consumes more jewelry except groceries. That's how large the business is. And when I went into the number of players, in those times there were registered around 1,000 plus jewelers in Indore Sarafa Association. And it was a large number, and Madhya Pradesh was having more than 6,000 jewelers. And I just contacted, because I was also researching whether to do a hospitality business, open up a 5-star hotel, something like that, because that's glamorous. And I found out that there were lesser restaurants registered in the Food and Drug Act, but there were more jewelers. So one thing which immediately struck my mind as a startup, that it's a difficult market. It's a low margin market. You don't have any space for another one more jeweler in the market. But yes, startup was creating, and we were seeing a lot of things happening in the online world, and India was changing. And the moment of truth happened when Mr. Narendra Modi won the election, and I heard his election speech, where one of the key points, just to shorten the story, was that honesty would be on premium in my tenure. And I quickly, absorbed that point, that this is a visionary man which is coming to lead India, and it was very sure, because a lot of intellectual and learned people were expecting Modi to come into the top seat of the country and lead the country in a new wave of change. And in 2014, finally, I decided, yes, I would go for the business, and research was ready. I presented it to the family. Family said, you're going to take 50 years. My dad said, Beta, you're fast. I know you're very quick, but you're going to take at least 10 years to do this business. Because one thing don't change in jewelry selection is people don't change their advocate, their barber, and their jeweler. And I had a dream of changing it. So something for the startups, if you do a well-researched program where you have complete data also on the consumer as well as on the market, you can prepare a presentation for a new business model which is more attractive to your customers, because that's the first thing which starts is where somebody has to like your product or services, what you are going to deliver. Second is you need to re-engineer the model, especially in a wafer-thin businesses like what I've seen Mr. Agrawal doing, Mr. Tode doing. You have to increase the competitiveness of your product. You have to increase the business model in such a way that you are able to service something to someone at a better quality or a better price, and in an environment which is more favorable for the consumer. So one thing is to catch the consumer. Second thing is to re-engineer the supply chain. Third thing is how do you make it into a business model which can be repeated over a number of times, and every time that you repeat, the model has to speak the same language. So this is what Anand was able to do. We were able to get in the customer, and just to give you the data on the day one of our launch, in the first 10 minutes, we were the #1 jeweler in Indore. On the second launch that we did, large launch on diamonds, we were the #1 jeweler in the first day of our launch. Then in 2020, when the COVID wave 1 was there, we did a launch in Bhopal. We were the #1 jeweler in Bhopal, same day. And Raipur was most challenging because it was 800 kilometers away from our city. And the jewelry industry works that if you don't know anyone, you won't sell. And we got an agency because the company was mature enough at that time. We hired an agency. They did a 100 customer socio-economic background check. And they presented me a result on Raipur that it's a very good market to be in, but the amount of people who know Anand Jewels is 0. Out of the 100 target customers, they did a survey. And there my fear started, and the store was about to launch in another 2 months. I said, this is my test point. If I'm able to prove my model in a market where nobody knows me effectively except for the jewelry industry, there is where the model would be stronger, the process would be stronger, and the brand's real deliverables to the customer. And Mr. Somani sitting over here, he was there on the launch day. He knows what happened on the launch day. And we were a big mega success in Raipur, more than what we are in Indore, more what we are in Bhopal. Because the fear was higher, the process was more improved, and we were able to crack a market which is 800 kilometers away. And the people, I was transferring my few employees, and they said, it takes 18 hours to reach Raipur. How do you feel there is a customer that should be connected between Raipur and Indore? So wow. Everything is in mind, and my new generation has started. So my son has started joining the business this last 1 month, and he has plans to take it national and international. I don't know how he's going to do it, because this is what we did. And we have now 5 stores. Not number of stores are not large, but we have done a very decent job. We are more popular than any consumer brand, any category, in customers' mouth as the most trusted brand, very clear in their transparency between the transaction, and very benchmark in the commodity pricing, where you told Sacha Bhav is there, and then everybody knows Sacha Bhav. It's a very normal term, but still it's a brand among the brand of Anand, and that is what Anand is going to do.
Right now, not just Sacha Bhav, but Sachi Baat also means I'm so grateful to you for sharing your insights, and for all the second generation guys sitting here, all the third generation guys sitting here, means the theory what Anand family had adapted. Fortunately, I have a first name, Anand, which is your second name. So the philosophy with which means the second generation should not think that it is what I have got out of legacy, right? They should prove their abilities and capabilities by setting up some new benchmarks for the family. So thank you so much. Indore, you have before you the largest gold traders of the country, one of the biggest iron manufacturers of the country, one of the biggest jewelers of the country, and also one of the largest solar, what do you call it? solar solution providers in the country. So a big round of applause for all of them, and let us felicitate all of them and have a picture together.
Absolutely.
It would be an honor with like $5 billion worth sitting here on the stage right in front of you. Can we have a standing ovation for all of them?
Amazing.
They made Indore proud.
Let's, to felicitate, we invite upon Mr. Paras Doshi, Mr. Sarthak Doshi, Mr. Jai Jain, Mr. Abhishek Sanghvi, and Vijay sir to please come on stage and felicitate our guests in that order. Mr. Paras Doshi to Mr. Vinod Agarwal. Ji, please. Paras Doshi sir to Mr. Vimal Todi ji sir, please. Paras Doshi ji to Mr. Vimal Todi ji. Sarthak to Mr. Vimal Todi ji, please. Thank you, Sarthak ji. Jai ji to Mr. Gaurav Anand, please. Gaurav ji, all ladies were taking note of your data points. Restaurants, jitne jewelers. And Abhishek ji to kindly present the trophy to Mr. Anurag Mundra ji, please.
मैं आप सबका दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं, सारे हुरन्स का। आप लोगों ने हमारे लिए टाइम निकाला, एक साथ एक मंच पर आए और आपने हमें बहुत इंस्पायर किया है। थैंक यू सो मच for this wonderful session.
One photographic moment here with the Huruns. All board members, please. Can all the Hurun panel kindly stay on stage for a few more minutes, and all board members to kindly join them, please. Savanji, can we have one more photograph with all board members and the Hurun panel? Thank you so much, everyone. Absolutely stellar. I have to extend a sincere token of gratitude to our keynote speakers, Dr. Apurv Chamaria and Mr. Nikhil Vora. Thank you, gents, for allowing us to prepone and postpone / the event to accommodate some last-minute exigencies. All right, without further ado, let me introduce to you the second half of the session, which is all about leading with purpose, with innovation, and with courage. And we now invite two very distinguished guests on stage, Dr. Apurv Chamaria and Mr. Nikhil Vora, and request Abhishek ji to kindly escort them on stage, please. I'm loving the conversation that Abhishek ji is having with our panelists. He's like, we have been together all day, And I'm getting to do this again, and I love this. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Apurv Chamaria, Global Head of Venture Capital and Startup Partnerships at Google, who's going to share how leaders drive transformation in times of change. Dr. Chamaria's AV, please.
Dr. Apurv Chamaria is the Global Head of Venture Capital and Startup Partnerships at Google, where he connects startups and investors with Google.
Chamaria ji was very kind to reschedule his session, but he has to take a quick call, and hence we will begin the session with Mr. Nikhil Vora from 6 Sense Ventures, a visionary investor who sees potential before the world does. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Nikhil Vora, founder of 6 Sense Ventures, for his keynote address. Let's play his AV, please.
Mr. Nikhil Vora is the founder and CEO of 6 Sense Ventures, India's first consumer.
Nikhil ji, at least the video paused at a very humane image, if I might say. कभी-कभी वो जो pauses होते हैं और वो facial expressions capture होते हैं, that reminds me that it's horrendous sometimes. But it at least paused with the fingers on the laptop. Sir, would you want to come and begin your address? And maybe we'll share the AV right after Sir finishes his keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, we at least expect a huge round of applause for Nikhil ji, and let's welcome him on the dais to give us his keynote address.
Mr. Nikhil Vora is the founder and CEO of 6 Sense Ventures, India's first consumer-centric venture fund that has backed some of the most exciting and high-growth brands in the country, regarded as one of the sharpest analytical minds in India. Nikhil brings over 28 years of experience in the consumer domain, blending strategic insight with an instinct for emerging trends. Before founding 6 Sense, he served as Managing Director and Head of Research at IDFC Securities, where he was recognized as India's Best Analyst by Asia Money Polls 2012 and Asia's Best Analyst by the Wall Street Journal. He has been invited by the boards of Nestle Global, Hindustan Unilever, Marico, Godrej, and the Aditya Birla Group to outline strategic roadmaps for the future of their industries. A graduate for the Future Leaders Program at St. Business School, University of Oxford, Nikhil is known for his thought leadership and passion for building category-defining companies. Among his early investments at several success stories, ATM, Winnie Cosmetics, Fog, Parag Milk Foods, Purple, Incred, Brodekoof, and TechFront, among others. Beyond business, Nikhil is an adventurer at heart. He enjoys skydiving, bungee jumping, playing the guitar, and salsa dancing, and finds his greatest perspective in conversation with his 16-year-old.
Hi guys. So firstly, let me just clarify. A lot of the snaps that you've seen it looked more courtesy Google, AI, or whatever these guys have used. That's not the real me. But thanks so much for this. So just to, I have a bit of presentation which maybe that can go in the background, but just to share what I think of the consumer landscape, and that's an area which we do a bit of work. So my name is Nikhil Vora. I'm the founder CEO of Six Sense Ventures, which is India's first and now India's largest consumer venture fund. We manage close to 5,000 crores of domestic capital. So it's the largest INR capital fund in India, which is non-grandfathered. So we are not a Sequoia subsidiary or a Kotak subsidiary. So it's done decently okay on its own accord. This is a fund which I set up now 11 years back. So some form, in some way, this is also my entrepreneurial journey. I've been a professional for 20 years prior to setting up Six Sense. So the irony is that I've been a public market guy for 20 years. But when I wanted to set up my own shop, it happens to be the venture stage, private market stage. So I'm hoping and believing there's a bit of thought about why venture in India will become a lot more relevant and dominant over the next couple of decades than what public market has been. Okay. So consumers has always been very close to me. I think there are obviously big trends that you look at in consumer businesses. So the reason why I choose consumer when there was no consumer fund in India, and it's, frankly, I'm not talking about Six Sense, it's more about how I see the consumer journey going forward. It is about the belief that if you look across all spaces in India, everything has changed, morphed, evolved. Consumers was one space which had not changed at all. Nothing had changed in life in India for the last 40, 50 years. So there were these 15 companies in India which were controlling almost 70% of wallet share in 1980s. The same 15 companies in 2010 were still controlling 65% of wallet share, which fundamentally meant that there was no new consumer disruptor in India for the last 30, 40 years. Yeah? Because all the spends were going to the same 15 companies in India. And India is also very strange in consumers, where it's an extremely duopolized market in almost every category that you look at. There are two companies which control 80 to 100% category share in almost every category that you look at. Look at feminine hygiene, oral care, personal care, beverages. Everything is extremely duopolized in India, which is quite strange because normally duopolies in any category in the world should happen for a specific reason. It should happen because maybe there's an IP attached to a product. The irony and the fact is that there is no Intel inside a Dove. I can make a Dove as good as Unilever does it. Someone else can make a Colgate as good as Colgate does it. So there is no product uniqueness for an extreme duopoly to exist. And second is that, all of us have been brought up with the notion that India is 30 states, 30 countries, different consumer habits, taste buds, preferences, distribution, price point, and so on, hyper-competitive consumer market. Not true at all. Indian consumer market is not competitive. It makes a lot of money for all the existing businesses. And that's the reason why businesses make 60-70% ROI for perpetuity. Yeah? You don't make 60-70% ROI in a market which has a cost of capital of 7-8%. You shouldn't make it. But India, people make that money. So obviously there was something which was not necessarily right in that business. My belief was that it's not that the brands were super powerful. It was about the belief that distribution was a bigger moat that all these companies had created in India. So a decade back, there was only one form of distribution in India, which was the 12 million retail outlets. So anyone who had cracked the 12 million retail outlets fundamentally had cracked the consumer, because there was only one form of distribution. So even if I had a better product than Colgate, I could not outshout a Colgate because they'd knock me off the shelf. Yeah? The optic belief was that distribution in India will get democratized. You will start to see regional, third-party, e-com, digital happen, and now quick-com happen, and that will change the way consumers consume. And that is the genesis of how you see disruption happen in consumer businesses. let's say a decade back, if you were competing with a Unilever or a Nestle or a Colgate or a Dabur or whatever, you fundamentally needed to be at least 30 to 40% of the distribution might of a Unilever to compete with Unilever. Now, if you want to compete with Unilever, all of you guys who possibly are setting up shop, you don't need to do more than 50, you don't need to be present in more than 15 layers of distribution. So if I get access into Zepto, Blinkit, Insta, Flipkart, Amazon, Reliance, DMart, I'm pretty much done with 25% of the TG that I would anyway get. So I think it's a very different landscape that you're looking at, which was not the case a decade back. And that also brings me to the belief and the reason why Sixth Sense existed in the first place, that there will be large-scale disruption in consumer businesses in India. The fact is that if we even take a blind test right now and talk about even 2 brands which have been created by legacy companies in the last decade, will draw blank. Not a single brand has been created by legacy successful businesses in India in the last decade. And I can't see that happening for the next few decades also. Because that is where disruptors play the role. The second layer is that why this is an interesting space and an important space to look at is that consumer or consumption is by far the largest spend market in India. It's almost $3 trillion right now, will possibly become $4.5 trillion and so on over the next 5 years. It's also the most valuable of all spaces. Consumer businesses in terms of equity value attached to the businesses is close to around $800 billion in India. Now, if the belief is that legacy consumer companies which were extremely duopolized in India, where 2 companies control 80 to 100% category share, if that gets broken up over the next decade or so, this $800 billion of value will also get broken up to all the disruptors. And that's a great playbook for every one of us to look at and monetize, both as a business and as an investor. I think that's a big playbook that we're looking at. So what I've done is obviously laid out some learnings of consumer businesses, some directional things that we look at, and you will see a few videos being played out, and that's the way I get very comfortable with my own presentation, so please bear on this. This is more about entrepreneurship.
करना क्या है बस बॉल फाड़ और सांड की तरफ गोल पोस्ट की तरफ भाग बस मेरे सांड को पकड़ के तो दिखा
I don't know how many of you guys watch movies and at least movies like these. This is one of my favorite clips. It shows Akshay who has no clue how to play rugby. This is what entrepreneurs do. Most of the entrepreneurs have no clue what they'll do in life. They have a broad thought. But here he knew that the goalpost is there. All he knew is that he needed to reach to the other end. Didn't matter the game, didn't matter the way he would reach there, he managed to do it. So I think entrepreneurship is about that you need to be obsessed with the goalpost that you want to reach out to. There will be different ways to reach it. We heard 4 or 5 guys earlier talk about their own journey. I think everyone's journey will be very unique, and you need to decide your path to reach there. Just one macro-ish data, which is very, very interesting, is that firstly, the consumption market in India very clearly growing exponentially as you move forward. And by far, it's given the fact that we are a billion plus consumption pocket, by default, it will grow disproportionately. Second is that the spends of the market is the fastest that you're looking at. Third, most important, is that the spending category is going to increase exponentially. So less than 5 years back, or less than a decade back, let me say this, almost 1/4 of India, or rather 3/4 of India was in the low income, low mid-income class consumption, which is where the entire legacy businesses were catering to that 3/4 of India, right, which is the mass market. The fact is that in the next few years, in the next 3-4 years, almost half of Indian market will be in the mid-end to the top end of the consumption market. Now, the interesting part here is that it also means that legacy companies which are catering to the mass end of the market fundamentally have no product to support to the mid to the top end of the market. Anecdotally, it would mean that if, let's say, all of us have been, or let's say we've been Maruti consumers, for instance. Now, I can't see Maruti selling a 30-40 lakh rupee car anymore. It's not a position that they have, which means there will be disruptors who will fundamentally take that role on. And this is true in product categories also. All the product lines till date in India have been meant for the mass end of the market, and disruptors will fundamentally capture the top end of the market, which is 50% of Indian market as you look at for. This is clearly the way Indian evolution happens in consumer businesses, where it starts from the income effect, which obviously right now is where we all are, and grows up to different spend categories that we'll start to do. And this fundamentally will also dictate which businesses will start to do better. I met one of the founders early morning, and they were in a massy category, and they've done well, but in a very mass category. And at the end of the conversation, I could almost tell him, or actually did tell him, that this is a category which is either, it's not going to create cash flows and nor is going to create value. So I don't even realize why you're in this business. So I think we have to be very clear about the categories which will be relevant for the next wave of leadership that you want to be present in. And this is pretty much the theme book to look at in terms of spends, where consumer spends will go, and thereby where categories which will become relevant over a period of time. This is interesting, where, like I said before, in India, it's been an extremely duopolized market in almost every category that you look at. Two companies control 80 to 100% category share in every category. Feminine hygiene, oral care, personal care, beverages, everything is duopolized in India. And my belief is that whenever distribution layers open up worldwide, as it's doing in India right now, the domination of the top two players is never more than 40-45% category share, which also means that technically we are saying that half of the market of legacy companies will, over the next decade or so, rather, the legacy companies will actually become half in size over a period of time, or more likely is that all incremental growth in consumer will actually be taken up by disruptors and not by legacy companies. And I can, frankly, I've spent over 30 years doing this. I can almost underwrite that legacy companies don't have the ability to grow at more than 6-7% volume almost ever, because that's not the zone that they're looking at for the next consumer who's coming in. And it's also getting accompanied by media changes, which is the precursor of where consumer behavior patterns are. I remember almost 10 years back, or less than 10 years back, 90% of media spends used to be in print and broadcast, which was the domicile or dominant place for the legacy companies to create consumer pull. Today, less than 50% of media spends happen in broadcast and print. Broadcast is interesting. Almost 60% of India right now watches time-shifted television, which means you are watching it on a mobile or on a laptops and so on. So we are moving time-shifted television, which means broadcast as a medium is fundamentally dying. So fundamentally, if you're a big playbook on broadcast as an advertiser, it's not a market which is getting you the incremental consumer, because consumers have moved. Legacy businesses have not.
मैं उड़ना चाहता हूं नैना, दौड़ना चाहता हूं, गिरना भी चाहता हूं, बस रुकना नहीं चाहता.
This is pretty much what all entrepreneurs or new age disruptors do. And it's interesting, it's also coming at a very opportune time in India, where brand loyalty is at an all-time low, brand awareness is at an all-time high, which is a great case for disruption to happen. Almost anecdotally meaning that if, let's say, a lot of us, I'm presuming all of us, have been Kingfisher drinkers, if we've been, my daughter, if she drinks, when she drinks, I hope she doesn't, she'll not drink Kingfisher. She would have moved to something else. Or if we've been Titan watch wearers, then the only way to grow out of a Titan is to either not wear a watch or to wear a Swiss watch. So that's the trajectory change that you'll see in consumption patterns and brand patterns and so on, and which is a big shift in playbook that you're looking at from what legacy has done so far to what disruption will do incrementally. The other point which I just want to relate to this is, earlier successful business life cycles used to be almost 50, 60 years or 40, 50 years plus. Incrementally now, successful business life cycles are 20 to 25 years at best. There are very few which go beyond that. Now, if business life cycles are 20, 25 years, then as an investor, our life cycle with the business is not going to be more than 1/3 of that founder's life cycle. So by default, you will start to see businesses, when they grow much faster than you envisage, and when they die, they also die young. I think that's what it would mean, and thereby the ability to come back again if you have to survive and get back again. This is a very interesting sheet, and I just thought it's good to put it up so that you get the essence of what one's trying to drive in. So if you look at the left-hand side, which is the incumbents, these are all legacy businesses, great brands, created over decades and decades. But my sense is that these are the most slippery brand that you look at. So if I have to look at the next 5 years, I would get very wary if these remain as the topmost brands in the country. I'm on the board of Bikaji, which is a listed company. They are a 25,000 crore market cap company. And I keep telling to the board and the founders that you have to believe that Bikaji will die in the next 10 years. Bikaji fundamentally sells bhujiyas in 3 states. And I'm saying this to the population in Indore, but they sell bhujiyas in 3 states, which is not the healthiest of things in life. They'll grow from 3 states to 30 states over the next 5, 7 years and so on. They'll do well, business will grow. But if I have to take a bet on saying that if there are 5 guys in a family today, and if maybe 3 of them have bhujiyas right now, 5 years later, maybe 1 at best will have bhujiyas. So fundamentally that category will die over a period of time. So you need to keep evolving, and which is what I think a lot of legacy businesses will have to do if they have to survive. I can't see them remaining constant and doing what they've done historically. I would really doubt that. And that's the reason why what we do in Sixth Sense is obviously invest in disruptors. That's the belief that we have. And there are incumbents and there are challengers, and the challengers are the portfolio companies of Sixth Sense. So it's just symbolic of where we see disruption going to become meaningful and relevant. So for instance, if I look at Coke and Pepsi, which are obviously the strongest brands in beverages worldwide, not just in India, I think it's the most slippery brand loyalty. I can't see people drinking more of water and sugar in the next 5, 10 years. So we've invested in a company called Storia, which is a coconut water brand, which is a habit-forming brand. So if I have it in the morning, I'll possibly have it for the better part of my life. And that's become the largest coconut water brand in India in 3 years. So they've cracked that code, which legacy companies just can't do it. So I think you'll see that across the board in almost all cases. Like we invested in Viba, which is a dips and sauces company, against Kisan and Maggi, which is fundamentally Unilever and Nestle. Now, fundamentally, Viba should not exist. Yeah, but Viba cracked the code saying that all of us as Indians, we are not very experimental in our taste buds. If I don't like Japanese, I'll not eat Japanese, period. But Viba cracked the code saying that let me first sell it B2B first. So I'll sell it to McDonald's, Pizza Hut, Subway, and so on. And now every one of us knows what a Southwest tastes like, what a mint mayo tastes like, and then it flies off the shelf. So they did B2B first and then B2C, which is not normally the playbook of any legacy company. Legacy company will only do B2C. So it's a differentiated way, and then they've cracked the model completely. Or look at Bombay shaving. Gillette obviously is a great product. Worldwide, it's almost a significant share of the shaving market. But we invested in Bombay shaving, and the thought was not that Bombay shaving will eat up Gillette. That's not the thought. Hopefully we'll do that and more, but that's not the thought. The idea was that all of us who are possibly clean shaven, which most of us are, we possibly got initiated with a Gillette product. We still use Gillette product. I do. But most of the other guys, or most of the guys who have stubble and a beard, they don't use a shaving system. They use a trimmer. Now, the fact is that the 16, 17-year-old guy in India now, all of them, almost without exception, have a beard and a stubble. Their first initiation into shaving is not going to be through a Gillette product, it will be through a Bombay shaving product, which is trimmers. And they killed that market. And the interesting part is in trimmers, the competition is not Gillette, it's Philips, which is a consumer durable company, which is technically an easy duck to sell, to hit. So I think you need to, in your businesses also, we'll have to figure out what part of the business is what we can become relevant, dominant, and then play that playbook very well. It will still be a finite life cycle that you will be at. If you are very lucky, we'll go beyond 25 years, but it's going to be a rarity, I think. It's not going to be all-pervasive thing. So I don't think anyone's going to build or knock down Unilever or become the scale of Unilever. I don't think so. But what will happen is that if Unilever operates in 20 categories today, I think 7 or 8 categories, they'll no longer be number 1, number 2. I think that will happen. And that's the opportunity that one's looking at.
और मुझे जिंदगी बड़ी होनी चाहिए, लंबी नहीं.
So, I just, I'm presuming some of you guys might be investing, or at least that's what I would do. These are certain things which I hold very close to me, and audiovisual is possibly the best way to suggest that. I don't know how many of you have watched Scam. I think if you've not, that's possibly the best education that you can have in investing. So I've picked up few videos of that, which are reference points to how investing would be. Okay. Okay, the videos are not playing, so, it is. Or we can park it if it's not working. That's okay. So, yeah, broadly, I would just say that, consumption specifically as a theme, I think it's one of the largest, it is by far the largest space in India. It's by far the most valuable space in India. It's a space which I think will get disrupted disproportionately over the next less than a decade. Today we don't even have 5 disruptors in India which are large enough in consumption. I think, we were the first consumer fund in India 11 years back when we set up 6 Sense. I think the businesses have just got funded in the last 5-7 years. So you will see a horde of disruptors in India in consumption over the next decade. And that is what we're all betting on. And my urge to all entrepreneurs is also that when you look at businesses and the segments that you want to get in, I think 2 playbook. One is focus obsessively on NPD, which is the new product development that you do, which should be differentiated to what is there in the existing marketplace. And second is go very deep in few channels. There are 15 channels of distribution that you need to crack, and you will still establish a very credible model to go with. Because the good part is that consumers want to change, and legacy is not changing. So that's the opportunity we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikhil ji. Let us now please have Dr. Chamaria keynote. Oh, I love the spirit of this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into a very, very interesting panel discussion that will be moderated by Abhishek Sangvi ji between our 2 panelists and distinguished guests. Over to you, Abhishek sir.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Nikhil, great listening to you and some very, very interesting facts. पर सर एक चीज़ सुन के ना जैसा दिल टूट गया. इंदौर वाले हैं हम. आपने ऐसा कुछ कहा कि भुजिया इंदौर से मतलब हिंदुस्तान से खत्म हो जाएगी 10 साल में. I just want to make sure that I got that piece right. I wasn't able to believe my ears. इंदौर है मतलब it will give us a heart attack.
No, it's sacrilege to talk about bhujiyas or save in Indore. So sorry for this, but yeah, I just think it's very important to look at what the consumer. All of us when we build businesses, right? We build businesses thinking of what the consumption will be or who the consumer will be 10 years later. We don't build businesses for the last 5 years or last 50 years of journey. So I think it's pretty much in that track. So I hope I'm proven wrong because I'm on the board of Bikaji also. But I tell that to Deepak Bhai, so that's perfectly okay. Yeah.
Perfect. Just one quick question on something that you mentioned, the power of branding versus the power of distribution. So for new entrepreneurs who are building consumer products, say from a place like Indore, what do you think would be more important, or is there a sequence to think about?
Be it Indore or frankly any place that you look at, right? I think it's extremely critical for entrepreneurs to think of the product that they really want to, don't do entrepreneurship just because it's possibly the most seductive thing to do in life. Believe me, there are 100,000 ideas in India, and I'm telling you the number. There are 100,000 ideas in India which are getting funded by people like me or Apurva and him or all of us. There are only 1,500 great execution guys. 1.5% are actually great execution guys. So there is an extremely strong likelihood that you might be in the 98,500 people, right? So I think unless you have a great idea, you are completely driven for that cause. And second is that you actually know how. See, unlike in the past where entrepreneurs were great thinkers and they had an execution team to do it, incrementally the new age entrepreneur will have to be a great thinker, but they'll also have to have execution capability rolled into one. So unless you have both the ingrained qualities, personally I think you should not indulge if you are not in that zone. I'm not trying to dishearten this, but I think these are essential prerequisites for hopefully making a mark in what you do. But I think like product that you do, and the good part is that distribution channels are very well defined. So I think if you're able to crack these two code, I think you've possibly got a great chance of success.
Fantastic, thank you. Apurv, thanks for joining back. I know that you had to take an urgent IC call. But I wanted to ask you specifically about your experience more in terms of the type of communities that you build and the power of communities, because that's been sort of the role. So you just elaborate a little bit more on what you have done on that front, and what do you think is the role of unlocking the power of these communities, especially for a tier 2 city like Indore?
Thank you. It's a great question. Firstly, big congratulations to you and all the organizers for pulling off a stunning event. I personally had not expected to see 2,000 people in the room. So big shout out to everybody in Indore, especially to all the people who are enjoying the bhujia at the back. See, India we always speak about jugaad with a lot of pride, right? And jugaad has its place in entrepreneurship because it means the hustle to figure out things as you are falling down the aircraft, so building the parachute on the way down. I think there are very few entrepreneurs who have everything figured out when they go into a market. And typically what we have seen is even when you're looking at a company for the first time or second time, a lot changes over years. The business models change. At times one of the co-founders will move out, the leadership team changes, the unit economics change, new market forces emerge. So jugaad has a place. It's not about knowing everything on day zero, because we always say, right, life is what happens to you when you're busy making plans, and entrepreneurship is similar. The other part is jod, which is relationships and partnerships and ecosystems. So jugaad ke saath, if you can add jod, you become unbeatable as an entrepreneur. What does this mean? If you are in an amazing city like Indore, and you're not connected to a community like TiE, and you're not here for a conference like this, you might have missed a great opportunity to hear Nikhil speak, connect with him, get his insights, and maybe get a follow-on meeting. If it is only hustle and you're in the office and you're not building ecosystems, partnerships, networks, and also giving back to the community which we drive our business from, then I think you're missing a very important trick. Israel is a small country compared to India, very, very small. It's known as the startup nation. All Israeli entrepreneurs will tell you that when they enter US, they could be at $1 million ARR. They land there and they reach out to a fellow Israeli whom they've never met. They don't even know. And the fellow Israeli holds their hand and says, let me introduce you to 5 customers. Let me tell you a reseller who can help you. Let me give you a warehouse so that you're not struggling with logistics. Let me introduce you to an attorney who can help you register your company. We have done this very well traditionally, whether it is Marwaris or Sindhis, we have done this very well traditionally. In fact, when me and Nikhil were standing there in lunch and we were talking to some people, we were told about a CA hostel in Bombay, which has 600 people. So Marwaris, when they go from Rajasthan into Bombay, they go to the CA hostel and the pass rate is 50%. And almost 30-40 people get CA ranks, which is amazing. That's partnership, that's ecosystem. And that's not only moving ahead, but taking the community ahead. I think we need to do all of that more. There's a very nice English saying which says that when you have a lot, build a longer table, don't build higher walls. Higher walls is a philosophy of, oh, I've got a lot, I'll keep everybody out, I will have the best ideas, I will not share deals, I will not share LPs, I will not share talent, I will not share advice. The contrarian thinking is, share a lot, an exponential amount of goodwill comes back. There is a lot out there for all of you to do and all of us to do. So always be in the business of giving. Always be in the business of connecting. Do a simple exercise. On any Friday, look at your calendar and see if you have met at least 5 new people every week. As investors, I think Nikhil, me and Sanjay, we all end up meeting many people who are new. But as entrepreneurs, are you meeting at least 5 people new every week? And some of them could be in unrelated fields, not necessarily yours. We always say at Google that the best ideas actually often come from outside your industry. So if you are in a logistics business or in a jewelry business and you're only meeting other jewelers, hard to find new ideas. But if you're in a jewelry business and you're meeting somebody who's doing XR, you might discover a great virtual try-on machine or something else. So I think it is very important to build ecosystems consciously. At least 20% of your time every week should be in getting to knowing new people, reading new books, and giving back to communities like TiE.
Just 2 short questions. One is from your experience with Google. Any success stories that you would know of which have been facilitated by the community, by partnerships that you know of? And second is, how can you, either through your institutional capacity or through your personal sort of network, help build similar type of success stories here from Indore?
So, one of my first personal angel investments was a company called WittyFeed in 2016. And I discovered it because I was just looking at App Annie rankings and I was seeing which are the Indian apps and companies which are getting a lot of web traffic. And I was like, what is this company? I had never been to Indore for the last 15 years. Last I came to Indore was in 2000, before 2016. I used to be at a company called Ranbaxy and we had a plant at Devas. So I used to go to the plant for supply chain work and stuff like that. And I visited Indore, met them and ended up investing. And it was a great learning experience because the company went through trials, tribulations, shut down. I ended up investing in the second company also of the founders, which did very well and I recently exited. It's a company, when it was going through near death moment, a bunch of us who were early backers and investors. So, there is this whole thesis where investors are taught in the Western world that cut your losses and water your flowers. It's a very Western way of looking at things. I think we are different, we are better. a bunch of us stood by them, supported them, and we said, you know, we'll do everything to help you. And don't worry if this company, this venture doesn't work out. We'll collectively figure out what could you do next. They ended up creating a second company called Catch Up, where both you and me were investors. Eventually, Stage, which is done so well, it's an Indian OTT. They ended up moving out of Indore after the first company got deprecated, and they are now in Noida. But I wanted to give you an Indore story. All three founders, Vinay, Praveen, and Shashank, so two brothers and one best friend, are people who are incredible relationship builders, incredible ecosystem builders. You call them anytime and you tell them कि, you know, do you have 5 minutes? वो इतने प्यार से बोलेंगे, सर 5 मिनट क्या, आप आधा घंटा लीजिए, आप बताइए क्या कर सकते हैं. Always, you know. So I think there is a secret sauce which Indore and cities like Indore have, which is very high context and relationship orientation. Use that as the secret sauce.
Wonderful, very nice, sir. Thank you so much for that very sweet story. And some of those things, you know, we witnessed firsthand as well in terms of the power of those relationships. So thank you so much. Chanda, I'm assuming there are no other new questions. So we're going to conclude this session here.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, panelists. You truly showed us that innovation is not just about disruption, it's about direction too. Thank you so much for your time. As a token of gratitude, may I please invite upon Anand Damani ji and Piyush Agarwal ji to hand over 2 mementos from the TiE family. Anand Damani ji to present the memento to Dr. Chamaria. And Piyush Agarwal ji for Mr. Nikhil Vora. Ladies and gentlemen, thanking all panelists for their very, very valuable time. And once again, gratitude for accommodating our change of schedules. Thank you once again, Dr. Chamaria and Mr. Nikhil Vora. Thank you, everyone. All right. Let me now quickly call upon Gaurav ji to walk us through. And the name in itself is very, seeks a lot of curiosity. So let's invite upon Gaurav ji to talk to us about the Founders Circle, and then we quickly move on to the last panel of the day.
Can we have the PPT and the clicker to move the PPT forward and backward? Good afternoon. चाय की जरूरत लग रही है शायद सबको. तो गाइज, मेरा नाम गौरव एरन है और मैं टाई का चार्टर मेंबर हूँ. एंड टाई हैज़ रिसेंटली स्टार्टेड विद अ न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट विच इज़ कॉल्ड फाउंडर्स सर्कल. सो आई एम जस्ट गोइंग टू टेक यू थ्रू इट. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद अ सिंपल ट्रूथ. ऑन पेपर मोस्ट फाउंडर्स लुक सुपर सक्सेसफुल. कंपनी चल रही है, रेवेन्यू बढ़ रहा है, टीम एक्सपैंड हो रही है, लेकिन अंदर से ऑफन इट फील्स वेरी डिफरेंट. The metrics scream success, but the mind whispers otherwise. And that whisper is loneliness, exhaustion, and self-doubt. Founders के लाइफ में सब कुछ है except a safe space to be real. सोचिए, why do the loneliest founders often look the most successful? Because at the top, you rarely have anyone you can truly open up to. So as founders, we face a few problems and we need to make the biggest decisions, often completely alone. हम टीम के साथ हर बात शेयर नहीं कर सकते हैं, बोर्ड के सामने इमोशंस नहीं दिखा सकते हैं, इन्वेस्टर्स को डाउट नहीं दिखना चाहिए. So we keep wearing the mask, always trying to be confident, sorted and in control. Yes, we have scaled our companies, systems, revenues, teams, but we should ask ourselves, have we scaled ourselves? Most of us haven't. We face decision fatigue, emotional fatigue, mirror fatigue. कोई ऐसा नहीं होता जो हमें सच में challenge करे. That's where the founder circle comes in, a space to scale your inner self, to grow as a human, not just as a founder. बहुत सारी एसोसिएशंस में आपको मिलेंगे फोरम्स, पीयर ग्रुप्स, इनर सर्कल्स, बोर्ड्स. नेम्स कैन बी डिफरेंट पर मकसद सब जगह एक ही है, 360 डिग्री डेवलपमेंट. ऐसे फाउंडर्स का ग्रुप जो एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करे, चैलेंज करे और होलिस्टिकली डेवलप करने में मदद करे. बिकॉज स्ट्रॉन्गर फाउंडर्स क्रिएट स्ट्रॉन्गर कंपनीज. सो व्हाट्स एग्जैक्टली इज द TiEConMP फाउंडर सर्कल? It is a curated group of 6 to 10 founders meeting every month for 3.5 hours with a trained moderator. Structured discussions, reflections, deep dives, सब कुछ एक safe, judgment-free environment में. And what it is not a therapy, not networking, and certainly not advice giving. ये एक learning circle है जहां हम अपने experiences को share करते हैं बिना किसी ईगो के, बिना किसी एजेंडा के. हमारे गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल्स क्या हैं? वल्नरेबिलिटी, अपनी रियल स्टोरी को शेयर करने की हिम्मत. कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी, जो यहां कहा गया वो यहीं रहेगा. पर्सनल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, शो अप फुली हर सेशन में, नो एब्सेंटिज्म. पीयर माइंडसेट, नो जजमेंट, नो एडवाइस, सिर्फ एक्सपीरियंस और एम्पैथी. It's not about teaching, it's about transforming together. So what is the option? Choice बहुत simple है. Either we can continue to be a successful TiE charter member fighting our battles alone, or adopt the founder circle as a part of our lives. क्योंकि सच यही है, even the strongest founders need a circle that keeps them grounded, honest and growing. What we founders really need isn't more advice. We already get plenty of that. और आज सुबह से तो काफी मिल चुकी है. What we need is honest mirrors, peers who hold up the truth with kindness. In these monthly 3.5-hour sessions, magic happens. Real breakthroughs, real reflections, and real connection. It's raw, it's confidential, and it's certainly transformative. So this is for business owners, founders, professionals, anyone serious about personal and leadership growth. Leadership teams who want trust, not just targets. You become a founder to build freedom. अब वो freedom दोबारा पाइए with the right circle. Be a part of founder circle. In Indore, we've already started with 2 founder circle. And जो भी interested charter members हो, they can give their names and we can have a session very soon again. Thank you so much.
That 1 minute delay was because I was on my way to enjoy the refreshments as well. But I really think if you do not want to miss out on some golden opportunities to hear to this absolutely fabulous panel that we have lined up for you, we should be taking our seats right now. If I was you, I would be seated and I would be paying 200% attention to this amazing stellar panel that we have lined up for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for taking your seats. We will get started right away. As I say, we have saved our best for the last, and that's why Our next discussion brings thought leaders from across sectors that define the new India story. Travel, manufacturing, edtech, health tech, and agri-tech. They're all investors and innovators actually who are redefining growth and are invested in their own growth journeys and for the country in their own domains. Without further ado, let me invite Mr. Enbasekhar Deenadayalana from Medibuddy. Enbasekhar sir, I hope I pronounced your name right, sir. I did quite a lot of good practice in front of the mirror today morning. Thank you so much. Joining him is Mr. Sumit Kabra from RR Global, Mr. Hari Ganapati from Pick Your Trail, Mr. Vivek Varshni from Speed Labs, and Mr. Nikhil Tripathi from Bijak. And to moderate this session, let's please welcome Dr. Abha Rishi, Head MPSC, a respected academic and ecosystem builder. Let us all have the dignitaries on the stage. And quickly run their AVs, please. Dr. Rishi, as soon as the AVs are over, we will like you to come to the podium, give us a quick address, and then begin to moderate the panel. We are looking forward to your moderation, ma'am. If the AVs are ready. Dr. Rishi.
Mr. Nikhil Tripathi is a dynamic entrepreneur and co-founder of Bijak, one of India's fastest growing agri-tech startups, revolutionizing agricultural trade through technology. Founded in 2019, Bijak is a B2B trading platform that connects farmers, FPOs, and agri-traders across 1,200 regions in 27 states, enabling transparent, secure, and efficient commodity trading for over 200 agricultural products, backed by marquee global investors, including Sequoia Search, Media Network, Indore, RTB Global, Bertelsmann India, and Better Capital. Bijak has raised over $34 million in equity funding and is currently valued at $175 million. Recognized globally, Nikhil was featured in the Forbes Asia 30 Under 30 list 2022, representing India among young innovators from 22 Asia-Pacific countries. Before founding Bijak, he was part of the core leadership team at Gobasco, another agri-tech startup, and began his career with Zeres Associates in business consulting, an alumnus of MIT Meghalaya. Nikhil continues his entrepreneurial journey, currently working on a new stealth venture in the technology space. Mr. Enbasekhar D, formerly known as Enba, is the co-founder and Chief Technology Officer of Medibuddy, one of India's leading digital healthcare platforms, an alumnus of IIT Madras with both BTech and MTech degrees in electrical engineering. Enba has been the forefront of leveraging technology to make quality healthcare accessible to over 1 billion people in India. He began his journey in medical software and device research, combining engineering expertise with a deep passion for healthcare innovation. Before Medibuddy, he co-founded Docs App, a pioneering 24/7 online doctor consultation platform, which later merged with Medibuddy in 2020, creating one of the largest integrated digital healthcare ecosystem in the country. He has been featured in the Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia 2017 and Forbes 30 Under 30 India 2018. Most for his contributions to the healthcare industry. When he's not innovating in the world of health tech, Enba enjoys football, tennis, movies, and reading, reflecting his balance of creativity, focus and curiosity. Dr. Abharishi is the executive head of the Madhya Pradesh Startup Centre, driving the state's vision for entrepreneurship and innovation. A Fulbright and Chevening Fellow with over 25 years of experience, she has mentored hundreds of startups and entrepreneurs across India. Previously the CEO of Atal Incubation Centre, BIMTech, she has played a key role in shaping India's incubation and innovation ecosystem. She is widely recognized for promoting women-led and socially inclusive entrepreneurship and for bridging academia, industry and policy to strengthen the startup landscape. Mr. Sumit Kabra is a visionary entrepreneur and strategic leader, known for blending innovation, execution and social impact in equal measure. An engineering graduate and alumnus of IIM Kozhikode and SP Jain School of Business. Sumit began his journey with RR Cable, part of the $1.25 billion RR Global conglomerate. He transformed the company's consumer durable division, driving innovation in technology and design, and led major acquisitions including Aerostorm and the home of electrical business of Luminous, making RR Cable as the first Indian company to acquire an MNC division. Expanding globally, he helped establish a joint venture manufacturing plant in Bangladesh, furthering the brand's international reach. In 2020, Sumit co-founded Bigos, an electric scooter brand focused on urban mobility and sustainability, raising $6 million within 18 months. His latest venture, MSH Ventures LLP, invests in the mentors and startups across diverse industries, from Li-Fi technology and SaaS platforms to Ayurveda retail and luxury chocolates, helping founders turn bold idea into thriving businesses. Recognized as Emerging Business Leader at WCRC London 2014 and a Young Leader by SPJIMR 2018, Sumit continues to inspire entrepreneurs with his belief that strategic execution turns great ideas into lasting impact. A strong believer in giving back, he is also active in CSR initiatives through the Hema Foundation and Ekal Yuva, supporting education and social welfare. Mr. Vivek Varshney is the founder of Speed Labs, a pioneering hybrid education company transforming how students prepare for IIT, JEE, NEET, Olympiads and school board exams. With over 18 years of experience in education innovation and investments, including a decade of teaching, Vivek has been the forefront of reimagining learning through technology. An IIT Kanpur and IIM Lucknow alumnus, he has built Speed Labs into a leading platform that partners with 350 plus schools across 22 states, empowering over 80,000 students nationwide. Speed Labs combined AI-powered learning tools, structured assessments, and well-researched study materials to deliver a truly personalized education experience. Under his leadership, the company has launched a Center of Excellence at IIT Allahabad to drive innovation in STEM, coding, AI, and robotics. Guided by his belief that personalized education is the bridge between dreams and capabilities, Vivek continues to champion accessible, high-quality learning for students in Tier 2, Tier 3, and rural India. Mr. Hari Ganpati is the co-founder and CEO of Pick Your Trip, one of India's most innovative travel tech platforms that has transformed the way the world plans vacations. The idea of Pick Your Trip was born on a casual trip to Europe, where Hari saw a massive untapped opportunity in the holiday planning space. Since its inception in 2014, The tech-enabled Pick Your Trail platform has helped over 100,000 travelers from 22 countries plan and enjoy customized hassle-free holidays. A gold medalist in physics from the University of Madras and an IIM Bangalore alumnus, Hari brings a rare combination of analytical precision and marketing acumen. Before turning entrepreneur, he worked with leading consumer brands like Britannia, Reckitt Benckiser, and high-growth startups like InMobi. Experiences that earned his expertise in brand building and consumer behavior. A passionate traveler himself, Hari has explored over 40 countries and still dreams of taking the Trans-Siberian train journey, a symbol of his belief that travel has the power to reshape perspectives and inspire transformation.
Thank you, Ty, for those wonderful introductions, and glad to have a great and invigorating panel out here. But before I start anything, I just have to say that I was relieved that Ty did not decide to use my Stanford and Oxford pictures. It would have shown mostly like beer bottles and vodka shots. So thank you for that and for not using those. But coming back to the panel, it's a delight having all these young Turks out here. We had the Huruns before this, and now we have the young Turks. And I hope you have mics beside you. Can you just do a quick mic test? Okay. So I guess you have to share. We have 4 mics out there. I'll use this. And leave the seat in between to whomsoever wins the award. Off the dais, I had met Hari and Shekhar, and it was a delight talking to you guys and knowing something about you. So I'm going to do a quick question answer about your professional stuff, and then I'm going to do an Oprah on them. I don't know if how many of you have seen Oprah. Nahi dekha to Coffee with Karan to dekha hai na? It's where we bring tears to the panelists, people. I don't want to bring tears, but I hope we have some more heartfelt talk from your side, because everybody knows about your professional achievements, but there are lots of things besides professional things which go into making a successful entrepreneur. I hope you agree with me. Right. So since this is the last one and this is about learning, and this session is basically about innovating for India, solving problems that matter. That's the name of this panel. So my first question to all of you is, how did you decide that this is the particular problem that you want to solve? Because we are seeing a spectrum of things out here. We have edtech, we have medtech, we have travel, and so many and so on. So what made you decide that this is the problem that I want to solve? So starting with you.
Well, I've been always a firm believer of a blue ocean strategy where it falls in 4 columns. It calls like eliminate, reduce, raise or create. So either of the businesses which fall in this category, and if I want to scalable, then only we enter into that business. So in wire category, when we enter as a family business, we designed a wire called Unilever, where we eliminated one process altogether. So generally electricians cut it, twist it and then fit it. So by designing a wire called Unilever, which we are the first one in India, we eliminated the stage of twisting it. So we decided cut it and fit it. So it saves on time as well, but at the same time we make sure that we are giving the whole wire as a current capacity.
Wonderful. So that was creating efficiency that really drove your thought. Okay, over to you. Hari, what made you think about travel as your passion?
I think the passion got translated to business.
Okay.
Travel is very close to heart. So been to about 45 odd countries, and I said there is a problem to be solved. People will travel a lot more, and there's a platform where people can create holidays on their own. We thought that's where it starts, and yeah, I think it's more of passion with a consumer pain point. Obviously, we were on a vacation and we felt, what if we could replicate the way we travel to more people? So it's a passion plus pain point problem.
I agree because, you know, travel is something that really brings in a lot of exposure, and your dream of traveling the Trans-Siberian one is something that I share. I've traveled something like around 45 countries till now, and it definitely makes a lot of difference. So Shekhar, what's your view?
Yes, see, my journey started as an engineer in college. My college had a lot of opportunities to explore. In my first year, I was building the drones that we see today. We were designing those. Then second year, did some internships. So the early phase was about explore, right? Like you try to use your skills, find new ideas, new problems that you're excited about as, you know, during the summer holidays and vacations and evenings after school. That's how I stumbled upon healthcare. Me and my co-founder and CEO, we are both batchmates, same hostel, same wing. And so we picked up some projects in healthcare. And that's when we spent a lot of time with doctors, hospitals, clinics in our student days, and that got us going, saying that hey, it's a high impact space, very limited touch of technology, and it's a need for everyone in the country. So that's where our initial vision came. We wanted to create healthcare accessible to 1 billion people, and how can you make sure the same high quality healthcare is available for everyone. And that's how we started our journey with a chatbot for connecting, chat app for connecting doctors and patients, and went on to scale that from there.
Wonderful thought. I mean, it's really great that you thought something like that. Nikhil,
So,
what made you think about Bijak?
yeah, so it was during my second job. I mean, I started my career with a pharma consulting firm. I was there for close to 5 months, and then I received a call one early morning by two gentlemen. They were planning to do something around agri-tech in India. It was back in 2017. I was 21-year-old back then, so I thought of like giving it a shot. Till then, I didn't have any plan to build my own venture in this sector. And I spent good time, close to 12 months with them, and the company was shut down. So I had two options, either to solve the problem which stayed unsolved or kind of go back to job. I chose the difficult one, I would say. And I still feel that I was little immature back then, and then this is the reason that it was an easy decision for me to go with it. So we started BJEC in 2019. By then I was 24. In less than 6 months, we were fastest growing agri-tech startup of India with a very simple idea. And I still feel that it's more about creating a social impact, and one of the learning which closely resonates with me from the past session, that uplifting other lives. So I've seen creating a difference in family of farmers just by adding an additional 20 paise per kg of their commodity, because a farmer gets a chance to earn only twice a year, right, unlike us. So agriculture and education, these two sectors are very close to my heart, and I have deep respect for the founders who choose these difficult paths, and anyone to everyone who is solving for India, building anything in India. So yeah, it was more of an accidental decision, I would say, and I think it was one of the best decisions till date I have taken.
Thank you, Nikhil. I mean, that's really wonderful knowing about that, especially when you are in the heartland of India, which is more focused towards agriculture. So what do you think?
So I started in 2016. Before that, I had about 11 years of experience in the investing. So I worked with a couple of private equity funds and investing from the MNC investment banks. My idea to start the company was that in the going future, every student will have the access to technology. However, depending on their location, they may not have affordable access to the best quality teachers. However, if we give them the personalized inputs, this can improve their learning outcomes and help them achieve the potential. So with the internet penetration crossing 50% in 2015 and changing consumption behavior from the student side, I thought EdTech will make huge sense, and it can complement the traditional way of learning from books and classrooms. And I think the thesis is panning out. However, a couple of experiments haven't gone the way they could have, but I think it's a long way to go.
Thank you, Vivek. Keep the mic with you, because this is going to lead to my next question, which is basically about the biggest early mistake. I mean, when you started your venture, and what do you think was your biggest mistake at that point of time, and what did you learn from that?
So for most of the startups, and including me, Sometimes we chase the growth before having product market fit. And the ecosystem sometimes helps you achieve the product market fit. Sometimes you don't know when the product market fit is there and you chase high growth and invest too much in the sales, and which obviously comes back to bite you. And you pay a very heavy price for learning that before achieving a PMF and a unit economics, there is no point of scaling it too fast. So I think my biggest learning was that I should have probably not gone too fast during COVID, because it was a false signal of PMF in my sector. I'm not talking for others, but in our sector, in education, the COVID signaled a false signal of PMF, and pretty much everyone fell for it. And everyone went to chase a very high growth, and eventually things got normalized after COVID. So I would urge everyone to just be very, very calculative about the PMF and unit economics before going for scale.
Right. Thanks, Vivek. Over to you, Nikhil. What happened to you? I mean, what was the biggest mistake? What did you learn? Because, ladies and gentlemen, these are people who have built up very successful ventures. So learning from their mistakes and how they turned the whole thing around, I think could be of some use to us.
So I think raising little early was one of the biggest mistakes we had, because as Vivek said, I resonate with it. If you raise early, you don't get that chance to do a lot of experiment patiently and come to a PMF. Of course, at times you reach PMF, but you have not tried everything what is there in market. And most of the time as a founder, your hands are full. So once you have raised capital, you have additional responsibility. You have to chase few numbers, which otherwise you would not have been chasing. So I still feel there is a right sweet spot to raise capital, but unfortunately, being a first-time founder, nobody is there to inform. So I think initiatives like TiE and now with new age mentors coming in, with this gap getting filled by the mentors, we have more people now in the industry to inform, to help you take that informed decision. But I think raising a little early was one of the biggest mistakes we did. And but I think otherwise we do a lot of mistakes while building a venture. So every time I think that was my biggest mistake and go back and think a little more, and I feel like, oh, that was the smallest, how can I forget this? So I must have made millions of mistakes. But that's the perks of raising capital, that you get a chance, you get a cushion to absorb those mistakes. So in a way, it's both boon and bane for a startup to raise capital. Yes.
Thanks, Nikhil. I think that kind of answers or rather resonates with most of us who have started ventures, that you have to keep reiterating and you have to keep working on the things that have gone wrong. And yes, absolutely correct that don't scale up till you have the structures in place. That's one of the biggest mistakes most founders make. But thanks for sharing that. With you, Shekhar, I'm going to ask a different question. See, when we talk about first-time founders, one of the biggest support systems and one of the biggest challenges is the immediate family and extended family members. I made my own venture successful because ऐसा कहते हैं ना, मीरा आंटी ने कहा तुमसे तो ना हो पाएगा, तो हमने कहा कि नहीं, हम तो करके दिखाएंगे. So did something like that happen with you, Shekhar, or was it how did it go with you?
Sure. Of course, I don't come from a business family. So my father, parents have come from traditional working class kind of people. So business is definitely, new. But what played for my benefit is that my father used to read a lot of things. So he was at least excited about entrepreneurship. And he had definitely encouraged me even early on to do it. Although we don't exactly know how this will pan out and how exactly or what exactly to be done. So my father was very, very supportive. But having said that, yes, there comes always a time that family is always asking, what are you doing? Because even though we started positively, it takes 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, and you don't see those early signs of making money. Especially I'm graduated from IIT, so my peers, my friends, they all placed at good position.
And the big houses.
Yes, and whereas I chose to drop my placements, start out and so on, with some hope that we will eventually make it. And so not just, of course, people around, even if the family is supportive, there'll always be questions in their minds, and it was very, very important time for us to stay focused as well. And I'm sure many founders have their own versions of these stories. We get support sometimes from unexpected corners, but many may or may not understand the journey that we are going through. So that's definitely, sometimes friends help, sometimes other founders, could be a good support system in that interim period while we figure out. But it's important to persevere and stay on the journey. That's what has helped us. Second is also, of course, very strong internal motives are needed, right? Some passion or some confidence also that even if it's false or naive, it's important, I believe, in the early days to see through, multiple challenges, multiple mistakes, and to come back positively and turn it around, because it's never expected to be a smooth sailing.
So Shekhar has been lucky. He didn't have a Meera auntie in his family to say, no, you can't do this stuff. But it makes a lot of difference having a great supportive family. So Hari, what happened with you?
I mean, many things have happened.
Supporting a family or Meera auntie?
No, I think truly supporting family. Again, similar story, pretty much government servants. But in our case, I think what happened was we just about raised a round. Luckily, we didn't raise it too early. We bootstrapped for a while, then we raised our round, and then the pandemic came by. So we made grand plans with capital in the bank, and like you exactly said, we had some cushion, but then the pandemic was literally, we just reset everything. And I think that was very interesting because we're doing outbound travel. So outbound was the last to come by. So, I mean, we just, having built teams all my life, just to see something just kind of fall one by one, it's like a house of cards. I didn't come down crashing, it just came down one by one. It was a very, very interesting experience, I think, now to say. But like he also said, I think, like all of us who have built something would agree that I think some part of this journey is all about also discovering yourself. And I think that these kind of ups and downs help you in that process of, finding out who you are and what you think lies ahead. So I think that is a great experience with the pandemic. And then 2 years after we built it, my co-founder decided to move on to pursue his other passion. So I think then that kind of journey of having built something with someone for 10 years and then to take over the entire responsibility of other aspects and then build again, I think was again a very interesting experience. So I think I've been very lucky. Supportive family, good experiences, and I think it's going to be fun.
Great, great. So over to you, Vivek. So Hari mentioned team, and all of us who have started ventures, we know that the first team members, they make a lot of difference. So how do you choose your team? So how did you choose your team? What characteristics did you look for, and what would you tell the audience, like how to go about it?
See, of course, when you want to build a company, you focus on money. But when you want to build an empire, you focus on people. And this is what we have been believing. So you have to be wiser, and I generally look on the people who are really playing a devil's advocate role towards me. And this is what I look, the first quality, that yes, of course, he is not agreeing on all the points what I think. And this is what I look for, the first trait to be decided. Second is something, our vision should match with each other. And third is something, whether, he's ready to sacrifice with the same what I can do, sacrifice with my family or my time. These three traits generally I look forward with the founder.
Right. Thanks, Vivek. You talked about vision and the kind of sync that you have with your team members, the first founding team members. My question goes to, I'm going to ask Nikhil about this. See, when you talk about team, I think the first team members are your own family themselves. I'm going to come back to the family again. Remember, I said I'm going to do an Oprah on you. So how do you balance your family requirements, family demands, because they also need time, with the work demands? Because creating an empire or creating a successful venture needs a lot of time. So how do you do that?
Yeah, so I mean, this is the reason I have been being very vocal about it, that it's very easy to become a founder, but at the same time, it's very difficult to put your family into that situation. You have to miss upon a lot of personal events and miss upon a lot of quality family time, which goes unnoticed. Nobody is there to kind of appreciate or maybe have a sympathy about it. But yeah, that's a difficult path you choose. So for example, if somebody joins an army, that's a prereq, I would say, or unconditional thing. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I have been not very successful in keeping that balance, and I see a lot of people who are actually really successful there, both at a global level and within India. So that is something which I'm still learning. But I was very fortunate that I started my venture very early. So I wasn't married, I didn't have kid or any other response. My parents were still very young. So I still feel that your early 20s or early 30s is a right stage to start a venture. Of course, there is no right age as such, but it's kind of puts you in a sweet spot because you don't have a lot of other responsibilities. But I'm not a right guy to answer this because I have not been able to do this. There were 3-4 marriages in my family. I missed all of them. There were 2 unfortunate incidents. I wasn't there to even give condolence for the weeks. I hardly meet my parents twice or thrice a year. And the only time I get to stay with them is when they kind of choose to visit me, because my father is in a government job, so he would also not get a lot of leaves. But I think these are smaller sacrifices we as a founder or venture builder have to do for a greater cause, because there are probably hundreds or thousands of other families who get a chance to rejoice because of smaller sacrifice we are making. So I think there is no right answer for this, but yeah, this is something which comes as a precondition thing when you start building a venture.
No, absolutely, Nikhil, there is no right answer to this, but then there are a lot of sacrifices which go into this. So, Sumit, what do you think is your perspective on this? I mean, were there a lot of sacrifices, or was it more of a smooth ride? And if you could answer both the things, about the team as well as the family time.
Yeah. For the first one is easy, because when you have already worked for about 11 years, that was in my case. I have already worked with bosses of almost more than 8 nationalities and traveled across the world and seen the teamwork, interpersonal skills, all these things working out, and I know how the value system and work ethics actually play a larger role in longer success. So I was lucky to have excellent team members, and I'm grateful to all the people who have been with me through the good times and the bad times. The only skill that I would look for is the integrity. And if there is integrity, then I think, and if you choose smart people, most other things fall in place. So that's the first part. On the sacrifices, of course, I think I can't imagine any entrepreneur who can have a very safe, unadventurous journey. So there will be ups and downs in everyone, and I think family plays a big role. In my case, when I started, I was already married for 10 years with a kid of 7 years old. So there was some sense of maturity when we took this decision that it's not going to be easy. But obviously no one anticipated that it will be so rough. And COVID was a bouncer, and everyone treated it very differently. So I think I'm grateful to the family who stood by us, stood by me and people like us. And I think without their support, it is nearly impossible for the first-time founders to sail through it, because we don't have fallback options, we don't have kitties, we don't have, our parents in most cases are not sufficient to support us. So the family has to go through the tough times, and I think it just helps if they are more supportive and more cheerful. So in my case, I was very lucky to have that.
मेरे ख्याल से तो जैसे आप अपने पार्टनर को चूज करते हो ना, अब अपने स्पाउस को भी ऐसे ही चूज करना पड़ेगा कि ट्रेड्स देख लो क्या है, सपोर्टिव है. Let's go ahead, times. Yeah, you had something to say on this.
I was just saying that in some cases, when you are choosing a partner after you have started up, I think what you are saying is possible, but many of us start after we are married, so we don't have any choice to do that.
So I think in fact it's a reverse. They choose to stay with us.
Okay. Yes, that's also there. So anybody would like to say anything on this? Any added comments?
No, of course. in addition to financial due diligence that investors do, in-laws also do a lot of due diligence. So they had to visit my office, really check that there is something running. And not just for me, I had to, call some of my early employees, potential in-laws, saying that, hey, we're a good company, don't worry. He's an engineer, good engineer, he'll work fine, right? So these are all, anyway, part of the, I think, fun and the journey as well.
Okay, so it's due diligence on both sides. Okay, Hari, I'm going to ask you this next question. What has been the biggest surprise about building a company? Something that no one warned you about. What has that biggest surprise come to you?
I think the biggest surprise is you start out saying you'll solve a problem, and that's why you're building a company. And I think at some point you realize that every time you've solved the problem, there are just more problems. So I think the surprise for me was, and that's why I think eventually people say it's more about the journey and not about the destination. I think this classic problems of burnout and all of that, I have some friends whose fathers have built companies and still at 70, 75 go to their factories or offices. I think somewhere you got to be excited about every new challenge that's coming your way. I think how big is big, there's never an answer to that. And enjoying the journey is actually the only way to continue the journey. I think that's something that you somehow, I think as a right-brain person, you're a goal-seeking algorithm. You're just trying to end state, but then there's no end state, I think is the biggest surprise.
Correct. Thanks for that. Vivek, how would you answer to this?
Well, I resonate with him. Surprises never ends. Just to give an example, whenever you're trying to set up a manufacturing plant, we were setting up a plant at Delhi, Bhiwadi. So when the winter season came, AQI level went high and our plant got delayed. Contractors got delayed. New surprise. Then once we did complete in the March, we went out of the PLI as well, which we had to run by March. Again a big surprise. So there is always a surprises and challenges which will always continue. It's up to you how you want to work upon and be resilient to solve that.
Right. So Nikhil, would you like to say something on this? Because this is something which really crops up. The kind of challenges that an entrepreneur faces, nothing in theory and most of the advice which is given never really matches up.
Yeah, true. So I think most of the time what you hear as advice from others, or maybe what you read or what you were trained for, is actually never helpful in those time of crisis. And unfortunately, and this could be very personal to me, but most of the problems what I have faced, the other difficult problems, unfortunately a major portion of it was not under my control. For example, COVID or having some strike, and basically we deal into fresh fruits and vegetables. So even a road closure of half an hour would change fortunes for many of our farmers and in turn for us. So I've realized that as a founder, you need to take that extra measure or extra precaution compared to any normal employee, I would say, or any other government job. And I'm saying this because when I see this as a contrast, in all other role you are responsible for yourself and your family. But over here, as a founder or as a owner of any smaller business, there is a larger community being affected by you. And this was something which I was not very informed, because I thought that anything which happens wrong is going to kind of make me accountable, or at most me and my company would suffer. But it was realized very later that we will have a larger family as our vendor, customer, and then their associated team members. So it's a larger community which gets impacted. So and we have seen this in past also, right? So any small decision impacts a larger community, and it's a cascading effect, right?
Right. So Sumit?
Vivek, I think.
I think
no problem.
You exchanged seats, or did I exchange the names?
No problem. Yeah.
That was a surprise.
Yeah, for surprise for me.
So surprise, I think because we are innovating for India, and India is growing, like in last 10 years, the GDP per capita has almost doubled, and with the advent of AI, things are going to move much more faster almost 40 crore people living in India under 25 years of age, so their consumption behavior changing. I think the biggest surprise that I have faced, and I think a lot of us are facing, is that the problem statement that we want to solve, the problem itself changes within 3 years, right? So we have to keep our ears to the ground and get the pulse, be little preemptive, proactive about the problem statement itself. And if we stick to the original problem statement, sometimes we end up creating solutions which are outdated. So I think that was the biggest surprise for me, that after COVID, what we believed is the consumption behavior change will be permanent. It didn't remain permanent, but it moved in a very different way.
Right. Thank you so much, and my apologies for that mix-up in the names. So I'm going to now say, Sumit, what would you tell the audience? I mean, quickly in 60 seconds, what is the one takeaway that you would like the audience to go home with? And I'm going to ask the rest of the panelists also to be ready with that. 60 seconds.
Yeah, so the mistake one, what you said, biggest mistake. So my grandfather taught me 3 lines and I always say them. गलती करना प्रकृति है, गलती को सुधार लेना संस्कृति है, दोबारा वो गलती ना करे, जिंदगी में आगे बढ़े, वही प्रगति है. So keep doing mistakes, but make sure you don't repeat it and keep growing. Thank you.
So make mistakes, but don't repeat it and keep going. Thank you.
The bar is so high, I don't know. Whatever I say is not going to be as poetic as what he just said. So I think if I had to say 60 seconds, I like to believe that it's about enjoying the journey a lot, and there's always going to be something that keeps coming, mistakes, surprises, whatever you call that. And I think as long as you're able to be comfortable under your skin and enjoy what you're doing, I think entrepreneurship itself is a journey where you break away from the pack. So the last thing you want to do is break away from the pack and again get into a comparison game. So just enjoy the journey and make the best of it. And each of us are playing a different game, and you just got to enjoy the game.
Thank you. Enjoy the game, enjoy the journey. Things will keep coming, but you keep moving ahead. So Shekhar, what's your one last takeaway?
No, I would say keeping at it is very important. There's always going to be naysayers. There's always everybody around us doubting. So having a strong focus, perseverance is needed, and enjoy the journey along the way while you do it.
Thank you. Nikhil?
So if you don't want your upcoming generation to face the same problem what you are facing, somebody has to solve it, right? So either you should start solving that by building a business, or you should at least start supporting people who are solving that for your upcoming generations.
Thanks, Nikhil. And final words from you.
I think connect with more people, be open, challenge yourselves, and your critics are your best friends. So sometimes your improvements and best ideas will not come from yourself but from others. So be open to the critics, challenges, questions, and try to work around it.
Thank you so much, Vivek. And so audience, I've just got the slip from them that we don't have any more time. I've already exceeded my time, but thank you to the panelists. It's been wonderful listening to your journeys. So the audience out here, the takeaways are make mistakes, doesn't matter, everybody make mistakes, but move fast, learn from them and grow. Enjoy your journey, that's very important. So we had that coming in, and have a commitment and have perseverance, that's very important. And mainly, challenge yourself and let the critics be silenced by your work. Have I summed it up? So thank you very much. It's been a delight having you here, and thank you to Chai for this wonderful panel. It's been great talking to all of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful moderation. And like I said, we had saved the best for the last. So you all did amazing and absolute justice to that. As a token of our gratitude, can we please invite upon Ms. Aarti Agarwal, Mr. Amit Pamnani, Mr. Pranav Sangvi, Mr. Nitil Gupta, Mr. Pradeep Karamlikar, and Mr. Saurabh Lahochi on stage, please. And in that order, we will ask everyone to hand over our token of thank you to the panelists. Ms. Aarti Agarwal to Dr. Abha Rishi, please. you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that. Mr. Amit Pamnani to Mr. Nikhil Tripathi ji, please. Mr. Pranav Sangvi to Mr. Vivek Varshni ji, please. Mr. Nitil Gupta to Mr. Hari Ganapati ji, please. Mr. Rakesh Jain to Mr. Sumit Kabra ji, please. Rakesh Jain, sir. Rakesh ji is on. Rakesh Jain to Mr. Sumit Kabra ji, please. And Mr. Pradeep Karamlekar to Mr. N. Vasekhar. Thank you so much. May I please request everyone to come together for one group photograph. I hear there is a dynamic discussion here between who should stand where. And I'm loving this. In chaos, we have clarity, and that's what every entrepreneur does in their entire journey. How beautifully this panel was moderated, how amazing insights were shared. We talked about entrepreneurship inside and outside. Both personal and professional journeys were talked about, and this was the best panel that I took maximum takeaways from. Thank you so much for your cross-functional leadership here on the stage. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we, without further ado, have a very important announcement to make. I have amongst us and take immense pleasure in announcing a surprise session to all of you. I introduce Mr. Mohit Wadhawan, a prominent figure in India's healthcare sector, as the leader of Medimias, renowned for its top-tier cancer testing products with 7 patents for products manufactured in 3 state-of-the-art plants. Beyond his entrepreneurial success, though, Mohit is also India's foremost one-clean corporate customized stand-up comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, his performances, having delighted audiences across 300 shows nationwide, cater to various prestigious clients. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please join me in warmly welcoming to the stage the epitome of laughter and intelligence, Mr. Mohit Wadhawan. And now, we don't have any respite but to be taking our seats. So everybody on the back, if you could just come forward, believe me, you will be missing out on this dose of excitement if you are somewhere in the back. So I request everybody to come forward and let's be an amazing audience to Mohit ji. Mohit ji on stage.
अब बड़ा डॉक्टर मयूर एक बार माइक दे दो, अरे वो वाला चाहिए। यार ये पटाखे बहुत मारता आपका ये। एक तो कॉमेडियन को इतनी ऊपर क्यों चढ़वा दिया साले, आत्मा और परमात्मा का मिलन हो जाएगा इतनी ऊंचाई से तो। बट मैं गुरुजी की बात से सहमत हूं, घर जाना है हंसते हुए जाना है। आप जितना भी हंसते हुए जाएं, आपकी बीवी ने बोल देना है पता नहीं क्यों मूड ठीक नहीं है, तो आपने जो भी जाना है हंसते हुए। विजय जैन जी आगे दुबई से। सर आप जैन मैं बेचैन, बहुत गोली पाते हैं सर, आपने इंटरव्यू नहीं दिया मुझे हैं? हाँ आपने मिस किया। तो सबने सेशन सुने ना आज के, गुरुजी की बात सही थी कि कभी कभी अपनी आत्मा से मिलने चले जाया करो, कल को तुम्हारी आत्मा किसी से मिलने चले जाएगी, हम बचेंगे भी नहीं। पॉइंट मेरा क्लियर हो रहा? कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं यार इतने मायूस क्यों हो? आप एक बार पीछे मुड़ के देखें, जैसे आपने घर में जागरण रखा होता है ना, लोग आए प्रसाद खा के चले गए, रात बाद में वही रिश्तेदार रह जाते हैं, मैडम यही जागरण चल रहा है यहां पे, और चंदा जी माइक आ रहा है कि नहीं? सर आइए सीट लीजिए आप, ये माइक्रोमिट्टी वाले स्पॉन्सर्स हैं सर, आप आइए। अरे ये धनोतिया जी, सर आप पे चुटकुला नहीं मार सकता, क्योंकि आप पे चुटकुला मारने के लिए पहले मेरे को गीतांजलि को पार करना पड़ेगा। उसको पार करने की हिम्मत तो लतिका में नहीं है, मैं कहां। बस छोटा सा फ्लैट अरेंज करा दो सर, हैं धनोतिया जी? इतना पढ़ा लिखा होता तो इक्विटी समझ आती तो कॉमेडी करता। आप समझ रहे हैं, मेरे और मेरे भाई में ही 12 साल का गैप है, मतलब पिताजी ने पहली फंडिंग उठाई 12 साल बाद, दूसरी बार ये निकला, और यही रिएक्शन दिया था माँ बाप ने। मुझे आज तक ही नहीं समझ आ रहा सर कि मैं इच्छाधारी बच्चा था या मजाक मजाक में हो गया। मोहल्ले में मुझे कोई उधार नहीं दे रहा, ये मुझे इक्विटी देंगे। धनोटिया जी कैसे हैं? सब बढ़िया। गीतांजलि जी कहाँ हैं? अरे बस दूर ही ठीक हूं। बट मैम यू आर वेरी थॉरो प्रोफेशनल, मजा आ गया। जो आप इंग्लिश में बोली तो ठीक ही बोली होगी, इससे ज्यादा तो डिटेल में जाना ही नहीं। सर सदमा लगा, इन्होंने मुझे इंटरव्यू दिया था, विजय जी है ना, मेरे पिताजी का नाम भी विजय है, आज आपसे बदला लूंगा। मुझे ये नहीं समझ आया, आपने लिबर्टी वाले को बताया वो जूतों का चेंज इन द इक्वेशन कर रहे थे कि जूता पहनने में यूज होता है, जॉगिंग में यूज होता है। मैं पंजाब से हूं, जूता बच्चे को मारने में भी यूज होता है। मुझे ये नहीं समझ आया कि साला मेरे पेपर में नंबर कम आए, मेरे पिताजी यहां क्यों मार रहे हैं? मतलब दिमाग का इससे क्या कनेक्शन है लाडा साहब? इसकी तो कोई कोवर्किंग नहीं है, ये इंडिपेंडेंट काम करेगा, वो अलग से काम करेगा। क्यों सर, मेरी बात सही है कि? महेश्वरी जी, नीलेश महेश्वरी जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। पीछे यंग भी बैठे होंगे। अरे आप लोग इकोनॉमिक लेवरेज, इक्विटी, ये सारा डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। $1 बिलियन ये कैपिटलाइजेशन। पीछे नन्हे से बच्चे ने मुझे बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा, कह रहा अगर मैं इनकी सारी बातें सुनूंगा क्या मुझे सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा? तुम आगे लगे हो मध्य प्रदेश इंदौर को, कोई आ रहा है वाईफाई का पासवर्ड मिलेगा? कोई एक तो मुझे ऑर्गेनाइजर का बिल्ला बना के बिठा दिया, एक मुझे आके पूछ रहा ब्रेकफास्ट में कुकीज तो मिल गई, लंच का जुगाड़ है स्टूडेंट्स का? अबे यूथ अपना इंस्टाग्राम पे लगा था पीछे, मैं सही बता रहा हूं। अरे कहां गए महेश्वरी जी? कहां है नीलेश महेश्वरी जी के जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। अरे गोविंद अग्रवाल जी हैं क्या? सर आप ही हैं? पक्का? नहीं सर, मेरे मेंटोर हैं गोविंद जी, मैं आपको बाद में कवर करके बताऊंगा। बट नीलेश महेश्वरी जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां आपने बजाई। जैन साहब क्यों बजाई आपने? पीछे जितने भी बच्चे हैं, अगर तुम्हें मां बाप कहते हैं बच्चा शादी कर लो सेटल हो जाओगे, ये दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मिथ है। शादी के बाद, अरे कैमरामैन कहां जा रहा तू? लौंडे का प्रोफाइल लेगा, सेम है भाई। तो सर कहां? हाँ, अगर आपको माँ बाप कहे कि शादी कर लो बच्चा सेटल हो जाओगे, ये दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मिथ है। शादी के बाद पति पत्नी सेटल नहीं होते, सेटल होते हैं माँ बाप। महेश्वरी ने बच्चा ब्याह दिया, बच्चा जा रहा है ऑफिस, ये दीपा के साथ घूमने जा रहे हैं 1 महीने के लिए, तो सेटल कौन हुआ? अरे लतिका जी कैसी हैं आप? कह रही टाई वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स करा है विजय मनावत ने, वुमेन्स को इतनी लिबर्टी दे रहे हैं, और मेरा वर्क फ्रॉम होम छिपवा दिया अमित अग्रवाल ने। अमित जी ऐसे टाई वुमेन्स में कैसे जुड़ेंगे? अरे विजय जी कहां गए? अरे आपकी एक दिशा यही है। मैं इससे भाई साहब, इन्होंने मुझे इंटरव्यू दिया, आप समझ चुके होंगे मेरी भाषा तो हिंदी है। मैडम आप बड़े ग्लैमरस लग रहे हैं, आप हेलो हेलो सर, मैम इधर, आप मुझे इधर उधर क्या देख रही हैं? ये तो बिल्कुल वैसे, क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहू में नहीं होता। क्या मतलब, क्या मतलब? इधर है, नहीं समझ है, ये वो दिशा है। नहीं नहीं, मैं इनसे इंटरव्यू लेने गया मैडम, समझे, जब सवाल हिंदी में आ रहा है सेठी साहब, जवाब इंग्लिश में क्यों आ रहा है? मैंने कहा सर आप क्या करते हैं? मैं इनके सामने बैठा हूं, ये यहां बैठे हैं, 2 गज की दूरी। मैंने कहा आप क्या करते हैं? चेक माई लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल। मैंने कहा भाई प्रभु सामने बैठा हूं। मैंने कहा इसके अलावा और क्या करते हैं? कह रहा और नीचे जाओ, और नीचे जाओ। मैंने कहा आप तो बताओ, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा। लाडा साहब आप चेयर पे बैठे हैं ना, ये कह रहे मैं एक दिशा, जीवन में एक दिशा ही होनी चाहिए, मुझे समथिंग इज फिशी इन टाइप है। एक दिशा करी जा रहा है। वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर में भी दिशा को जिता दिया। आप हैं दिशा जी? अरे किसी की तो दिशा होंगे। मैम यू आर मैरिड? तभी आप स्माइल कर रहे हो कि चलो कोई और की पार्टी बैठे। ये मैन का नेचर है, अपनी बीवी से प्रॉब्लम होती है, दूसरे से उम्मीद होती है। एक बार भी सर आपने नहीं बोला मैम कोई और बैठा है, लौंडे को तो नहीं बैठने दिया। अभी 5 मिनट पहले मैं आया था, hey, somebody is sitting here, you go। यहां मैम के लिए तो पर्स भी साइड कर दिया। ये है असली फंड रेज तो सर, और मैं गिर जाऊंगा। तो अरे चंदा कहां है? बैक स्टेज। अरे माइक तो ला दे पगली, ये वाला है। ये हुरुंस ऑफ इंदौर में बजट लगा दिया, मैं माइक तो दे देते लाडा साहब। नहीं कहीं ऐसा, अरे आप बच्चों मैं चुटकुला मारूं बुरा तो नहीं मानोगे? कहीं ऐसा हो सेठ डॉक्टर, सर पहले मैं आपसे मयूर सेठी से मिला, जब आपने बताया ना आई एम डॉक्टर मयूर सेठी, मैंने कहा योगा से ही ठीक होना पड़ेगा, डॉक्टरों पे नहीं जाना अब। तो कहीं मैं ऐसा हो कि कहीं चुटकुला मारूं आप लोग मुझे मारें, ऐसा तो नहीं होगा। बट आज बड़ी स्पेशल ओकेजन है, ठीक है? तो इस माइक से निकले हुए जो भी शब्द काल्पनिक हैं, इनका वास्तविकता से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। एक तो आप लोगों से भी सेफ हो गया, और आज मैंने बताया स्पेशल है, आज मेरी वाइफ भी पीछे बैठी हुई है। ओए पीछे मुड़ के नहीं देखना भाई, बीवी बीवी होती है। पंडित जी ने बताया अपनी बीवी पे स्माइल पास करनी है, उसका एंजल इन्वेस्टर मैं हूं। अभी उधर एक बंदे को सेट करा, ये भाई ये तो बड़े, ये मैंने देखा है एमपी की स्ट्रेटेजी, अपन अपन करके अपना बना लेते हैं। नो सर ऐसा नहीं करना। व्हाट्स योर गुड नेम? आप भी एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं सर, वहां की जमीन मेरी है, प्लांट मेरा है, और अभी हमने फंड रेज के लिए किसी कंसल्टेंट को भी नहीं हायर करा, ठीक है? बट आप लोगों को अच्छे अच्छे मेंटर्स मिले होंगे, सबने सेशन लिया है, लेकिन मेरे मेंटर्स थोड़े से अलग थे, जिन्होंने मुझे कुछ काफी अच्छी चीजें। अमित अग्रवाल जी यू आर नॉर्मल। इन्होंने कहा था मोहित सिगरेट छूट सकती है, बीवी नहीं। पीछे नहीं मुड़ना, लेकिन आपकी वाली है, तभी दूर बैठे हुए हैं। सर एक जैन साहब इधर आइए। अब ऐसे कर, मैम आप इनके नहीं पूछना पड़ता है, आप इनके वाइफ हैं लीगल? आइए कम हियर, एक बार जोरदार तालियां यार, रोका हो रहा आगे। फूफा जी सेकंड डालो। नहीं नहीं मैम एक मिनट। सर लव मैरिज अरेंज मैरिज? और मैम आपकी? पूछना पड़ता भाई। आज मैंने यही सीखा है, कभी भी एज्यूम ना करो, लिसनिंग बहुत जरूरी है ना? बिना लिसनिंग नहीं, क्या पता मैडम नहीं कराना चाहते ये अरेंजमेंट, जबरदस्ती आए हो। वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, टाई वुमेन, ठीक है? तो अभी शुरू करें मेरे, अरे प्रीति लाडा जी गुड इवनिंग। मैडम आप बड़े तगड़े मॉडरेटर्स के साथ बैठे थे। सौरभ बोथरा जी का योगा किसने करा? नहीं, मेरे फैमिली में भी आई एम ऑल्सो इज बिग फैन। मतलब मेरे घर में मेरे पिताजी, मेरे दादाजी, दादी जी सारा योगा करते हैं। वो ऑनलाइन योगा सिखाते थे। उन्होंने जैसे जैसे बोला मेरे दादाजी ने करा। उन्होंने कहा हाथों को टेढ़ा करो, थोड़ा सा वजन नीचे की तरफ डालो, पैर ऊपर करो। इंटरनेट पे योगा सीख रहा था मेरा दादा, कह रहे हाथ नीचे करो, वजन ऊपर डालो, थोड़ा सा शरीर ऊपर करो। इंटरनेट पे योगा सीख रहा था, उधर इंटरनेट अटका, इधर मेरा दादा लटक गया। उसको इंटरनेट चालू करना नहीं, आधा घंटे बाद मैंने उसको उतारा नीचे। तो मैं किसी फाउंडर से अपील करूंगा, छोटे शहरों में इंटरनेट की क्लैरिटी थोड़ी ठीक करें। सर आप कर सकते हैं, मैं विजय जी पे भरोसा नहीं करूंगा। अगर मेरे दादाजी इनसे मदद मांगने जाते, मुझे नीचे उतार दो, चेक माई लिंक्डइन, ये मेरा काम नहीं है। हर कुछ ही लिंक्डइन। सर वाइफ से कैसे बात करते हो? टुडे माई मूड इज अपसेट, व्हाई? चेक माई लिंक्डइन। इंस्टाग्राम सर आपके? तो मैडम आपको कैसे पता चला? अच्छा आप आरती अग्रवाल जी आप हैं? माशाल्लाह, इनसे मैंने इंटरव्यू लिया। माय नेम इज आरती अग्रवाल। 10 मिनट में इतना खांस गई, मैंने ब्लिंकिट से दवाइयां भिजाई इनके घर। तो शुरू करें दोस्तों, एक बार तालियां मार दे, मैं तब तक पानी पी लूं। धनोटिया साहब, नहीं माइक्रोमिट्टी सर पैसे पहुंच गए आपको। गीतांजलि जी ने पेटीएम कर दिया, कह रहे अरे धनोटिया जी पे चुटकुला वैसे नहीं मार सकते। 150 बंदे तो माइक्रोमिट्टी के बैठे ग्रे कोट में, साले मुझे चक्के ले जाएंगे। तूने बॉस पे चुटका मारा, तेरे को मैं मिट्टी में मिला दूंगा। साले गाड़ेंगे भी अपने ही प्लॉट में, पता भी नहीं चलेगा गया कहां वो। मैम पीपीटी रेडी? चंदा जी कहां है? क्लिकर कहां है? क्लिकर कहां है? डॉक्टर साहब आप ओटी में ना जाना। नहीं मैं बता रहा हूं, सारे टाई वालों ने इतनी मेहनत से परफॉर्म करा। कल ब्रेनस्टॉर्म मीटिंग थी सुबह 10 बजे कि कल 1200 डेलीगेट्स ने आना है, क्या क्या करना है। मैं बैठा हुआ था इनके कैबिन में सावन लाडा जी की तरफ से, मतलब 1200 बंदों ने आना है। अगले दिन मीटिंग है, सारे वॉर फुटिंग पे काम कर रहे हैं। वो अभिषेक सांघवी रात को 4-4 बजे सो रहा है। डॉक्टर मयूर सेठी अंदर एंटर करे एकदम परेशान से। मुझे लगा कोई मुद्दा हो गया होगा। सबसे पहले पोहा और कचौरी मंगवा दो, पोहा प्रकाश का होना चाहिए, उसके बिना मेरा दिमाग नहीं चलेगा। पोहा कचौरी खाए, 2 साइलेंट बर्फ दिए, कह रहे अच्छा गुड बाय। तो आप लोगों को मैं बता देता हूं, ये कंटेंट आप लोगों को, मैं दिख रहा हूं सबको? एक बार तालियां मार के हाजिरी लगा दो, पहले मैं पानी पी लूं। यहां धनोटिया साहब वन मोर वाटर। गीतांजलि मैडम कैन आई टेक? भागी नन्ना सा लिया टीका। खाता रहूंगा सर। थैंक यू सर। अब बड़े प्यार, मैंने 2 कॉल लेकर थी धनोटिया साहब आपको, कह रहा सेंड मैसेज, मैसेज भेजा, कह रहा सेंड व्हाट्सएप। मैंने कहा हो गया इंटरव्यूज का। तो आप लोगों को ये कंटेंट रिलेटेबल नहीं लग रहा होगा, काफी सारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स यहाँ पे आए होंगे। तो मैं आप लोगों को बताता हूँ, कईयों ने आपको बड़ा मिसगाइड करा है। मेरा भी एक स्टार्टअप था धनोटिया जी। धनोटिया जी फोन किसका आ रहा है आपको? नहीं नहीं नहीं, क्या है ये? डार्लिंग 2 कौन है? हैं? तो मैं आप लोगों को बता देता हूं, आप लोग मुझे कॉमेडियन ना समझे, मेरा भी एक स्टार्टअप है। अग्रवाल साहब, सारी अग्रवाल सबको मैं कहता हूं कि मेरा भी एक स्टार्टअप है। आप समझ रहे हैं, मेरे पिताजी की किराने की दुकान थी। मेरे पिताजी और मेरे भाई किराने की दुकान पे बैठते थे। मैंने कहा व्हाट इज दिस बुलशिट, नो स्केलेबल, नो विजन। व्हाट इज दिस, स्केलेबिलिटी नहीं है। उस नैट टैट जो भी आपने लगाना है, मेरे को तो 2 वर्ड पता थे कि ये स्केलेबल नहीं है, विजन नहीं है, ऐसे आप डॉक्टर नहीं बन पाओगे। तो मैंने उनको समझाया, ये किराने की दुकान में कुछ नहीं रखा, दिस इज टोटल बुलशिट, नो स्केलेबिलिटी, नो विजन। आराम से मोटी तोंद निकाल के किराने की दुकान पे बैठा हुआ था। मैंने पिताजी की दुकान बिकवाई और स्टार्टअप शुरू कराया आज से 8 साल पहले। और आज मेरे पिताजी और मेरे भाई सारे नौकरी कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने बताया शुरू करना है, खत्म हो जाए वो नहीं मुझे पता। 8 साल पहले शुरू किया था, 7 साल 11 महीने पहले खत्म हो गया। हमें पहला फंड उठाने से पहले हमारा स्टार्टअप ही कोई उठा के ले गया। 4 कंधों पे जाते हुए देखा मैंने अपने स्टार्टअप को। अरे नितिन पाटिल जी, नितिन पाटिल, नितिन गुप्ता, आपको क्या लगता है? नितिन जी से भी नहीं मैंने बात करी, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए। बच्चों, स्टूडेंट काउंसलिंग के बेताज बादशाह हैं इंदौर के। कह रहे मोहित जी बच्चों के माँ बाप आ जाते हैं। मैंने कहा सर फिर बिजनेस कैसे ग्रो कर रहा है? कह रहे मोहित जी किसी को नहीं पता, लाडा जी को वर्किंग बना रहे, इतना नहीं चलेगा। सेठी साहब की येलो डीजी इतनी नहीं चलेगी, आने वाले टाइम में बच्चों की काउंसलिंग चलेगी। मैंने कहा प्रभु रोशनी डालिए, कैसे चलेगी? कह रहे मोहित जी कोरोना में फैक्ट्री की प्रोडक्शन बंद थी, लेकिन लोगों ने बेडरूम में बहुत प्रोडक्शन करी है। आने वाले टाइम में बहुत से नियाने आएंगे और सबकी काउंसलिंग कौन करेंगे? नितिन गुप्ता जी। तो कह रहे कोरोना से हमारे बिजनेस को बूम मिलेगा। मैंने कहा आपके पास क्या प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं? कह रहे यार मोहित जी बच्चे ना उम्मीद लेके आ जाते हैं, मुझे यूएस के इस कॉलेज में जाना है, यूएस के इस कॉलेज में जाना है। मैंने कहा सर मैं नालायक सा, मुझे बता दो। कह रहे वो कहते हैं आईवी लीग के कॉलेजेस में जाना है ना। बच्चों की एक्सपेक्टेशंस होती है ऐश्वर्या राय जैसी, और उनके क्रेडेंशियल्स होते हैं राखी सावंत जैसे। मैं कैसे पहुंचाऊं उनको? सर ये आपको क्या लगता है, इन्होंने मेरे को जूम मीटिंग में बताया ये? सावंत जी काम कोवर्किंग में नहीं होता, दुबई में भी नहीं होता। अगर आप काम करने गए थे वो मुझे नहीं पता, बट काम ऐसे धनोटिया जी वहां पे भी काम नहीं होगा। जो काम करने की असली जगह, असली कोवर्किंग मुझे जो बताई है वो सर ने बताई है, ये इज माय गुरु। इन्होंने कहा इंदौर में आपको कहीं सीखना है, कॉलेजों में भी ये नहीं पता चलेगा, स्कूल्स में नहीं ये पता चलेगा। इंदौर में एक ज्ञान का कुंड है। ये ज्ञान के कुंड में आपको ज्ञान मिलेगा। ये मुझे 5 स्टार होटल की जकूजी में ले गया। सुबह 10 बजे ऑफिस जाने का टाइम है, आप स्विम वियर में यहां बैठे हुए हैं। सरकार ठीक काम नहीं कर रही। मैंने कहा फिलहाल अगर हम यहां कुंड से ना निकले हमारी फैक्ट्रियां बंद हो जाएंगी। तो कहीं पे भी सीखना सर ज्ञान कुंड जाना पड़ेगा आपको। नहीं सम होटल बताइए है? अबे प्रसाद क्लब में ज्ञान कुंड है। 10 बजे का इंडिविजुअल चुटकुले बाद में करूंगा, पहले पीपीटी चला लूं। ये कंटेंट आपको रिलेटेबल नहीं लग रहा होगा, क्यों ना मैं आपको इंदौर के शार्क टैंक्स वालों से मिला दूं। असली इन्वेस्टर्स यही हैं बच्चों। अगर तुम्हें सर्टिफिकेट और अटेंडेंस चाहिए यही दिलाएंगे। आप मेरी बात समझ रहे हैं? तो आपको क्या लगता है कि मैंने अपना जो स्टार्टअप शुरू करा जो 1 महीने के अंदर खत्म हो गया, तो क्या मेरे कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर्स या मेरे को कोई मेंटर्स नहीं मिले? मिले विजय जी। एवरीबडी इज नॉट लाइक यू गो टू लिंक्डइन। मुझे काफी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स यहां पे मिले जिन्होंने मुझे गाइड करा। कह रहे बच्चे क्या करते हैं, रात को उठते हैं, सुबह उठ के कह लेते हैं कि हमें ये बिजनेस करना है। ऐसे नहीं होता। तो मुझे मेरे पहले गुरुजी मिले जिन्होंने मुझे सिखाया। कह रहे फॉलो योर पैशन मोहित जी, फॉलो योर पैशन। कह रहे बच्चे कॉलेज के बाद सोचते हैं करना क्या है। आप समझ रहे हैं? 10वीं में बच्चा होता है तब भी नहीं सोचता, कॉलेज पास आउट हो जाता है उसके 2 साल बाद जब माँ बाप ताने मारते हैं तब सोचता है। आज गोविंद अग्रवाल आपको ये बताएगा, मैंने कॉलेज के पहले दिन से ही फॉलो करा अपने पैशन को। मैंने कहा प्रभु मैं समझा नहीं क्या कहना चाह रहे हो। कह रहे ऑलवेज फॉलो योर पैशन। मैंने कहा फिर आपने कैसे फॉलो करा पैशन को? कह रहे मोहित मुझे पहले दिन ही पता चल गया था, मैं मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में था और मेरा पैशन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंजीनियर में आती थी। 4 साल मैंने अपने पैशन को फॉलो करा, आज वो मेरी को फाउंडर बन गई है। एम आई राइट आरती जी? तो फॉलो योर पैशन अगर सीखना है तो इनसे सीखो। पक्का सर? पक्का? यही वाले थे ना? फॉलो योर पैशन क्लियर हो गया? मेरे नेक्स्ट गुरुजी, मैम के लिए तो तालियां मार दो, तब तक पानी पी लूं। याद ही तो रखना है आपको मयूर सेठी जी। मैं जय जी आप दुबई थे, आपने वो भव्य नजारा नहीं देखा? ताई के प्रोग्राम की अनाउंसमेंट हो रही, डिस्कशन क्या हो रही, पोहा 8 प्लेट मंगाए 16 प्लेट। यहां बंदों के लिंक नहीं चल रहे रजिस्ट्रेशन के, वर्तिका बैठी हुई है भाई स्पीकर की फ्लाइट बुक करनी है, 1 मिनट रुक जा, कचोरियां 16 मंगाई या 22 हैं? मैंने खाई कहां कचौरी, अब मंगाओ। इस सलोनी जी सर ने मुझे बोला, कह रहे मोहित आपने आज इतने अच्छे अच्छे सेशन सुने, सेशन में सबसे टेक अवे क्या था? अच्छा बिजनेस कैसे बनेगा धनोटिया जी? अगर माइंडसेट हो, अगर इफ यू हैव द राइट, अरे मैं भी थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ा लिखा हूं यार, कैंसर टेस्टिंग इक्विपमेंट चला रहे हैं, तो इफ यू हैव द राइट माइंडसेट तभी आप आगे बिजनेस को सेट कर पाओगे। तो मैंने मेंटोर से भी पूछा सर माइंडसेट क्या होता है? कह रहे मोहित जी इतनी आसानी से माइंडसेट नहीं बदलता, समाज की अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं। येलो डिजी का जो आपको पता है ना, डिजिटल वर्ल्ड का कितना हेक्टिक काम है, और मेरा स्ट्रेस तो डबल है। मैं घर में भी सलोनी के साथ रह रहा हूं और वो ऑफिस में भी आना शुरू कर दिया। तो मोहित जी माइंडसेट को बनाना, सर आप, मैं उम्र में छोटा हूं लेकिन तजुर्बे की बात कहूंगा आपसे। कह रहे मोहित जी माइंडसेट को बनाना ना इतना आसान नहीं है। मैंने कहा प्रभु फिर आप माइंडसेट को बनाते कैसे हो? कह रहे इसके लिए आपको थेरेपी करनी पड़ेगी। नीलेश जी आप भी सुनिए, आप भी आई, गुप्ता जी ज्ञान कुंड से बाहर। तो इसने भी मुझे बताया, कह रहे मोहित जी समाज की जितनी भी आपको परेशानियां होंगी, सुबह 9 से 8 जितनी भी आपको परेशानियां होंगी, आपको माइंडसेट रखना है। मैंने कहा वो कैसे होगा? कह रहे जिस टाइम भी आप घर पहुंचे थोड़ा सा वाइफ से सोशल डिस्टेंस मेंटेन करें पहले तो, माइंडसेट करना, वरना वो होगा तो सेट नहीं होगा। फिर मैंने कहा क्या करना? फिर आपको कह रहा घर में एक छोटा सा कोना ढूंढिए, चाहे ड्राइंग रूम हो या बेडरूम हो, छोटा सा कोना देखिए, 3 सांस अंदर लीजिए, थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स करिए। जहां आप सोफे पे, लाडा जी कैसी हैं आप? वो लड्ढा में गड्ढा। मुझे तो अरे आपकी वाइफ है सावन जी? पिछले इवेंट में तो किसी और के साथ थे। ये कौन सी कोवर्किंग है यार? सावन लेके आ रहा है कोवर्किंग बेडरूम। ये आपको क्लियर हुआ माइंडसेट? बट काफी इन्होंने भी मुझे बताया, कह रहे मोहित जी मैं माइंडसेट करके गया, ऑफिस दन्ना समय बच्चा, बिजनेस मैंने शुरू करा, साला जीएसटी की रेट बढ़ गई, कभी टैक्स वालों की रेट बढ़ जाती है। आनंद सकलेचा जी कहां हैं? टॉप के सीए इंदौर के, इनको जीएसटी नहीं समझ आ रहा था। कह रहे सर टैक्स की बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। मैंने वही सवाल सीए साहब से भी पूछ लिया कि जीएसटी क्या है? कह रहे वो डॉक्टर साहब को नहीं समझ आएगा, जीएसटी इज वेरी सिंपल। मैंने कहा गुड सर्विस टैक्स। कह रहे नहीं मोहित जी, हम जैसे सीएस के लिए जीएसटी इज वेरी सिंपल। मैंने कहा वो क्या होता है? कह रहा गुड नाइट स्वीट ड्रीम्स थैंक यू जानू। रात को जाके जानू को पप्पी करो, आपकी सारी रिटर्न पूरी हो जाएंगी। क्यों अग्रवाल जी? आप पैशन के साथ क्यों नहीं बैठ रहे? आओ, आई थिंक देर इज अ केस ऑफ डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हियर। पैशन को फॉलो करो। ये मैडम ने डिस्टेंस इसलिए बनाया हुआ है क्योंकि आनंद गोविंद पतला हो गया है। Am I right? अब आप पूछोगे विभीषण कौन है? मेंटर क्लियर हो गया। बेस्ट इंटरव्यू, मेरा सवाल हिंदी में, इसका जवाब इंग्लिश में। आई वॉज इन आई फ्लाई चार्टर प्लेन। सर आपने बोला आई फ्लाई चार्टर प्लेन, मैं साला ओला ऑटो करके पहुंचा वर्की। मैं नॉर्मल प्लेन में नहीं चढ़ा, ये चार्टर, आई फ्लाई चार्टर प्लेन, आई वॉज डायरेक्टली कंसल्टेंट विद टेक महिंद्रा, ये मैकेंसी की। मुझे तो वो मकेन की आलू टिक्की याद है। भाई तू मैकेंसी की कहां ला रहा मेरे सामने? इसका इंग्लिश में इंटरव्यू। सिस्टर आप जवाब दीजिए। आप समझ रहे हैं? मैं हिंदी में सवाल पूछ रहा हूं, या तो इसको समझ नहीं आ रहा मैं क्या पूछ रहा हूं, और जो ये बोल रहा है वो तो मुझे बिल्कुल भी नहीं समझ आ रहा। आप इमेजिन कीजिए, दूरदर्शन के चैनल पे आपने HBO की मूवी चला दी हो, मतलब रामानंद सागर के साथ टर्मिनेटर नहीं चलता। मैं इसको कहता रहा, क्या कह रहा, चेक डिलिंग दिन। प्रभु अगली बार से मैं कहूंगा सर 2 शब्द हिंदी में जरूर बोलिए। ट्राई इट्स पॉसिबल। बोलो अच्छा लगा।
प्रभु आपके चरण कहाँ है?
तो एक दिशा क्लियर होगी। अरे दिशा जी कहां है? कहां है? अरे जीती हैं, मैं तो सम्मानित कर रहा हूं। जैसी एक दिशा सुना दिशा जी चलेगी। हो जाए इन पे करूं या पहले वाइस प्रेसिडेंट पे? कहां है सांघवी जी? कहां है इको वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट? अरे आप उनकी टीम ज्यादा खुश हो रही है, कह रहा अब बजेगा बाबूजी पे चुटकुला, और दिन रात मेहनत करके तुम्हें सैलरी दे रहे हैं, तुम यहां मजे ले रहे हो बाबूजी के। कह रहा ये बजा बाबूजी पे चुटकुला। कहां गए बाबूजी? बाबूजी कहां हैं? इन्होंने गुरुजी की बात को सीरियस ले लिया, क्योंकि जल्दी जाना है, हंसते हुए जाना है। याद रखें अपनी ही बीवी पे जाना है। नहीं बाबूजी से मेरी बात हुई। अरे आप अभी भी यार आपने मेरे को लाइव देख रखा फिर भी नहीं पहचान रखा। अब कहां पहचान रहे हो? नहीं है अभिषेक सांघवी जी से भी मैं मिलना। मैं जैन साहब गौर फरमाइएगा, ठीक है? आप समझ रहे हैं? HBO से उठ के मैं सीधा फैशन टीवी में चला गया। इतनी ग्लैमरस बिल्डिंग अपोलो प्रीमियर, वहां पे मैं इंटरव्यू लेने गया इनका। 8 बजे का टाइम, मुझे भी नींद आ रही है। इनकी डबल तेज इंग्लिश चल रही। मैं कह रहा भाई इनका रेडियो कहां से, मतलब फ्रीक्वेंसी कैसे मैच करें? मैं सही बता रहा हूं, जिस हिसाब से ये सवाल पूछते हैं, मैं सही बता रहा हूं, जितनों में तुम इन्वेस्ट नहीं करते, जितने भी स्टार्टअप्स में तुम्हारी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट नहीं करा, उसने नीचे पोहे का ठेला लगाया है। मुझे लोका था लोगों ने कि ना जा बेटा सांघवी के पास। मैं सही बता रहा हूं। उनसे जब मैं पूछे गया, सर उन्होंने मुझे बात बता, स्टूडेंट आप बड़ा हंस रहे हो, आप लेट नहीं होएंगे। तो सर से भी मैंने पूछा कि कहां गए सांघवी साहब, इको वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट। तो उनसे भी मैंने पूछा कि व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम इन इंदौर। ये मैंने हिंदी में पूछा। यू नो इंदौर इज अ ज्योग्राफिकली यूनिक। मैंने कहा प्रभु एक बार, if you talk about geographically, the Indore is located in the central part of India. We have 3 states adjoining and we don't have the ecosystem. मैंने कहा प्रभु प्रॉब्लम क्या है? कह रहे प्रॉब्लम है मैन पावर की। मैंने कहा यहाँ पे स्किल्ड मैन पावर नहीं है, क्या प्रॉब्लम है? टाई को आप कितनी बुलंदियों पे लेके जा सकते हो। कह रहे टाई ऐसे बुलंदियों पे नहीं जा पाएगी क्योंकि मैन पावर की कमी है। मैंने कहा स्किल्ड मैन पावर की कमी है। कह रहे नहीं, सारे चार्टर मेंबर मैरिड हैं, मैरिज के बाद मैन में पावर कहां बचती है? कुंवारा बंदा तो चांद पे चले जाए, यहां तो पोहा भी डॉक्टर साहब सलोनी से पूछ के मंगवा रहे हैं। तो मैन पावर क्लियर हुई सर आपको? सर आप शादीशुदा हैं, इतना कॉन्फिडेंस? बीवी माई की गई है, ये देखो, तभी मैं कहूं चीफ चुप्स कह रहे हैं। अच्छा रावत साहब, तब अगले मेंटर से मिल के आए, एक बार तालियां मार दो ताकि मैं अगले मेंटर को बुलाऊं। धनोटिया साहब पानी तो पिला दो। नहीं नहीं प्रभु, माइक्रोमिट्टी में एक प्लॉट बस। तो मैं सारे चार्टर मेंबर से मिला, इनकी मैन पावर तो थी नहीं। तो मैंने कहा कुछ ऐसा प्रोडक्ट लेके जाता हूं, अपोलो प्रीमियर में लेके जाता हूं कि ऐसा कोई प्रोडक्ट बनाए ताकि सारे लोग हमारे में इन्वेस्ट करें। तो मैं भी जुड़ा अपने मेंटर के साथ, तो हमने एक नया प्रोडक्ट बनाया। इन्होंने मेरे स्टार्टअप में कंसल्टेशन करी है, CIS वाले अमित अग्रवाल जी करेंगे सर। आप पता क्या है, थोड़ा सा स्माइल करो। आप ऐसा बैठे हो, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है पीछे कोई टपक ही गया हो। बिल्कुल एक्सप्रेशन ऐसे दे रहे थे जाके बस यही सवाल पूछ रहे। अच्छा आप भाभी के साथ बैठे हो, इनका बिल्कुल एक्सप्रेशन ऐसे था जाके हमारा पेट डायलॉग नहीं होता, कल तक तो ठीक थे आज कैसे चले गए ये। भाई मेरी रूह कांप जाती है। प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने अभी पेमेंट नहीं करी है, जिस दिन ये पेमेंट करेंगे अगले इवेंट पे पूरा कंटेंट इन्हीं के ऊपर है, छूटेगा कोई नहीं। क्यों रावत साहब? हाँ यार, आप स्टार्टअप कंसल्टेंट पे मैं आपको बताता हूं। हाँ जी, तू बैक प्रोफाइल भी लेगा लौंडे की, सेम है, जितना जूम करोगे उतने ही बाल दिखेंगे। तो मेरे स्टार्टअप कंसल्टेंट थे सर, एक बार सर के लिए जोरदार ताली होंगे। कह रहे मोहित, कोई भी अच्छा स्टार्टअप चलता है जब आप एक अच्छी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करते हो। जितने भी यहां आप देखोगे ना, टाई के चार्टर मेंबर्स, बोर्ड डायरेक्टर्स, जितने भी आपको देखोगे अच्छे अच्छे फाउंडर्स, लाखों करोड़ों बिलियन मिलियन में जिन्होंने इन्वेस्ट करा हुआ है, ये सारे एक दर्द में हैं। मैंने कहा सर मैं समझा नहीं। कह रही सारे एक दर्द में हैं, चाहे आप इनको देखो या ना देखो। मैं फिर इनके साथ ज्ञान के कुंड में गया, सिर्फ अपना स्विमिंग कॉस्ट्यूम पहना हुआ था। तो दोनों भाइयों ने विचार करा कि एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम क्या थी। तो इन्होंने भी मुझे बताया, कह रहे मोहित जी एक हमें और चंदा देवी, तो इन्होंने कहा मोहित जी जितने भी यहां मैरिड लोग हैं ना, अच्छी अच्छी कंपनियां चला रहे हैं, अमित अग्रवाल को देखो 700 बंदे कंट्रोल कर रहा है कंपनी में, लेकिन जब भी बेडरूम में जाता है दबे दबे पांव के साथ। बाहर इतने किले झंडे गाड़ दिए हैं, लेकिन जब भी बेडरूम में जाता है उसकी रूह कांप जाती है। शादी से पहले जो तुम्हें एंजल लगती थी, आज उजी से डर लग रहा है। तो कह रहे लोग परेशान है मोहित जी। इसका सॉल्यूशन करने के लिए इन्होंने मुझे बताया, कह रहे मोहित जी जितने भी लोग शादीशुदा हैं वो कमरे में जाके थोड़ा सा दबा दबा सा महसूस कर रहे हैं, वो यहां हंस रहे हैं। अब महाराज जी को कौन बताए, घर पे चाह के भी नहीं हंस सकते, क्योंकि घर पे हंसेंगे वो पूछेगी बहुत हंसी आ रही है तुझे, ये हम कर नहीं सकते। तो इनसे भी मैंने पूछा, कह रहे मोहित जी मैं खुद हेल्थ को इतना कॉन्शियस हूं, लेकिन रेनू हमेशा मस्ती मारते रहती है, चाह के भी नहीं समझा पाता मैं। वाइफ का नेम ठीक लिया, ये भी कुछ हो रहे, कह रहे गलत ले ले, क्या पता उसी से बातचीत शुरू हो जाए। तो मैं इसके पास भी गया, कह रहे जितने भी लोग हैं मोहित जी बेडरूम में जाते हैं हमेशा दबे दबे पांव के साथ। आप समझ रहे हैं, जितनी मर्जी कोशिश कर लो, बेडरूम का इकोसिस्टम कभी भी खराब हो सकता है। देन यू आर एट द राइट प्लेस। इन्होंने मुझे बोला उसके मूड स्विंग से आपकी पूरी लाइफ स्विंग हो जाती है। देन यू आर एट द राइट प्लेस। लेडीज डोंट बी डिसअपॉइंटेड। एक छोटी सी हमने नया प्रोडक्ट बनाया है जिससे मैन पावर को अपनी पावर का थोड़ा सा एहसास हो। और जितने भी बंदे माइक्रोमिट्टी में फ्लैट लेंगे उनको हम ये फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट प्रोडक्ट देंगे और देश के कोने कोने में पहुंचाएंगे रेनेक्सी डिजिटल के साथ, घुसेंगे हर बेडरूम तक। तो उन्होंने मुझे बताया, तो सर ने भी मुझे बताया, कह रहे मोहित जी ये नए प्रोडक्ट्स में इतनी इनोवेशन नहीं हो रही है, तो नया प्रोडक्ट जो हमने बनाया है, जितने भी मर्द हैं, शादीशुदा मर्द हैं, वो इस ऐप को डाउनलोड करें, हमने नई ऐप बनाई है। हाँ, अब आप पूछोगे कहां गए जैन साहब, अब आप पूछोगे कि ये प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में कितना चलेगा, वो क्या कहते हैं, टैम कहते हैं, सहस कहते हैं, सर्विसेबल मार्केट, टारगेट ऑडियंस मार्केट, सहम कहते हैं। कह रहे वो मार्केट क्या है? तो हमने भी सर्वे करा कि 90% मैरिड बंदे जब अपने बेडरूम में जाते हैं वो घबराहट में होते हैं। जितने भी मैरिड पति हैं, लेडीज थोड़ा सा कंट्रोल कम कर दो, मार्केट आपकी गिरफ्त में है, सिर्फ हल्की सी ढील देनी है। 90% लोग जो भी अपने बेडरूम में जाते हैं वो घबराहट में जाते हैं, सिर्फ 10% लोग वो घबराहट में नहीं जाते। तो हमने और तफ्तीश करी अपने मेंटर के साथ, तो पता चला वो अपने बेडरूम में नहीं जा रहे हैं। तो हमने इस प्रोडक्ट को बनाया है दी बाबू ऐप। तो आपको इस ऐप को डाउनलोड करना है। इसमें बड़े तरह तरह, लतिका जी यूएस में भी चलेगी ये है, तो आपको इस ऐप को, हाँ जी सलोनी जी, आइसलैंड में भी, आप पहले इनको संभालो आप अपना जेवी संभालो, जॉइंट वेंचर, ये होता है। तो हमने एक नई ऐप बनाई है जिसका नाम है बाबू ऐप। अब आप कहोगे मोहित जी इसका फर्क क्या पड़ता है? अब लाडा साहब को वर्किंग में काम कर रहे हैं, उनको नहीं पता ना घर में बीवी का मूड कैसा है, तो आपके घर निकलते हुए पहली नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगी कि वो किस मुद्दे की तैयारी करके बैठी हुई है। तुम्हारी स्माइल करते ही तुम्हारे को ध्वस्त कर देगी। आपको कुछ नहीं करना है, सिर्फ आपको हल्की सी ये बाबू ऐप डाउनलोड करनी है, चाहे प्रीति लाडा जी देखे ना देखे। जैसे आप घर की तरफ चढ़ेंगे, ये ऐप आपको नोटिफिकेशन दे देगी कि बीवी का तापमान गर्म है, आराम से जाना है। बट आप कहेंगे मोहित जी इस प्रोडक्ट में ऐसा क्या? तो मैं आपको इसके फीचर भी बता देता हूं। आपको उसके मूड स्विंग से पहले ही नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगी। अगर आप ऑफिस में बैठे हैं और बीवी आपको सरप्राइज देने आ रही है, तो आपको पहली अलर्ट आ जाएगा कि वो आने वाली है और तेरा खात्मा 5 मिनट में ही हो जाएगा। तो आपको ये नोटिफिकेशन अपने आप आ जाएगी। अगर आपको लगता है कि यार ये तो कुछ नहीं, सबसे ज्यादा रूह कांपती है जब आपकी बीवी आपका फोन चेक कर ले, तो हमारी ऐप में मैंने अपने मेंटर के साथ एक फीचर बनाया है, राजकुंद्रा फीचर। जरूरी नहीं आपकी चैटिंग आपकी शिल्पा शेट्टी के साथ हो रही हो। तो जैसे ही अगर आपकी बीवी ने फोन उठाया तो सारे ऐप्स में लॉक अपने आप लग जाएंगे। आपको सिर्फ डाउनलोड करनी है। कौन सी ऐप चलेगी सर? दुबई में ज्यादा चलेगी, क्योंकि एक शेख की 30-30 बाबुएं होती हैं, हर फोन में डलेगा। तो आप इन्वेस्ट करेंगे कि नहीं? क्या बात है, विजय जैन जी भी आपकी वाइफ है? अच्छा, जय और वीरू कैसे हैं सर? तो ये ऐप क्लियर होगी आपको साथियों? कुंद्रा साहब को देख लो, तब तक पानी पी लूं। सर से भी मिला था, इतनी बढ़िया ऐप बनाई। इसका भाई एंजल इन्वेस्टर है उस ऐप में, इसने आके बसूड़ी पा दी। कह रहे ये ऐप स्केलेबल नहीं है क्योंकि तुम मैरिड मैन को टारगेट कर रहे हो। तो हमने भी कुंवारेपन के बच्चों के लिए नई ऐप बनाई। आप समझ रहे हैं बच्चों? ध्यान दीजिए, अटेंशन हियर। तो लड़कों के लिए भी हमने नई ऐप बनाई। क्या दिन बर दिन कॉस्ट टू एक्वायर अ गर्लफ्रेंड बढ़ती जा रही है? आप उसमें इन्वेस्ट कर देते हैं और बाद में पता चलता है ये तो कमिटेड थी। अगर ऐसी प्रॉब्लम से जूझ रहे हैं, देन यू आर एट द राइट प्लेस, थैंक्स टू माय मेंटर। आपको इंप्रेस करने में ज्यादा ही पैसा लग रहा है और उसके लाइक्स और डिसलाइक्स नहीं पता चल रहे, देन यू आर एट द राइट प्लेस। तो हमने भी एक ऐप बनाई है अपने मेंटोर से मिलके। ओए बच्चों, तुम्हारी ऐप लेट आएगी, तो हमने भी इनकी, क्यों का मतलब ये है तो तुम सुन लो। ये जो बुजुर्ग लोग आगे बैठे हैं, इनके लिए थी ऐप जीवन साथी। बच्चों के लिए हमने बनाई है मंथली साथी ऐप, क्योंकि अपने को लंबा रिलेशनशिप करना ही नहीं भाई, अपने को तो हर महीने नई सब्सक्रिप्शन चाहिए। आपने सिर्फ लड़की की फोटो खींचनी है, हमारा एक्सक्लूसिव डाटाबेस आपको चेक करके बताएगा वो कमिटेड है कि नहीं। लड़कियां आप भी घबराओ ना, क्योंकि लौंडे की फितरत होती है, जहां पे उसने लड़की देखी वो चौधरी बन जाता है, वो छोटा बीबीसी बन जाता है बेबात का चौधरी। तो आपने सीधा लौंडे की फोटो खींचनी है, हमारी ऐप पे अपलोड करनी है, हम सीधा आपको उसका बैलेंस बता देंगे कि ये किराए की बाइक पे डेट मारने आया है, कैसे आया है। वो कहता है ना, दिल कह दूं दिला दूं तुझे बुर्ज खलीफा, और पैटी के पैसे उधार पे लाया है। तो ये ऐप आपको जरूर डाउनलोड करनी है। कौन सी ऐप डाउनलोड करनी है? आप कौन से कॉलेज के हैं? सिम्बायोसिस। सर को बोलो कि जीवन साथी गया monthlysathi.com। पॉइंट क्लियर हो गया मेरा? तो एक बार बच्चों तालियां मार दो इस ऐप के लिए। सर आप स्केलेबल है? पक्का? अब हमने किसी को छोड़ा नहीं और इसके लिए लिंक्डइन पे जाना नहीं। अपना फोन निकालो, ऐप डाउनलोड करो। क्लियर? अच्छा आप हैं? सॉरी दीदी, कहीं मैं चुटकुला मारूं और आप मेरे पे केस ठोक दें। देख लो, कहीं मुझे आपने केस ठोक देना है, मेरे पिताजी को पेसमेकर लग जाना है, दोनों जगह आपका बेनिफिट है। बट मैं मैम से भी मिला, कह रहे मोहित जी आप टाई में सिर्फ मेन के लिए काम कर रहे हो, व्हाई नॉट वुमेन? आपको पता नहीं है नेक्स्ट वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर के विनर मैं और प्रीति लड्डा बनेंगे। आपको पता नहीं है हमारे भी एक प्रोडक्ट नया लॉन्च हो रहा है। कह रहे मोहित जी टिकटॉक बंद हो चुकी है, हमारी मैरिड लेडीज में पति प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, हमारी प्रॉब्लम है टिकटॉक की जगह जो सास की टोके होती है ना, वो बहुत प्रॉब्लम करती है। बोलती कुछ नहीं लेकिन आंखों से घूरा दे देती है। छोटी सी बात पे बार बार ले आती है कि हमारे जमाने में तो ऐसा नहीं होता था, अब उनका जमाना जा चुका है। तो हमने नई ऐप बनाई है, इट इज लीगली अप्रूव्ड ऑल्सो। मैम अप्रूव्ड है ना? पक्का? तो इनके साथ मिलकर हमने नई ऐप बनाई है। ऐप के लिए तालियां मार दो, मैं तब तक पानी पी लूं यार। धनोटिया जी अब आपने पानी देना बंद कर दिया। सर कह रहे हैं जिप खुल गया मेरी। एक सच्चा कलाकार कंटेंट कहीं से भी दे सकता है सर। तगड़े इन्वेस्टर हैं, पूरी बॉडी में इन्होंने वही कोना देखा जो वीकनेस थी। सर आप इन्वेस्टर तो नहीं है, मतलब मैं नई स्वेटशर्ट पहन के आया, जूते पहन के, वो नहीं दिखा। 400 बंदों की ऑडियंस में कह रहा है तुम्हारी जिप, और बिना माइक के भी कह सकते थे ये। तो ऐप आपको क्लियर होगी दोस्तों कि नहीं? तो इसमें हमारे मुहिम के साथ जो जुड़े हैं, एक तो चंदा मैडम, सुबह गुड मॉर्निंग से पहले सासू मां ये बोलती है क्या बात है बच्चा आज लेट हो गए, देन यू आर एट द राइट प्लेस। आरती अग्रवाल जी प्रॉब्लम हर घर में है, बताता कोई नहीं। सिंपल सा सॉल्यूशन है, अगर आपको सासू मां ज्यादा टोके मारे, आपने उसकी फोटो खींच के हमारी ऐप में डाल देनी है। वो ज्यादा चौधरी बनती है ना कि हम इतना काम करते थे, इतना काम करते थे, हम आपको उसकी पूरी हिस्ट्री दे देंगे। तुम्हारी सास जो चौधरी बन रही है फैक्ट क्या है, क्योंकि याद रखना क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहू थी। पॉइंट क्लियर हो गया? माय ऐप डेवलपर को एक बार मैं चाहूंगा जोरदार तालियों के साथ, हमारी जो ऐप है ये सास ऐप, वो डेवलप जिसने करी है, जोरदार तालियों के साथ बुलाया जाए। कह रहे मोहित जी मैं सास में ही एक्सपर्ट हूं। मैंने कहा सॉफ्टवेयर एज अ सर्विसेज। कह रहा नहीं, सास एज सर्विसेज। कैसे सास से काम करवाना है, तभी मेरी बीवी खुश बैठी हुई है। पॉइंट क्लियर हुआ आपको इस ऐप के बारे में कि नहीं? पक्का? ये 2 बार आ गया। पहले तो ना एक बार आप लोगों के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। मैं कोई शायर नहीं हूं, कोई लेखक नहीं हूं, बट मैं फर्स्ट टाइम इंदौर आया था। तो एक तो सावन भाई की हॉस्पिटैलिटी, पहले मेरी रूह काम की, बेटा टाइकॉन, सारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, बिलियनियर अपनी लग पड़ी। लेकिन जब मैंने देखा ये भी पोहा कचौरी वाले हैं, मजा आएगा। क्योंकि आप समझ रहे हो, चार्टर प्लेन, लिंक्डइन, मतलब मैं पड़ोस वाले का वाईफाई यूज करने वाली औलाद। फिर मुझे मिला मेरा भाई पोहा कचौरी वाला। तो मैं ना फर्स्ट टाइम इंदौर में परफॉर्म कर रहा हूँ। तो जब मैंने इस शहर को जब देखा, इसकी हिस्ट्री के बारे में पढ़ा कि कैसे स्टार्टअप को ये ग्रूम कर रहे हैं, तो कोई मैं शायर नहीं हूँ, कोई लेखक नहीं हूँ, बट कॉमन मैन के नज़रिए से कुछ लाइनें लिखी हैं। अच्छी लगे तो प्लीज़ जोरदार तालियां दीजिएगा। तो स्टार्ट करूँ हैं? क्योंकि जब मैंने इंदौर को देखा था ना, जब मैं एयरपोर्ट से आया, तो एक तरफ हेरिटेज था सारा, एक तरफ अपोलो प्रीमियर जैसी हेरिटेज, एक तरफ हेरिटेज, एक तरफ आईटी का हब बन रहा है, कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आ रही हैं, तो सेंट्रल पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया में था। तो मैंने देखा 2 अलग अलग दौर चल रहे हैं। मतलब एक देवी अहिल्या बाई पैलेसेस, ठीक है, और इधर एक एकदम आईटी सेक्टर बन रहा है, हब बन रहा है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का हब बन रहा है, पीतमपुरा हब बन रहा है। तो कुछ अलग अलग दौर से चल रहे थे। तो वैसी कुछ लाइनें लिखी हैं इंदौर के बारे में। एक बार तालियां मार दीजिए पहले। कि एक शहर नहीं एक दौर है, ये शहर नहीं एक दौर है, ये मेरा इंदौर है। ये शहर नहीं ये एक दौर है, ये मेरा इंदौर है। देवी अहिल्या बाई के आशीर्वाद से, देवी अहिल्या बाई के आशीर्वाद से आधुनिकता की तरफ बढ़ता ये मेरा इंदौर है। ये शहर नहीं एक दौर है, ये मेरा इंदौर है। मैप में तो इंदौर भारत के नक्शे पे है, मैप में तो इंदौर भारत के दिल में है, मैप में तो इंदौर भारत के दिल में है। पर सच कहूं हर इंदौरी भारतवासी के दिल में है, पर सच कहूं हर इंदौरी भारतवासी के दिल में है। राहत इंदौरी हो या सलमान खान, राहत इंदौरी सलमान खान हो या लता जी का हुनर, राहत इंदौरी हो, सलमान खान हो या लता जी का हुनर हो। ये हुनर और हुरुन का बड़ा ही प्यारा संगम का दौर है। ये हुनर और हुरुन का बड़ा ही प्यारा संगम का दौर है। ये शहर नहीं ये मेरा इंदौर है, ये शहर नहीं मेरा इंदौर है। 56 भोग, 56 दुकान और सराफा में जायके का दौर है। 56 दुकान और सराफा में जायके का दौर है। अरे ये आईआईटी और आईएम वाला इंदौर है, ये आईआईटी और आईएम वाला इंदौर है। 56 दुकान और सराफा का जायके का दौर है। ये आईआईटी और आईएम वाला इंदौर है, आईआईटी और आईएम वाला इंदौर है। एक तरफ टेक्सटाइल का हब है, एक तरफ टेक्सटाइल का हब है और पीतमपुरा में ऑटोमोबाइल का सेक्टर, एक तरफ टेक्सटाइल का हब है और पीतमपुरा में ऑटोमोबाइल का सेक्टर। अब हर सेक्टर में आगे बढ़ने की दौर है, अब हर सेक्टर में आगे बढ़ने की दौर है। ये मेरा इंदौर है, ये मेरा इंदौर है। अपन अपन कह के ये अपना बना लेते हैं, अपन अपन कह के ये अपना बना लेते हैं। कुछ खास है इसकी स्वच्छ मिट्टी में, कुछ खास है। मैं चाहूंगा ये लास्ट पैराग्राफ ना एक बार सारे खड़े हो जाएं। अपन अपन कह के ये अपना बना लेते हैं, अपन अपन कह के ये अपना बना लेते हैं। कुछ खास है इसकी स्वच्छ मिट्टी में, या यूं कहूं माइक्रो मिट्टी में। कुछ खास है इसकी स्वच्छ मिट्टी में, या यूं कहूं माइक्रो मिट्टी में। लोग जन्म भूमि छोड़ के कर्म भूमि जाते हैं, लोग जन्म भूमि छोड़ के कर्म भूमि में जाते हैं। ये जन्म भूमि को ही करम भूमि बनाते हैं। मैं काफ़ी बंदों से मिला, सर ने भी बाहर से आए हैं, मैं इनसे भी मिला, पूरी सिंगापुर पता नहीं कहाँ कहाँ से आए हैं, सेठी साहब, अग्रवाल जी, जैन साहब, सब बाहर से, और अभिषेक सांघवी जी जो वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट हैं, 8 साल यूएस लगा के सब इंदौर में वापस आए हैं। तो उनके लिए है कुछ खास है इसकी मिट्टी में, या यूं कहूं माइक्रो मिट्टी में। लोग जन्मभूमि छोड़ के कर्म भूमि की तरफ जाते हैं, ये तो अच्छे इंदौरी हैं, ये तो सच्चे इंदौरी हैं जो जन्मभूमि को कर्म भूमि बनाते हैं। ये सच्चे इंदौरी हैं जो जन्मभूमि को कर्म भूमि बनाते हैं। अरे ये कर्म भूमि का दौर है, यही मेरा इंदौर है। एक बार आप सारे टोटल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए जोरदार तालियां। थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। चंदा जी माइक मिलेगा तो अगले टाइकॉन 3 में देना।
सर माइक यहीं पे है, अगले कॉन्क्लेव में देते हैं।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you, sir.
अगर अगले कॉन्क्लेव में आपने करना है तो एक बार साथ आगे खड़े जिन्होंने इंटरव्यू दिया था। हम शपथ लेते हैं आज के बाद किसी को इंटरव्यू नहीं देंगे।
Thank you everyone, thank you so much. All right, we will quickly have upon us the last segment of the day, and for that we are talking about TiE initiatives and everything that TiE stands for. Vijay ji, could we please have you on stage ताकि आप हमें TiE Women Initiative के बारे में कुछ बता पाएं।
मोहित जी के बाद बड़ा मुश्किल है TiE Women के बारे में और विमेन के बारे में बोलना। वेरी क्विकली, इस साल का एक्चुअली इस इवेंट के पहले तक का जो हाईलाइट प्रोग्राम रहा, करीब 4 महीने का TiE Women इवेंट रहा, जो TiE की पूरी टीम ने मिलके, आरती जी ने और हमारी पूरी टीम ने मिलके किया। सो लिंक्डइन की बजाय हम एक एवी चला देते हैं जो लिंक्डइन जैसा ही काम करेगी। कैन वी हैव द एवी, एंड दैट इज गोइंग टू बी द एंड ऑफ my talk here. Thank you so much. Let's have the AV, please. That's
They
a
say
journey
when a
of
woman
TiE
dreams
Women.
of building something, she is not just creating a business. She is building a future. To watch a woman's dream is to watch the future being written with courage and vision. And here in TiE Women MP, that future is bold, fearless and unstoppable. This year, TiE Women MP entered its 2nd edition, building on last year's learnings with a stronger promise to embrace, engage and empower women entrepreneurs. The journey started with an ice-breaking session, not just to introduce names, but to introduce dreams. Week after week, different sessions and masterclasses pushed boundaries, from entrepreneurial challenges to personal growth, mental well-being and building the 360-degree mindset of a leader. These sessions weren't just lessons, they were stepping stones, shaping women into stronger founders, sharper thinkers and more confident leaders. Behind every successful journey stands a mentor. This year, our mentors opened doors, sharpened pitches, challenged assumptions and guided founders to think bigger. From brainstorming at IIM Indore, to testing their products with real customers at Smart Bazaar, to showcasing innovations at Reliance Retail. Participants didn't just learn, they lived entrepreneurship.
Hi, I am Ayushri Bansal, founder of Mitti Moods. This is Sheetal Barole, I am founder of Urban Chic Cosmetics. This is Zeba Malik from Silky Bling.
Hi, my name is Devshri Gupta and I am the co-founder of Positivity.
Thank you TiE, जिनकी वजह से हम यहाँ आए हैं. Thanks to TiEConMP from TiE. It was very good, amazing response.
This was not a program, this was proof. Proof that women do not wait for doors to open, they build their own. Because, as we all say, and now the sky belongs to each one of you. We can't wait to watch you soar higher in your entrepreneurial journey. For TiE MP Women, the journey has just begun. Together, we will continue to embrace, engage and empower.
All right, everyone, and now to the initiative that we have all been very closely waiting for. The Sahodaya Business Idea Competition was an initiative that encouraged students to think beyond classrooms and turn their ideas into impactful ventures. Without much ado, I know all of them have been very, very patient. So could we please have a huge round of applause for all of them to have finished school and then come and share the journey and the experience with us. So I take a lot of pride in announcing the winning teams one by one. Would request all of you to come together because we have a special trophy for all of you, right? So one team each, and we start with Catalyst World School, and we would request all board members to please come closer to the stage so we could hand over the memorabilia and the mementos to the students. Could we call upon Savanji to do the first memento, please? Savanji, Mayurji, Manoj Dhanotia ji. All right, so I have with me, we have to hear you guys cheering for yourselves. Catalyst World School, ladies and gentlemen, the winning team from Catalyst World School, please, on stage. All of you can come together. All of you come together. Sorry? Yes, absolutely. You should absolutely have your mentors with you on stage. Yes, I requested the board members, जो भी यहाँ हैं, please join us on stage. DC members, governing council members as well, please. आप लोग सारे वहाँ सामने खड़े हो जाएं ताकि we give you some good picture moments. You don't want to be standing back here. All right. All right. Yes, sir. One winning trophy for each team. Savanji to hand over the first winning trophy to Catalyst World School, everyone. Thank you, future leaders. Thank you so much. And now the team from DPS Nepania, please. DPS Nepania on stage. I request all the winning competition members to kindly collect your hampers, right? So please come backstage and collect your hampers before you leave. All right. Is the DPS Nepania team ready? Yeah? Okay. Let's hurry up, everyone. Our future leaders are busy on the phone. Are you coordinating with your team members to call the others? See, I guessed. It's okay. You guys can come in as representatives, take your trophy, and then we will have you all together for another picture moment. All right. Let me invite upon Mayurji to give the winning trophy to DPS Nepania team, please. Thank you so much. Please collect your gift hampers while you leave. The Millennium School Indore is the next team up on stage. Millennium School Indore, please. All right. The walk of fame is happening really slow. Let's go. We know you have been waiting for quite some time, and we thank you for your patience to give away this trophy. Let me please request Vijay Manoj ji to present the trophy to the Millennium School Indore. Thank you, mentors, for being on stage with them. Thank you so much. Let's take a quick moment to take a good group picture. And then I will ask Shri Cloth Market Vaishnav Bal Mandir Girls High School Secondary Kids to be ready on stage. I had one enthusiastic student from this group जिसको बहुत जल्दी जाना था, and I explained her, we are getting this done really, really fast. Thank you so much for your patience. Vijay sir handing over the winning trophy to Shri Cloth Market Vaishnav Bal Mandir Girls Higher Secondary School. I repeat, all students, please collect your hampers from the back of the stage. Nitil Gupta sir, thank you so much. All right, next up, we have from Kids College, the winning team. Kids College, please. अब सर हमने बच्चों को इतना वेट कराया तो उनका धीरे धीरे आना तो बनता है. Good job, girls. Thank you, mentors, for being here on the stage to support them. We couldn't have done this without you. No problem. from Kids College, the winning trophy to the team and their mentor. And now up is Vincent Pallotti School. Vincent Pallotti School, please. Let's keep the applause running. They are our future leaders and the reason why we are all here today. Let's have kids from Vincent Pallotti School, please, on the stage and their mentor. Thank you. Manoj Dhanotia ji presenting the winning team their trophy. They all look really color coordinated, I must say. All of you look gorgeous. Thank you so much. And we have up next the Mata Gujri School. The Mata Gujri School, please. How wonderful you all look. Thank you so much for your patience and thank you for doing what you do every day. Thank you to the team and their mentor to be here on stage. Heartiest congratulations all winners and participants for their dedication. Big thank you to all mentors and judges for making this event so successful, for every organizing school for making each cluster a grand success. Together, you have all shown that they truly are the future leaders of tomorrow. Thank you, board members and all members of the governing council. If you would want to stay and take a few pictures, this is your moment. Let me now invite upon Amit ji to give us what we all wait for. Sir, कितनी मुस्कुराहट आ रही है बोलते हुए.
मोहित जी के सेशन के बाद है ना?
है ना?
हेलो एवरीवन. उम्मीद से ज़्यादा अच्छा दिन था आज तो. क्या कहते हैं? अभी भी ताकत बाकी है कि सारी दिन भर में कंज्यूम हो गई? लर्न, बिल्ड एंड ग्रो में. सो नो वरीज, आई एम श्योर अब आज हम सब ने कुछ ना कुछ नया सीखा है, कुछ बढ़िया सीखा है. अपने अपने सभी के, चाहे किसी भी एज ग्रुप में हो, किसी भी ग्रोथ स्टोरी में हो, स्टेज पे हो, वी कैन डेफिनेटली यूज़ इट. सो मेरा काम यहाँ पर है कि मैं वो सारे लोग जो इतनी मेहनत से इसमें काम कर रहे थे पिछले कई दिनों से, हफ्तों से, महीनों से, उन सबको थैंक यू बोलूँ. तो सबसे पहले मैं थैंक करना चाहता हूँ हमारे बोर्ड ऑफ ट्रस्टीज़ द ग्लोबल टाई, जिन्होंने एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया 20 साल पहले, जिसके ऊपर आज हम इंदौर चैप्टर को 4 साल, 5 साल, 6 साल बाद बिल्ड कर पा रहे हैं. और जो एनर्जी सैन फ्रांसिस्को में डेवलप हुई थी 20 साल पहले, यहाँ पे हम कुछ उसका देख पा रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट, जितने भी हमारे डिस्टिंग्विश्ड स्पीकर्स थे, आई लाइक टू थैंक देम ऑल कि उन्होंने इतना टाइम दिया हमको, इतना कुछ नॉलेज हमारे साथ शेयर किया. होपफुली वी विल बी एबल टू यूज़ देम. आई लाइक टू थैंक आवर करंट प्रेसिडेंट सावन, अभिषेक द वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, मयूर सेठी जो हमारे टाइकॉन चेयर भी हैं और सेक्रेटरी भी हैं, नीलेश भाई, विजय भाई, सारे बोर्ड मेंबर्स, the GC members, all of you, the charter members, affiliate members, associate members, आप लोगों ने जो मेहनत की है पिछले हफ्तों में to make this TiECon such a wonderful event, thank you all from bottom of the heart of all of us, I believe. I also like to thank all the sponsors who were gracious enough, humble enough to fund this entire event. Micromitti, Grant Thornton, Arihant Capital, Workie, and Government of MP Startup Mission, all of your support, the gifting partners, the outreach partner, all the partners, all the supporters, all the sponsors we had, thank you very much. The venue team, without their support, आपको पता होगा कि यहाँ पे कल रात में 5 बजे तक इवेंट था, उसके बाद भी हम आज इवेंट कर पाए. So thank you venue partner to make it possible. The production team, जिनके बिना ये हम आज एग्जीक्यूशन हमारा नहीं हो पाता. All the volunteers, the wonderful volunteers who made sure it was such a smooth event. Thank you everyone. And last but not least, आप attendees जिनके कारण ये इवेंट है, जिन्होंने आके इस इवेंट की गरिमा बढ़ाई और हम सबको मौका दिया कि एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट कर पाएँ आपके सामने to do it all. So keep learning, keep building, keep growing. Thank you everyone. Last, I like to invite all the charter members on this stage for a group photo. And आपको पता ही है एक branding event है हमारा, so we have to do it as well. All the charter members of TiEConMP, please come on a stage. All the charter members. वो जो कुछ बाहर निकल गए, please आप भी आइए. एक नाम छूट गया, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसका नाम है लतिका। टाई एमपी की बैकबोन है लतिका, ये है वो। सो थैंक यू लतिका।
So, calling everybody from TiE team, calling everybody from TiE team, directly, indirectly, in whatever capacity you are involved, be on the stage. Savan, we should all be facing to the screen. पहले अनवील तो कर लें, उसके साथ फोटो ले लेंगे। एक लास्ट फोटो दे दो करने के बाद। अरे यार लोगों के साथ फोटो खींचेंगे ना, लोगों वाली के ना। चेक चेक चेक। हेलो, वेट 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 वेट। So as per TiE Global Board, the identity of any city chapter is supposed to be on the city name. So TiE Madhya Pradesh would now be called TiE Indore, and that's what the new logo is. We will have our, I will let Savan do the talking.
So volunteers, आप लोग सब लोगों के साथ हमें पिक्चर लेनी है, आप लोग यहीं पे रुकिएगा first of all. And so thank you so much all the volunteers, organizing team, Akshay ki team, Akshay, Shekha, our charter members, governing council members. Thank you so much everyone. हम लोग सबने मिलके ये इवेंट को बहुत अच्छे से पुल किया है एंड हमने इंदौर में एक बहुत बड़ा बेंचमार्क सेट किया है एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए, तो सबके लिए जोरदार तालियां. एंड स्पेशल मेंशन टू आवर स्पॉन्सर्स and to all our participants, our outdoor media partners, community partners, all the spouses of charter members, all the spouses of board members जिन्होंने बहुत support किया है, सबको बहुत बहुत thank you. गुरसिरमन आपको, आपकी टीम को, everybody, मतलब मैं सबके नाम नहीं ले पाऊंगा, DCBM कॉलेज के, GSB कॉलेज के लोग, all the college students, everyone. I'll request please everybody come on the stage for a picture, a group picture. हाँ, यहीं पे यहीं से पिक्चर ले लेंगे, ग्रुप पिक्चर. ओके. प्लीज एवरीवन, शिखा, अक्षय, एवरीवन प्लीज कम फॉर अ पिक्चर. जो भी अभी इस हॉल में है, आप सब लोग आ जाइए एक पिक्चर के लिए. सब लोग ऊपर आ जाइए प्लीज. ऊपर हम सेटअप करते हैं फटाफट, आइए। अरे नहीं टूटेगा। अच्छा, निखिल की टीम को भी थैंक यू, साउंड की टीम को थैंक यू, एलईडी टीम, सबको थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप लोगों ने रात भर कोई कोऑपरेट किया। कल यहाँ पे रात को 2:30-3 बजे तक पार्टी चल रही थी और हमारी वेन्यू टीम और हमारे वेंडर्स ने सब ने मिलके इसको कॉन्फ्रेंस में कन्वर्ट किया है एक डांस पार्टी से। सो थैंक यू सो मच। करवा देते हैं।
फोटो नहीं आएगा, नीचे डार्क लाइट नहीं है।
अब वो कोई किसी को सेटअप कराना पड़ेगा प्लीज। वॉलंटियर्स प्लीज बैठ जाओ, सारे वॉलंटियर्स, जिसको बैठने में शर्म नहीं आ रही हो बैठ जाइए प्लीज, बढ़िया फोटो आएगी फिर प्लीज। देखो आपके पड़ोसी को शर्म नहीं आ रही है, आपको आप भी मत करो, ये गौरव भाई ने बोला है। बैठो बैठो बैठो, जल्दी करो, वो फोटोग्राफर जाने वाले हैं। अच्छा, एक और अनाउंसमेंट है सबके लिए, कल वाईसी में सुबह 7 बजे सौरभ बोथरा के साथ योगा है, तो अगर कोई भी आना चाहता है प्लीज कम 7 to 9 एट यशवंत क्लब। टुमारो देयर इज योगा फॉर ऑल द टाई पार्टिसिपेंट्स। सौरभ बोथरा के साथ में लाइव योगा है। फर्स्ट लाइन नीचे बैठना पड़ेगा आपको, पीछे वाले नहीं दिख रहे हैं। बैठ जाओ, शर्माओ मत, पैंट नहीं फटेगी, बैठ जाओ।
And a one big round of applause for Sawan Bhai. That's our amazing presidency, Sawan Bhai, amazing pull out.
पास प्रेसिडेंट की तरफ से है तो इसका वैल्यू बहुत ज्यादा है।
नहीं, for the whole team. And one big round of applause for the whole team, for everyone. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hooray! Hip hip. Hooray! Hip hip. Hooray!
अच्छा, स्पेशल थैंक्स टू सलोनी, शी हैज वर्कड सो हार्ड डिजाइन्स पे, कंटेंट पे, डिजिटल पे। स्पेशल थैंक्स टू चंदा, अभिषेक के साथ में जो टीम थी, सक्षम एंड आदित्य, आई डोंट नो वो लोग यहाँ पे है नहीं है, बट यू नो टू एवरीवन, मैं सबके नाम अभी ले नहीं पा रहा हूँ, बट स्पेशल थैंक्स टू एवरीवन, हम सब ने मिलकर इस इवेंट को सक्सेसफुल बनाया है। थैंक यू टीम फ्रॉम SGS ITS।
कुडोस करना चाहिए।
तुमने अपने नाम की ताज रखी।
सुनो